Chapter 1295. Since someone had already visited these places, how could there be anything good left? In that case, there were not many left. There were a total of 10 half-step Emperor Wu level Forbidden Lands for Emperor Wu level Forbidden Lands, and only one Sovereign Martial Emperor level Forbidden Land. Ao Jiao. Help me check the periphery first and choose a route for me. Xiao Qin did not have much time. Right now, he needed to comprehend the Taiji Dao and the Saber domain, which focused on the saber. Any time he could save would be a gain. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and grabbed the map. She smiled and said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, Ao Jiao silently flew out like a dancing spirit. As Xiao Chun watched her leave, his lips curled up in a faint smile. On an island in the deep sea that led to a crack in the demonic world, Chu Chaoyan sat cross-legged with a sword on his back. His eyes were closed as if he was waiting for someone. Whoosh! After a while, a wind demon wrapped in a golden shield spread its wings and flew through the sky at lightning speed, moving even faster than a meteor. The air could not stop it at all. Chu Chaoyan opened his eyes and entered deep thought. He failed. Even with Feng Zi working with Yao Manlon, he could not obtain the remaining half of the Sky Dome Heart. It looks like he returned. What a coincidence. However, this is fine as well. If this Feng Zi really obtained it, it will be much more troublesome for me to retrieve it in the future. Revealing a smile, Chu Chaoyan slowly stood up and paced around. Since only one person returned, it meant that Yao Manlon was captured. This was a major matter. Xiao Chen wondered what Lung Yu would do. Yao Manlon could be considered her disciple. Interesting. After this failure, the Bushin Palace should be on guard. The 18 demon monarchs would probably not send more people to make a move. However, great chaos was about to descend. This storm could not stop. I should make my final preparations. 10,000 years is a cycle. I really look forward to the final battle with you. Don't die so early. After learning that Feng Zi did not obtain the Sky Dome Heart, Chu Chaoyan was in a good mood. His figure flashed, vanishing from the island. There were 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade Forbidden Lands in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Due to Ao Jiao's advanced scouting, Xiao Chen only spent half a month to explore them all. Other than killing a few difficult Xian beasts and obtaining a few Xian cores, he had gained nothing. He hadn't even seen a small magical power, let alone a great magical power. As for an even stronger supreme magical power, there was no need to even dream about it. 10 failures with nothing to show for it had severely dampened Xiao Chen's spirits. Before this, he was filled with anticipation. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Magic skills were hard to find. Even though this was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence, it was too difficult to find it after millions of years. There are also, for Emperor Wu, level forbidden areas. I hope I won't come back empty-handed. Following the map, Xiao Chun arrived at the first Emperor Wu level forbidden area. An icy lake appeared in Xiao Chen's line of sight. Cold chi assaulted him, but it did not freeze. It was incredibly mysterious. I could not endure this icy lake after descending to 1 kilometer. I did not receive any attacks, but I did not obtain any information, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chun frowned and said, "This temperature is very harmful to the body. Even the Emperor Wu golden body cannot endure it completely. It is already very incredible that you could descend to 1 kilometer. In that case, you only have a half-step golden body. Isn't that even worse? Hence, I can only stay in there for half a day at most. After that, I have to leave." Splash! Xiao Chun fell into the lake. The first 100 meters were fine. After 500 meters, he had to circulate his energy to protect his body. After 1 kilometer, cold chi invaded his body. Aside from circulating his energy to protect his body, Xiao Chen also had to deal with this cold chi. However, it was fortunate that the cold chi did not increase in intensity. He could still endure it as long as it did not persist for too long. After descending for 3 kilometers, Xiao Chun finally stepped on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was very solid. In the lake, Xiao Chen knocked on the ice, but there was no sound at all. He turned his head and looked around. In this lake, there was a kind of crystal clear ice fish. They were not large in size and looked very docile. There were many of them, and they did not seem to be afraid of Xiao Chun. They swam above and around him without any scruples. There's nothing here. It looks like I came here for nothing again. Xiao Chun stood up, creating a series of bubbles and gurgling sounds. However, this fish was not bad. Perhaps he could catch a few and roast them. They would definitely be delicious. Being able to live in such a cold place, there might be other unexpected miraculous effects. In this emperor-level forbidden land, aside from the extreme cold, Xiao Chun did not find anything special. He had already lost interest and could only set his sights on the ice fish. Hey, this fish is so cute. Why do you want to eat them? In the end, this suggestion caused Ao Jiao to protest. Xiao Chun directly ignored it. When he really roasted them, that foodie Ao Jiao would definitely be drooling. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Xiao Chun reached out and grabbed an ice fish that passed by him. In the end, his hand slipped, and the fish's tail gently swayed, slipping out of his hand. I actually failed to catch it. However, since I'm here, I definitely can't return empty-handed. Xiao Chun was very patient. In the end, the ice fish slipped out of his hand several times, and he could not hold it at all. Moreover, these ice fish were not afraid at all. They even spat at him. I don't believe that I can't catch them. Xiao Chun was a little angry. He released a trace of killing intent in his heart, and it began to spread in the lake. Whoosh! However, it did not matter. The following situation made Xiao Chun afraid. The moment he released his killing intent, the entire bottom of the lake suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of ice fish stopped swimming. They turned their heads and looked at him silently. No matter how one looked at it, this situation seemed a little strange. Ao Jiao, why do I feel that something is wrong? My skin feels like it's on fire, but I don't feel any pain at all. Xiao Chun rolled up his sleeves and took a look. He saw a layer of frost on his skin. With a gentle touch, large patches of frost fell off. Even his bones could be seen. This scene made his face pale. His hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his back. Earlier, the ice fish did not spit saliva. It was clearly an extremely high-grade ice fire. Even his half-step golden body could not withstand it. Two. Tens of thousands of ice fish opened their mouths at the same time. Streams of saliva like ice fire shot at him like bullets. Xiao Chun was scared half to death. He had never panicked like this before. He executed his movement technique to the extreme and quickly swam up. Fortunately, the shoal of ice fish did not chase after him. After they chased him away, the bottom of the lake regained its calm. Xiao Chun, who was covered in ice and fire, broke out of the water. When he landed, he immediately activated the solar true flame in his right eye and covered his entire body, eliminating the layer of fire on the surface. After that, he spent a lot of effort, even using his primordial energy, to eliminate all the ice and fire in his body. Fortunately, he discovered it early, and the ice and fire did not seep into his meridians or internal organs. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Ao Jiao could not stop laughing at Xiao Chun's embarrassing state, scolding him. Who told you to be greedy? I already told you not to catch those ice fish. Now you know the consequences, right? Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. After being chased away by a shoal of ice fish that looked down on him, he did not have the face to argue. However, Xiao Chun's interest in this cold water lake intensified. He had never heard of an ice fish that could spit fire. Furthermore, it was such a mysterious ice fire. What exactly made this shoal of ice fire change? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chun preparing and wanted to go back into the water, she quickly stopped him. Hey, you still want to go down? Are you really unwilling to die without being able to eat fish? Xiao Chun smiled. Silly, am I that greedy? There is definitely something strange about this cold water lake. Have you ever heard of an ice fish that can spit fire? However, if there's an opportunity, I will definitely catch a few. My instincts tell me that the ice fish are delicious. Furthermore, they have other uses. TSK, you are still greedy. No matter what, Xiao Chun went back into the water again. This time, he learned his lesson and did not expose his killing chi. The gentle ice fish ignored Xiao Chun. Perhaps it was because the shoal of ice fish was too strong and did not fear him at all. Xiao Chun walked on the ice at the chilly bottom of the lake, calmly observing the shoal of ice fish. When one looked at the peaceful bottom of the lake, one would find it very beautiful. The water plants swayed gently with motes of spiritual light. The gentle and beautiful shoal of fish swam around. If Xiao Chun were an ink painter, he would definitely use a brush to properly record this beautiful scene. Aside from the ice fish, there were no other large creatures at the bottom of the lake. This shoal of ice fish was the absolute tyrant of the vast lake bottom. Just think about it. Even Xiao Chun had to retreat after the shoal of ice fish flared up, leaving in a sorry state. What profound beast would dare to provoke them? How cold! Half a day is almost up, and I have not discovered anything. I have to go back up. Xiao Chun wanted to stay behind. However, the cold chi was too strong, injuring his body. He could not stay for long. However, the moment Xiao Chun swam up, he discovered that the entire shoal of fish were swimming quickly in one direction. They were not panicking. Instead, the shoal of fish gave off a cheerful aura. I should have stopped looking for food. Whoosh! Xiao Chun leaped out of the lake water and casually dried his clothes. Then he sat down cross-legged and started to expel the cold chi in his body. Let me see what exactly this cold chi is. Why is it so powerful? With a thought, Xiao Chun sent all the cold chi in his body to his palm. A misty mist came out his right palm. However, after all the cold chi was expelled from his body, it slowly gathered into a flame. The mist in his palm slowly condensed into a flame, exactly the same as the ice fish's saliva. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The flame in the ice fish's body is indeed not innate. It has something to do with this lake. Xiao Chun, who was even more determined, dove into the water once more. Then, he followed the direction that the ice fish swam to where they were looking for food. There was a patch of grass giving off motes of light. The branches and leaves of the water plants were covered with something that looked like dew, giving off a cold spiritual light. The food of the ice fish was this dew. As the ice fish ate, the motes of light dwindled. What is this? Xiao Chun asked in shock. Ao Jiao's eyes lit up. How beautiful! Quickly, swim over and take a look. Xiao Chun felt equally anxious. However, he still retained his rationality. Be careful. For this place to be known as Emperor Wu's Forbidden Land, it is not that simple. Chapter 1296. I feel that we might have found a treasure this time. Little Ao Jiao nodded her head vigorously. Her smiling face was filled with anticipation. The 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade Forbidden Lands had been empty-handed. The two of them were rather dispirited. Now that they had made a discovery, they naturally could not contain their excitement. After observing for a long time, they discovered that the ice fishes eating were all very relaxed, not showing any signs of worry. Xiao Chun made his decision and swam over silently. However, he was still very careful, not daring to relax at all. The water plants stretched out as far as the eye could see. Humans were as insignificant as ants in this place. Xiao Chun observed carefully and discovered that the roots of the water plants did not penetrate into the ice. Instead, they were intertwined like a fishing net, crisscrossing and looking very complicated. However, Ao Jiao did not have as many worries as Xiao Chun. She was currently holding a jade bottle and working hard to collect these spiritual light dew beads, very busy. If only little Yellow Feather was here. Looking at the lonely Ao Jiao, this thought appeared in Xiao Chun's mind for no reason. Unfortunately, the Solar Divine Flame, a legendary divine item, had long gone extinct. Ao Jiao, do you know what this is? Xiao Chun asked as he collected his thoughts and swam over. Hee, I don't know. Ao Jiao replied without turning her head. Collecting these cold light dew beads was even more difficult than collecting the dew from the mountains. One needed to be very focused. Xiao Chun smiled and sent a voice projection. You don't even know? Why are you so happy collecting them? Stupid. Didn't you discover what's special about these dew beads? Cold, extremely cold. If you can collect enough of this dew, it will be more suitable for quenching than any water I know. Quenching. This was the final step in the forging of any weapon. Xiaochen only recalled it after hearing Ao Jiao's reminder. No wonder Ao Jiao had been thinking about the materials needed for forging a divine weapon. She would definitely have thought of this step before him. If we use these spiritual light dew beads to quench the water, the quality of the divine weapon will increase by at least 30%. Hearing Ao Jiao's words, Xiaochen's face lit up, and he immediately joined in the collection. This was indeed an unexpected harvest. Although he did not obtain a magic skill, the mysterious dew he obtained would greatly increase the chances of the lunar shadow saber entering the divine weapon ranking in the future. Although collecting the mysterious dew was troublesome, he would get used to it after a few times. Xiaochen quickly thought of a solution. He spread out his saber domain, and everything within 1 kilometer was under his control. Under his control, the tiny dewdrops shot into the jade bottle in his hand like bullets. Ao Jiao was not envious of such a simple and crude method. She preferred to collect them one by one. It gave her a special sense of accomplishment. While the two of them were happily busy with their work, they didn't notice that the large shoal of ice fishes had quietly dispersed, even though it was obvious that they hadn't eaten their fill. Xiaochen, we should have collected enough dew, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she held her jade bottle. Xiaochen glanced at the vast field of water plants and smiled. There's no rush. This is a vast treasure trove. We have not even obtained 1/10,000th of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the seaweed beneath their feet suddenly moved, shooting up like a fishing net. Before the two of them could react, the seaweed suddenly moved. Before the two of them could react, the water plants wrapped around their limbs, continuously pulling them upward. Xiaochen's expression changed drastically. He did not rush to free himself. Instead, he shouted at Ao Jiao, "Quickly come in." A light flashed, and Ao Jiao turned into a sharp beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. Xiaochen relaxed and calmly observed his current situation. Water plants covered tens of thousands of kilometers around. The water plants for tens of thousands of kilometers weaved into a net, looking like flower petals. Break! The situation was urgent. Xiaochen gathered the saber intent in his saber domain and held the lunar shadow saber in a reverse grip. Then he looked around his left hand. However, to his surprise, the water plants were not hard. However, they were unimaginably tough, giving his unstoppable saber a strong resistance. After a long time, Xiaochen finally managed to extricate himself from the water plants. However, he was already surrounded by them. The water plants were densely packed, layered over each other. Xiaochen, who wanted to charge out, chopped down one layer. However, there was another layer. The surroundings were filled with dewy water plants. The dewy water droplets gathered and settled down, looking like a misty flame. How troublesome. Am I going to be trapped here? Xiaochen tried many times. However, he discovered that no matter what he did, he could not chop down all the water plants in one go and create an opening. As for breaking space, there was a strange pressure in this cold water. The structure of space was even more stable than in the Kunlun realm. I only have one move left. Xiaochen thought. That move gathered everything in the saber domain onto the saber. However, Xiaochen had not succeeded even once. He was not confident of using it at this critical moment. Xiaochen, don't panic. There is an exit above. There is still an exit above. At the crucial moment, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind. That was right. The water plants soared into the air from the ice and gathered together. As long as they did not completely gather together, there would always be an exit above. Go! Every second counted. Xiaochen executed his movement technique to its limits. He became like a purple lightning dragon leaping into the air. The instant all the water plants gathered together, Xiaochen leaped out in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then, he soared up and landed heavily on the ice. The lunar shadow saber could not stab into the ice. Due to inertia, Xiaochen tumbled back 1 kilometer before he flipped over and stood up. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. The fatigued Xiao Chun did not relax after escaping. Instead, he warily looked to the front. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall. Its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall, and its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. A faint fiery light flowed on the surface of the water plant. When the amount of the mysterious dew reached billions of grains, it actually formed a terrifying ice flame. This also explained why Xiao Chun and the others had collected so much dew but had not condensed it into a flame. The quantity was far from enough. What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel that it is even stronger than the lunar true flame? Ao Jiao revealed a strange expression in her eyes, unable to understand it. Flames were divided into yin and yang. Of the yin flames, the lunar true flame was undoubtedly the strongest. However, before the primal chaos split, before yin and yang were separated, there should have been flames in the universe. This mysterious flame, before Xiao Chun, should be one of the flames that existed during the primal chaos of the universe. In terms of grade, it was no weaker than the lunar true flame. This was a flame seed that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord personally found in the great universe during the Immortal epoch. As for what this flame was called, Xiao Chun did not know. After so much time had passed, such a cosmic-level flame no longer existed. The only reason he knew about this fragmented information was because he had read about it in an extremely ancient, incomplete book. He looked at the thick layer of ice under his feet. Even the lunar shadow saber could not split it. Xiao Chun guessed that there had to be a flame seed here. Furthermore, that water plant was also a divine item from the Immortal epoch. To think that it could take root in the ice and grow such a large patch of water plants. Just this point alone was sufficient to show how extraordinary it was. Great, great, great. Although I did not find a magic skill, my harvest today is even greater than finding a magic skill. Xiao Chun revealed excitement in his eyes, feeling incomparably joyful. However, the problem now was how to make a move. Be it this water plant or the flame seed hidden somewhere, they would not be easy to obtain. Xiao Chun, what should we do? Ao Jiao asked unwillingly as she flew out and looked at the mysterious water plant. The feeling of seeing a treasure but not being able to obtain it was unbearable. Faced with Ao Jiao's problem, Xiao Chun did not have a good solution. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. This water plant should scatter. When it scatters, I'll think of something. It is too dangerous to go over now. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun swung the lunar shadow saber at the roots of the water plant with a whoosh. While this looked like a casual toss, in reality, Xiao Chun used his full power. He drove most of the remaining primordial energy in his body and infused it into the saber. Before Xiao Chun's expectant gaze, the lunar shadow saber instantly descended. It gave off an unparalleled sharp saber intent and stabbed the ice by 2 centimeters. Let's go. Xiao Chun only wanted to leave a mark. As long as he succeeded, it would be fine. He had exhausted a lot of his primordial energy. Now, he had no choice but to leave. The instant Xiao Chun left the water again, he truly relaxed. He fell to the ground and did not get up. He just lay there and rested. Each time he entered the water, he was frightened to death. This simple forbidden land exhausted him. What a beautiful flower bud. In his half-asleep state, Xiao Chun heard Ao Jiao's soft cry. So he quickly opened his eyes. Xiao Chun saw a golden, translucent stem about a millimeter thick in the middle of the lake. At the tip of the stem, there was an exquisite flower bud that looked like a bell. The flower bud was pale white, and its stem was as thin as silk. There were hundreds or thousands of them hanging down, looking like white snow, pure and beautiful. Unexpectedly, this was the scene of the huge water plant after it crossed the lake. Xiao Chun's mind trembled, and he stood up, no longer feeling sleepy. Back on Heavenly Star Island, for the sake of dealing with the fake Buddhist sect that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva supported, Xiao Chun had read some Buddhist scriptures. This flower bud looked like one of the 3 holy masters' flowers, the Adumbra flower. The other two were the Azura lotus and the Brahma cloud bodhi. The three holy masters' flowers of the Buddhist sects, aside from the status they represented and their various mythical origins, each of them had boundless, wondrous uses. The lotus cultivates the magic skills, the bodhi comprehends the Tao, and the holy king appears when the flower blooms. The first two sentences were easy to understand. It was just that cultivating on the lotus could increase one's cultivation. Using the bodhi to comprehend the Tao could strengthen the kamic core, achieving twice the results with half the effort. The flower blooms, and in that instant, a holy king will undergo nirvanic rebirth. In layman's terms, the flower can bloom and be reborn, which is equivalent to having another life. It turns out that there's an Adumbra flower seed under the ice. No wonder it can penetrate the ice and bloom everywhere. At this moment, Xiao Qin's expression turned incredibly grave. No matter what, he had to obtain this seed. If it really had the effect of rebirth, then no matter how difficult his great tribulation of wind and fire was, he would have a 99% chance of clearing it. However, even after using his full power, he could only break through 2 centimeters of the ice. He could not extract the Adumbra flower seed at all. Chapter 1297. How hateful! All along, Xiao Qin had thought that his offensive prowess was already strong enough, that he would be undefeatable in this Sky Dome realm. Unexpectedly, at the most crucial moment, when the treasure was right before him, he could only stare at it. That was a divine item that could help him deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire. It was much more useful than any magic skill, Emperor-grade secret treasure, or martial technique. What to do? What to do? What to do? Xiao Qin anxiously paced back and forth on the ground, going round and round. Even he himself did not notice that his expression had become a little scary. What's going on? Why did Xiao Qin suddenly become like a berserker? Xiao Qin's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. Her expression changed as she looked at the thousands of snow-colored flower buds gently floating on the water. Is it because of these flower buds? Whoosh! Ao Jiao waved her hand and sent out a strand of saber chi. It flew close to the surface of the lake towards those slender, golden stalks, trying to chop them all off. The thousands of stalks swayed and entered the water, avoiding this strand of saber chi. Xiao Qin's mind buzzed, and he suddenly startled awake. His complexion recovered, and he asked somewhat blankly, "What happened to me earlier?" Ao Jiao's face lit up in joy. "Xiao Qin, you were enchanted by those flower buds earlier. Your expression was very scary, like you were about to become a berserker. The Adumbra flower." This startled Xiao Qin. This flower was not simple. According to legend, only those with great beneficence in the Buddha world could subdue it. It looked like that was true. He nearly fell for it. A strong wind blew, and the Adumbra flower bud reappeared on the water. It was still as beautiful and pure as before, looking like falling snow. Xiao Qin calmed himself and carefully felt it. He discovered that his mental state had indeed changed without him realizing it. An urgent thought appeared in Xiao Qin's mind, an impulse to obtain this flower at all costs. Something is wrong, Xiao Qin analyzed rationally. After all, a legend is a legend. Whether the effect of rebirth is real or not still needs to be verified. Given my mental state, I should be tempted, but I should not be so rash. It looks like there is indeed something wrong with this flower. He closed his eyes and guarded his heart. After a long time, he finally suppressed that impulse. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes again, the flower bud had already disappeared. Presumably, the huge aquatic plants below had all dispersed. What kind of flower is this? It's so scary. Ao Jiao revealed a serious expression and asked solemnly. Xiao Qin murmured, "The appearance of the epiphyllum is a fleeting moment of beauty, a nirvanic rebirth. This is the Adumbra flower that even Buddha would be moved by. Then should we still go down?" Xiao Qin's expression was decisive as he said calmly, "Yes. We must obtain this Adumbra flower seed. As long as there's a 10% chance, we have to do our best to get it. Nirvana and rebirth. No one could resist such temptation." Even though he knew that this flower was not simple, Xiao Qin was still tempted. However, At this moment, he was more open to it. He would follow his heart, do his best, and adapt to the circumstances. He would not fall into madness again. When Xiao Chun arrived at the vast patch of aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, he immediately saw the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ice. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and leaped up in the lake, arriving before the lunar shadow saber with a few leaps. Then, he pulled out the lunar shadow saber and sheathed it. Slowly, Xiao Chun squatted down and observed the aquatic plants at the side. Looking at the seaweed next to it, all the other seaweeds were sticking to the ice. Only this seaweed was deeply rooted in the ice, growing tenaciously. Xiao Chun, who had already seen the huge aquatic plants, knew that this patch of aquatic plants grew because of this. The Adumber flower would not produce the mysterious ice fire. It was very likely that the flame seed that Xiao Chun was looking for was under this Adumber flower seed. As long as he obtained the Adumber flower seed, he would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, obtaining the flame seed of the mysterious ice fire. Xiao Chun reached out and grabbed the bottom of the aquatic plant. It did not budge. Then he slowly increased his strength, but it still did not budge. Xiao Chun let go and stood up. With a thought, Xiao Chun drove his primordial energy. Then he pushed aside the surrounding 1 kilometer of lake water, forming an area no different from land. Taking out the formation plate, Xiao Chun started to carve the Iron Defense Magic Formation. After a while, an Iron Defense Magic Formation appeared, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer. After activating the formation, a golden ring of light appeared. This way, even if Xiao Chun did not use his primordial energy, the small Iron Defense Magic Formation could help isolate the lake water. Xiao Chun spread out his saber domain, filling the surrounding 1 kilometer with his saber intent. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at lightning speed, driving 100 strands of primordial energy at the same time. Accompanying this saber strike was Xiao Chun's horrifying King's Chi. This was already the peak saber strike that Xiao Chun could execute without using a martial technique. When the saber struck the surface of the ice, the force spread out, causing the entire frostwater lake to shake, creating wave after wave of water. However, the saber only managed to chop off a layer of ice. When Xiao Chun scraped away the ice, he discovered that the water plant was only half an inch above the surface. This peak saber strike of mine can be swung 100 times at most. Any more, and I will overdraw my energy. If I continue like this, before I can obtain the Adumber flower's seed, I will end up killing myself. It looks like I have to comprehend that saber strike. Xiao Chun thought to himself, only by advancing the saber domain to another level can I chop apart this layer of ice. Otherwise, I will only be able to see the 2 treasures but not touch them. I'll just treat it as cultivating. It's just a change of location. Xiao Chun stopped thinking and slowly calmed down. Then, he slowly experienced everything in the saber domain, comprehending his understanding of the saber. Within 1 kilometer, the light slowly shrank. It looked like darkness was spreading, shrinking inward. Everything sank into the most primal darkness. Soon, the lower half of Xiao Chun's body sank into darkness. Then, the darkness swallowed him up, leaving only the lunar shadow saber shining with a cold light. Whoosh! Everything that Xiao Chun collected receded like the receding tide. Failure. Another failure at the final step. How to gather the energy of this saber domain in the saber. Not afraid. Again, drenched in sweat, Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and endured his fatigue, continuing to try again. Failure. Failure, failure. Countless failures prevented him from seeing the path to success. Senior Lan Chaofeng's words seemed to echo in Xiao Chun's ears. Saber domain, saber domain. Use the domain as the main and the saber as support. You cannot put the cart before the horse. Damn it, is this really not possible? As a bladesman, if I use the saber as support and lose confidence in the saber, how am I going to hold the saber in the future? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. A bladesman has to use the saber as the main. The so-called using the saber as support was just the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu being too narrow-minded. Xiao Qian's heart did not waver. Persevering on his own Tao, Xiao Qian tried again and again. He even forgot the purpose of this trip. He immersed himself in comprehending the Tao. Just as he was about to lose all hope, he tried again. Everything within 1,000 meters was plunged into darkness. A strong saber intent surged out from Xiao Qian's body in his sea of consciousness and quickly gathered at the heart of an emperor. Kassier. Kassier. It was like a sharp divine weapon was being forged in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. It gave off melodious metallic clangs as it slowly took shape. It was like he was reborn. He felt like he was reacquainted with the world, understanding what the saber was. When the metallic clangs stopped, a small golden dot appeared in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. It looked solid and gave off an immortal light. It was like the sun illuminating the entire sea of consciousness, filled with explosive energy. The small golden dot contained a strong and horrifying energy. With a thought, the golden dot of light suddenly exploded. Light burst forth. In this dark world, Xiao Qian's eyes suddenly burst forth with a sharp light, lighting up the dark space. Following that, beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Qian's entire body. The golden light contained an unparalleled saber intent. Xiao Qian looked like a treasured saber that had just been baptized. Feeling the energy in his body, Xiao Qian hacked down with his saber, landing in the center of the water plants. Pusi. With this saber strike, the hard ice finally split in half and sank continuously. When the light faded, Xiao Qian was covered in sweat. He felt incredibly delighted, immersed in excitement. I succeeded. I succeeded. The small golden dot in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness was no longer there. However, the entire sea of consciousness was bathed in a layer of golden light. Xiao Qian felt that the small golden would soon rise up from his sea of consciousness like the sun. However, this was not the time to think about this. There were more important things to do. Xiao Qian stomped his foot ferociously, and the ice cracked with a crisp sound. Xiao Qian's eyes shone like torches as he looked carefully. 1 kilometer away, a clump of dense, flowing flames wrapped around a snow-white seed. That's it, the Adumbrous seed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qian expected. Everything in the entire frostwater lake originated from that mysterious flame and ice seed. Be it the hard ice, the strange ice fish, the clumps of water plants, or the frostwater dew, everything originated from here. Joy appeared in Xiao Qian's eyes. After suffering comes happiness. I gain a lot on this trip. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand, preparing to pull up the entire flame seed. That way, everything would end satisfactorily. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire ice surface suddenly shook intensely. Following that, the ice quickly crumbled, breaking into countless pieces that floated in the water. Xiao Qian's small iron defense magic formation was immediately destroyed, and he fell over. Bang! Xiao Qian landed on the ground. This time, it was real mud and not the cold ice. Xiao Qian, who had flipped himself up, was confused by this strange turn of events. He quickly retreated, trying to figure out his current situation. When Xiao Qian looked forward, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. How can this be? A 1-kilometer-tall Buddha statue appeared before Xiao Qian. The Buddha statue wore a golden kasaya, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from its right thumb. Its left hand held a clump of flame. This was the mysterious ice flame seed that Xiao Qian saw earlier. The flame seed wrapped around the snow-white Adumbrous seed. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave Xiao Qian was not like it was carved. Instead, it gave him a sense of déjà vu. Right, that's right. Xiao Qian recalled that he had indeed seen it before. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave him was very similar to the huge, immortal statues in the Kunlun realm's heavenly starry ocean. The immortal statues were controlled by the treasure master and turned into a market on the sea. However, compared to the immortal statues, this Buddha statue was much smaller, only 1 kilometer tall. Chapter 1298. A scene of the immortal epic appeared in Xiao Qian's mind. This Buddha overestimated himself and barged into the Sky Dome immortal residence. wanting to be unbridled. In the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord casually sent down a magic skill and sealed this Buddha in ice for 10 kilometers around, sealing it until now. Perhaps Xiao Chun had been wrong at the start. The hard ice did not come from that mysterious flame seed, but from one of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's magic skills. Fate came and went. This was probably the truth. After the end of an epoch, millions of years later, the might of the magic skill weakened significantly. Furthermore, the Adumbra seed sprouted, weakening the might of the magic skill once more. Hence, Xiao Chun destroyed the entire magic skill. Looks like after you died, there was still a formless force field preventing the lake water from falling. You must have been someone of the Buddhist sect back then. Sorry for offending you. This junior will be borrowing the flame seed and the Adumbra seed. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the flame seed into the immortal spirit ring. Boom! The instant the flame seed left the Buddha image's palm, the 1 kilometer tall Buddha image in front suddenly crumbled into pieces. The Buddha's prayer beads on its hand, the kasaya draped over its body, and the magic shoes on its feet all shattered. A pearl flickered with light amid the pile of fragments, hovering in the air. A Buddhist saraira. Xiao Chun was mildly startled. A saraira was a holy item that only an esteemed monk would leave behind. There was a glowing human figure behind the pearl. It was a miniature Buddha image. However, it was more lively, not as stiff as before. Its eyes even shone with an intelligent light. Rings of Buddhist light appeared behind the light figure, looking solemn and dignified, transcendent and holy. Many thanks, benefactor, for freeing me from the sea of bitterness, the light figure said. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. Xiao Chun took a step back, and his expression immediately turned cautious as he spread out his saber domain. The light figure of the Buddha image smiled faintly and said in an amiable tone, "Benefactor, there is no need to be nervous. I am just a remnant soul and will be reincarnating soon. The Buddhists pay particular attention to fate. I have been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Being rescued by you is fate. It's a pity that you're not a member of my Buddhist sect. Otherwise, you would be able to learn all of the magical techniques in my saraira." Xiao Chun could tell that this Buddha before him was different from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and Zhuangjinghe that he had seen before. This Buddha was not an evil Buddha. He immediately dropped his guard and said calmly, "Senior is too polite. I only did this unintentionally. It is already enough for me to obtain the fire seed and the Adumbra seed. But now that the immortal Tao no longer exists, reincarnation is no longer possible." The Buddha statue shook its head. Epochs come and go. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, reincarnation exists. You can't feel it, but I can. Although I can't let you inherit my mantle, I can teach you a divine ability. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the saraira and hit Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a lot of complicated information appeared in his mind. It was a mystical ability called Dharma World. This is Dharma World. There are similar divine powers in the Taoist sections. Teaching it to you won't be breaking the rules of the Buddhist sections. The Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I can see some Buddhist karma in you. Perhaps we can meet again in the future. Xiao Chun comprehended the mystical ability of Dharma World. It was a genuine major magic ability. Joy immediately filled his heart as he quickly thanked the Buddha statue. "Senior, please leave behind your Dharma name." The Buddha statue smiled amiably and said, "A Dharma name is a name given to those who convert to my Buddhist sections. I have not used my Dharma name in a long time, so I don't remember it anymore. You can call me Mahesvara Buddha." Mahesvara Buddha? Xiao Chun was startled. This was a true Buddha, an existence even stronger than Bodhisattvas. This was equivalent to an immortal lord among immortal cultivators, possessing an extremely high status. It looked like Xiao Chen's earlier guess was wrong. "I do not have much time. I will give you 2 things. Since you obtained the heavenly snow divine flames fire seed, remember to nourish it properly. Its rank has already fallen too much. As for that Adumbra seed, whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your fate. Don't force it, and enter the demonic Tao. The figure of light pressed his palms together and said, Amit Ba, before turning into countless motes of light and disappearing. Whoosh! The instant the Buddha image vanished, the lake water that filled the sky poured down. Xiaoqian reacted quickly. He grabbed the Saraira and soared into the air. Without the ice, there was still the Adumbra flower, as well as this mysterious Mahesvara Buddha. This place was no longer a forbidden land. Xiaoqian's movement technique was no longer restricted. With a thought, he landed on the shore. As Xiaoqian looked at the ice shards floating on the water, he revealed an expression of deep joy. On this trip to the Forbidden Land, there were many twists and turns, nearly losing his life a few times. However, the final harvest was startling. Not only did he obtain the mysterious Heavenly Snow Divine Flames Fire Seed and the Adumbra Seed, but he also obtained a magic ability. As for the Saraira in his hand, it was originally the most valuable. It contained the Mahesvara Buddha's various magic abilities and the essence of his lifetime of comprehension. However, Xiaoqian was not a Buddhist sect member, so he could only keep it as a decoration. Otherwise, he would have made a huge profit. Delightful. This trip was not in vain, Xiaoqian said happily as he smiled, feeling refreshed. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, said, Xiaoqian, do you know how to refine the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame? Xiaoqian smiled without thinking much of it. I don't know. However, you will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. Imo-chun definitely knows how to refine such a divine item. Let's not care about that for now. There are still 2 treasures in this lake. Let's collect them all. What are they? Of course, one is the dew from the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The other is the absolutely delicious ice fish. You're still not willing to let go of the ice fish. Xiaoqian laughed loudly and said, that is natural. One should not have any regrets in life. One has to try everything. If I don't eat such delicacies, the heavens will not tolerate it. I'm ignoring you. I'll go collect the dew. You go catch the fish yourself. It's fine. Just don't leave any saliva behind when the time comes. Taking advantage of the limelight, Xiaoqian gently pushed off the water and landed on a piece of floating ice. He saw many ice fish swimming on the surface of the water. Right now, the bottom of the lake was in chaos. Shock waves surged, and the environment changed drastically. These ice fish needed to come up. A relaxed smile appeared on Xiaoqian's face as he said softly, come out. Bang! Xiaoqian threw a palm strike, and the surface of the water immediately exploded, blasting thousands of ice fish out. The ice fish opened their mouths and spat out streams of ice fire that looked like saliva. Then, they flew toward Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. This land was different from the lake bottom. His movement technique was much more nimble. Xiaoqian's feet instantly moved on the ice, dodging the attacks one after another. Xiaoqian's hands moved as fast as lightning, grabbing at the ice fish. Illusory images of his hands layered over each other. His speed was dazzling. Plop, plop. Thousands of ice fish fell into the water. Xiaoqian's hands were empty. He did not manage to catch a single one. Xiaoqian appeared dispirited. He did not believe this. I don't believe it. I can already deal with Emperor Wu. I don't believe that I cannot deal with these insignificant ice fish. While Xiaoqian was happily and depressingly catching ice fish in this remote immortal realm, Forbidden Land, the reinforcements sent by Bushin Palace arrived. Logically speaking, Bushin Palace should not have reacted so slowly. However, when Old Yun saw the reinforcements, he immediately understood. The people who came were actually the direct subordinates of the 3 holy masters. They were all cultivators with martial spirits like the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Each of the 3 clans sent 300 people. All of them were peak martial sages, existences just one step shy of becoming the blue-robed emperor. As for the 3 people leading them, they were the peak half-step Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. They were equipped with peak grade king grade secret treasures and could fight with Emperor Wu without being at a disadvantage. With the 3 working together, it would be easy to kill the first Heaven Layer Emperor Wu. These were the elites of the 3 holy masters. This showed how much importance the three holy masters in charge of the Bushan Palace placed on this matter. Yun Fei greets the three lords. Sorry for not going out to meet you, old Yun, the person in charge of the Sky Dome Palace, said in fear and trepidation. The three showed arrogant expressions, their faces dark and somewhat sullen. The white-haired old man in the middle was a direct subordinate of the White Tiger Holy Lord. His name was Qin Hu. He said coldly, Yun Fei, do you know your crimes? Yun Fei replied in horror, this old man does not know. What crimes have I committed? How presumptuous! You were careless and neglected your duties, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses, at least 1,000 martial sages dying. Is this not a serious crime? This accusation startled old Yun. This accusation was too harsh. He knelt and said, This is simply because the opponent is too strong. It is not because we were careless. You are making excuses. On account of your loyalty to the Bushan Palace for so many years, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Old Yun rejoiced in his heart. Could it be that I can escape this calamity? Three lords, please speak clearly. Bai Yu, the direct subordinate of the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord, said, I heard that the Blue Dragon King barged into the Sky Dome Palace without a warrant, giving the demonic world's demonic spirits an opportunity to take advantage of, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses. Is this true? Old Yun's heart sank. This meant that he was trying to frame the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, on the floating ice. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not know that there was a conspiracy against him. He had already been completely engrossed in catching the ice fish. At first, he thought that these ice fish could escape his grasp only because of coincidence and the limitations of his movement technique at the bottom of the lake. However, he now understood that he was gravely mistaken. These insignificant ice fish were much more incredible than he had imagined. No matter how fast Xiao Chun moved, the ice fish would sense him the instant he got close to the fish. Then it would gently flick its tail and dodge him. These actions looked simple and nimble, but they were actually very profound. The technique involved was even more exquisite than Xiao Chen's Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. The more Xiao Chun studied them, the more shocked he became. These fish were probably not ordinary fish. Of course, the ice fish's true name was not ice fish. Xiao Chun had casually named it after the ice. Xiao Chun had never seen such a crystal-clear fish with a docile character and a strong spiritual energy before. There were many profound beasts in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. All of them had immortal beast bloodlines in their bodies. This fish before him was no exception. Furthermore, the immortal beast bloodline was much denser than that of regular profound beasts. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an immortal fish. If I can comprehend this immortal fish's movement technique and make it my own, I can infuse it into my Thunder Dragon steps. The essence of the Thunder Dragon steps was explosive power, moving like lightning. As for this immortal fish's movement technique, it was good at dodging in an instant. The fusion of the two could be said to be flawless. Chapter 1299. Xiao Chun immediately took action when he thought of it. He started to carefully study the tricks of the immortal fish's dodging. While on the floating ice, Xiao Chun did not forget to cultivate the Taiji Dao. He used law energy to form a Taiji force field to help him comprehend the movement techniques of the immortal fish. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was high in the first place. He could deduce many things from one instance without any difficulty, so he quickly progressed. The floating ice had melted long ago. A circular Taiji circle appeared on the surface of the lake. The immortal fish swam happily under the pull of the Taiji force field. Occasionally, the lake water exploded, and many ice fish soared into the air. In the force field, Xiao Chen's movements appeared slow, but were actually fast. As he attacked, he was like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with a startling aura. However, when Xiao Chen calmed down, space froze. His movements slowed as if time had stopped. Xiao Chen's every movement was broken down into countless small movements, forming many afterimages. As he comprehended the Tao, Xiao Chen's understanding of the Taiji Dao deepened continuously. This was especially so for fast and slow. Xiao Qian gained a new understanding. His eyes lit up as if he had gained a new lease on life. In the past few days, there had been an increasing number of immortal fish on the surface of the lake. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Qian's peaceful aura, but the Yu fishes liked to gather around Xiao Qian and tease Xiao Qian mischievously. The Yu fishes did not know that their good days were coming to an end. Over the past half-month or so, Xiao Qian had already comprehended their movement techniques. All that was left was to infuse them into his Thunder Dragon steps. Then, he would form a brand new movement technique, the Fish Dragon Art. It's almost done. Fish and dragons have many transformations. Whether one is a fish or a dragon depends on a single thought. Fast, blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with one flight. Inside the Taiji force field, Xiao Qian first stepped on the lake surface, causing thousands of fish to soar into the air. Then he attacked at lightning speed, like a dragon soaring into the sky, startling the clouds in the sky. The immortal fish did not sense any threat. They behaved as before. The moment danger approached, they gently swung their tails and dodged this lightning-fast attack. Slow. Spirit fish swings tail, concealing great skill. Their lightning-fast movements came to an abrupt stop, and the commotion in the surroundings came to an abrupt stop. Xiao Qian's body swayed gently, and his palm moved along with it, firmly grabbing the immortal fish that was swaying its tail. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. He should have been overjoyed after his success, but instead, he was calm. Let's see where you can run to now. The feast has begun. As Xiao Qian alternated between fast and slow, he executed the Fish Dragon Art in an unpredictable manner. Every time he made a move, he never missed. Soon, many immortal fish appeared in the pool in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Return. Xiao Qian stopped and dispersed the Taiji force field. As he stood on the surface of the lake, he seemed to have completely fused with the lake water. Not only did the immortal fish not leave, but they even swam towards Xiao Qian in groups. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, they jumped out of the water and moved their bodies. Xiao Qian smiled knowingly. They truly live up to being immortal fish. They know that the restrictions in this lake are gone, and there is no food left. Their flock will inevitably die. However, in the end, it was Xiao Qian's harmony with nature, his tranquil and peaceful Taoist demeanor, that made them choose to believe in Xiao Qian. Furthermore, they liked this scent. This was an instinctive choice made by the immortal beast bloodline in their bodies. Above the lake, Xiao Qian did not stop moving. He continuously executed the Fish Dragon Art, collecting all the immortal fish into the Immortal Spirit Ring. Plop, plop. Immortal fish continuously leaped out of the water. Immediately, tens of thousands of fish soared into the air, materializing a magnificent scene on the surface of the lake. When Ao Jiao, who had been forced out of the lake, saw this scene, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. What's going on? After a long time, Xiao Qian finally collected all the immortal fish in the lake. In this practical combat, his Fish Dragon Art and Taiji Dao merged even more perfectly. Whoosh! His left hand was like a fish, and his right hand turned into a dragon. Two completely different auras appeared perfectly on Xiao Qian's body. A Taiji diagram covering the entire lake took shape. Two Taiji fishes, one black and one white, swam slowly on the surface of the lake like they were narrating the great Tao of the world. It was peaceful and peaceful. It was like one could hear the breathing of the entire world. A gentle breeze brushed aside Xiao Qian's fine black hair on his forehead, revealing his handsome face. Xiao Qian smiled faintly at Ao Jiao. Then, he lowered his hands, and the Taiji diagram disappeared. For some reason, Ao Jiao blushed, feeling her heart pounding heavily. However, after a while, she was startled once again. Boom! The originally peaceful scene on the lake vanished. Boundless waves surged into the sky, forming many majestic pillars of water. Then, they turned into a torrential downpour accompanied by strong winds. When the wind was strong, it could uproot mountains. When the rain was heavy, It could drown mountains and rivers. However, there were towering waves even stronger than the wind and rain. They rumbled like thunder, roaring endlessly, making the sky darken. The heavenly river shattered, and the wind blew, signaling the arrival of the storm. Between stillness and movement, Xiao Qian's Taiji Dao improved by another level. Xiao Qian rejoiced in his heart. As he walked in this torrential rain, he laughed wantonly, appearing wild and unruly. As the rain fell, Xiao Qian's clothes did not get wet. As the strong winds blew, they passed through his body. At the lakeshore, Ao Jiao watched this scene in a daze, deeply shocked by it. She was looking at this magnificent scenery, a rare sight that appeared only once in 10,000 years. However, she did not know that she was also in this scenery. The beauty of the lakeshore was equally beautiful. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely beg the heavens to borrow a divine brush to draw this painting of beauty in wind and rain. The wind was beautiful, the rain was beautiful, but the person watching the storm was even more beautiful. After a long time, the rain stopped. Xiao Qian set up a simple stove by the lakeshore, preparing to cook the fish. Xiao Qian was in a good mood. Let me tell you, the fish in the lake are extraordinary. They are even ancient immortal fish. If not for this fish, my Taiji Dao and movement technique would not have improved so quickly. Hence, in life, one has to try everything. If not for my obsession with eating fish, how could I have gained so much today? Am I right? Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "It was just a stroke of luck. You praised that fish so much, but you still wanted to eat it." Xiao Qian smiled softly and said, "You don't understand. Living in this world, eating fish and meat is a barrier in the world cycle. If humans do not eat fish and meat, the heavenly Tao will collapse. I am not one of those hypocritical people. Why the need to put on an act? Of course, I will eat it if I want to. Stop spouting such fallacious reasoning. In any case, you are wrong to eat fish." Ao Jiao could not outtalk Xiao Qian. She pouted, looking extremely cute, showing off her tsundere nature. Xiao Qian smiled mysteriously. "If I told you that these fish would jump out on their own for me to eat, would you believe me?" Ao Jiao's eyes widened as she said sullenly, "That's impossible." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "In that case, watch carefully. Fish, oh fish. I, Xiao Qian, am hungry. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite?" When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Qian putting on an act, she smiled and said, "Keep boasting. How can there be a fish that will jump out on its own for you to eat? I don't believe it." Plop! Right after Xiao Qian spoke, an immortal fish leaped out of the immortal spirit ring and landed in the pot. Plop! Plop! 4 more fish jumped into the pot. This miraculous scene stunned Ao Jiao. "They really jumped out. How'd you do it? I want to try as well. This lady is much kinder than a baddie like you. I can definitely do it." Xiao Qian smiled without saying anything. He gestured for Xiao Qian to do as he pleased. Ao Jiao leaned over and said in a soft and gentle voice, "Fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite?" "Why is there no reaction?" Ao Jiao said, feeling it was strange as she looked at Xiao Qian. "Pooh!" Xiao Qian spat out some saliva from the immortal spirit ring and landed on Ao Jiao's face. Then there was another. After that, saliva poured out of the ring like rain. Xiao Qian got the fish, but Ao Jiao got the endless saliva. The results were very different. Such a scene made Xiao Qian laugh endlessly. Then he held his stomach and fell to the ground. "Damn you, Xiao Qian. I'm going to kill you." Ao Jiao wiped off the saliva on her face and launched herself at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian nimbly dodged, laughing endlessly. He imitated Ao Jiao's tone and said, "Fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat?" Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. "Damn you, Xiao Qian. I'm going to fight it out with you." Z. Occasionally, the pile of extinguished firewood gave off sizzling sounds. Strands of azure smoke wafted out, rising into the sky. I'll eat. Amidst the thick fragrance, Ao Jiao seemed to have a grudge against the fish. She quickly finished off another delicious immortal fish. One more. I hate this fish. Ao Jiao wiped her mouth and said fiercely to Xiao Chun. She wished she could eat Xiao Chun as well. After the earlier commotion, Ao Jiao could not do anything to Xiao Chun. After she got tired of chasing him, she could only watch as Xiao Chun cooked the fish. When the fish was cooked, she exploded again and ate 3 fish in a row. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and handed one over. You said you wouldn't eat it. Now, out of the 5 fish, you've eaten 4. I've only eaten 1. Ao Jiao glared at Xiao Chun. You're still talking? You're already despicable enough. These fish are even more despicable than you. They're so kind and always protect them. However, they spat at me. If I don't eat them, I won't be able to vent my anger. Is it delicious? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Ao Jiao, who was chewing on the fish, said with a lisp, It's delicious. I really want to eat another one. Then, she felt that something was wrong and reacted. She quickly said, Tui, 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 Tui. It would be strange if it was delicious. This despicable fish is not delicious. Oomph. Xiao Chun smiled and said, You little glutton, you're so proud. It's clearly delicious and you like it, but you don't want to admit it. Ao Jiao blushed slightly and continued to eat the fish, ignoring Xiao Chun. Seeing Ao Jiao eat the fish, Xiao Chun smiled gently. He took out a spoon and tasted the delicious fish soup. Suddenly, he felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. There were thousands of soups in the world, but the best was still fresh fish soup. Of all the fresh fish soup, the one he was tasting was naturally the most delicious. Ancient fresh fish was indeed the best. Xiao Chun's guess was right. In the future, he would finally be able to taste it. No, Xiao Chun, you have to tell me. Why is it that when you speak, fish jump out, and when I speak, they all spit at me? Ao Jiao finished eating and jumped to Xiao Chun's side. She stared at him with her big eyes, looking like she would not give up until she got an answer. Xiao Chun put down the spoon and took out a handkerchief to wipe the water at the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, Do you really want to know? Chapter 1300. Quick, tell me. Tell me why? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chun agree, her face lit up in joy. She shook Xiao Chun continuously. Xiao Chun's smile did not diminish. When Ao Jiao slowed down, he said unhurriedly, There are many things that seem miraculous. However, after you get the answer, you will discover that the reason is actually very simple. In order to maintain the anticipation in your heart, I have decided to never tell you this secret. You're seeking death. Ao Jiao was originally very happy. However, when she heard this, her face immediately turned dark. She pushed Xiao Chun down and pounded him with her small hands. Feeling helpless, Xiao Chun smiled and said, All right, get up first. I'll tell you. These immortal fish are intelligent. The 5 fish that jumped out are actually the older ones in the clan. Even if I do not eat them, they will die. They might as well jump out and let me eat them. That way, I will not eat the younger ones. Ao Jiao suddenly understood. So, that is what Xiao Chun said. The logic is very simple. Then, why do they spit at me? Xiao Chun smiled and said, 5 already jumped out. If you still want to eat them, then you are too greedy. It would be strange if they did not spit at you. I fell for your trap. Ao Jiao said in a wrong manner. I am really wronged. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Are you satisfied now? Come, let's return to the Sky Dome Palace. We're going back just like that? Aren't there still forbidden lands that we have not explored yet? There's no need. Fortuitous encounters cannot come one after another. Furthermore, I already gained a lot. I have to be content. Even if there really are fortuitous encounters, I should leave them for later generations. Aside from what Xiao Chun said, there was also the uncertain danger. This was also the reason why Xiao Chun gave up. One had to be content with what they had. One should not be greedy and fearless just because one had great luck. If Xiao Chun really died here, his reputation would be ruined. He would not be able to cry even if he wanted to. The cultivation of the Taiji Dao invisibly made Xiao Chun's mental state and aura more peaceful, allowing him to see further. Sky Dome Palace. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately found that the security had become much tighter. The atmosphere was also quite oppressive and a little strange. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. The deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages was considered a major matter. After the reinforcements from Kunlun arrived, there would definitely be some changes. Without getting past the guards, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and went straight to his courtyard. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen has returned. Quickly inform the three lords. The Sky Azure Dragon Grand Array started to spin, like a fishing net that had been waiting for a long time. When Xiao Chen showed up, they immediately mobilized their forces. In the room, Xiao Chen sensed the strange fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. In his mind, he was pondering the great magical technique, Dharma World. Dharmic World had a total of 9 revolutions. After cultivating the first revolution and executing it, one's body would grow to a height of 3,000 zhong, becoming a giant that looked down on the world. After executing this magic technique, it would not harm the body or affect one's nimbleness. The benefits were clear. Not only could it increase one's deterrence, but it would also increase one's explosive power and destructive power significantly. It was not too difficult to reach the basics, and the requirements were not harsh either. This was an extremely popular magic technique in the Immortal epic. However, the magic energy required was startling. After the third revolution, the requirements would become harsher. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "With my current magic energy, it seems like I can barely cultivate this major magic technique. To ensure my safety, I have to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer." The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had reached its peak long ago. However, Xiao Chen had purposely controlled it, stopping at this layer for many years. This was for the sake of continuously raising his strength. When it came time to undergo the lightning tribulation, he would be able to pass it easily and not need Ao Jiao to make a move. Now, Xiao Chen had a half-step golden body and grasped primordial energy. It was time to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer. Blue Dragon King, the 3 lords of the Bushin Palace wish to meet you. They are waiting in the Great Hall. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and discovered a servant that he had met a few times before. He said, "Lead the way. Where's Old Yun? Why don't I see him?" Old Yun, Old Yun. It was just an ordinary sentence, but it caused this servant to tremble, not knowing how to reply. Something happened. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and said, "Tell me the truth. How is Old Yun? Otherwise, I will take your life." The map that Old Yun provided played a huge role in Xiao Chen obtaining this great fortuitous encounter. If Old Yun suffered any injuries, Xiao Chen would not be able to rest easy. "Blue Dragon King, please spare me. You will know everything after you see those 3 lords. I am just an insignificant person and do not know anything. I hope that the Blue Dragon King will not make things difficult for me." Under Xiao Chen's strong might and pressure, the servant leading the way knelt down with a plop and spoke in horror. It looked like the situation was somewhat serious. Xiao Chen's face sank. He extended his spiritual sense and immediately saw the 3 leaders of the Bushin Palace's reinforcements sipping tea. "Wuxua, lead the way. I'll go and ask them personally. What exactly happened?" Whoosh! A strong wind blew, preventing that servant from opening his eyes. When that servant looked up, he could not see Xiao Chen at all. The servant's eyes showed both anticipation and worry. This Blue Dragon King is a person of will. Perhaps Old Yin can be saved. However, those 3 lords clearly came prepared. "No, I still have to go over." A strong wind blew in the Great Hall, giving off a startling aura. However, the moment Xiao Chen appeared and landed, all the strong wind gathered on his body and stopped. This felt like an illusion. What a fast movement technique. He can control it as he pleases. His control is even more startling. The 3 people sipping tea were startled as they thought to themselves. Xiao Chen glanced at the 3 and immediately sensed the auras of strong, holy beast martial spirits from the 3 old men. "Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Xiao Chun immediately knew that these were the direct descendants of the three holy masters. I do not have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, how is old Yin now? Xiao Chun stepped forward and casually waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The teacups in the three old men's hands exploded at the same time, turning into countless shards. There was no room for negotiation. Xiao Chun made his move in a tyrannical manner, not holding back at all. Such a tyrannical and direct method caught the three old men off guard. Even though they were very experienced and confident, they were still caught off guard. Qin Hu, who was seated in the middle, calmed himself and said indifferently, he neglected his duties and failed to guard properly. He has already been sent to prison and will be released after 100 years of confinement. Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen as he said angrily, how absurd! I'm not as clear as you on whether old Yin neglected his duties or not. For the sake of the Sky Dome Palace, he nearly lost his life. In the end, he did not die at the hands of the demons. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people. Humph! If we say that he neglected his duties, so be it. It is not your place to interfere. You should take care of yourself first before worrying about others. By you, the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's direct descendant, said with an indifferent expression, snorting coldly. Blue Dragon King, old Yin did not neglect his duties. They were the ones who wanted old Yin to frame you. Old Yin refused, so they tortured him until he was half dead and locked him up. Just at this moment, the servant who led Xiao Chun here rushed in and quickly explained the situation. How audacious! The enraged Xiao Chun no longer said anything. He straightened his body and charged forward, sending a palm strike at Qin Hu at lightning speed. Xiao Chun attacked on a whim. Furthermore, his lightning-fast speed startled Qin Hu. Before he could react, Xiao Chun's palm strike struck his chest. Bang! The lightning-fast Xiao Chun was knocked back instead. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking 10 steps. Whoosh! Qin Hu's clothes tore apart, turning into shreds and flying everywhere. Then, he revealed a set of white tiger battle armor covering his entire body. There was a breastplate, shoulder pads, arm guards, gloves, boots, leg guards, helmet, and a complete set of secret treasures covering his entire body. Roar! The battle armor flickered with light, and a white tiger image appeared behind Qin Hu, roaring ferociously at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was very knowledgeable, and his eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that the entire set of secret treasures were all peak-quality king grade. Just one piece was worth a city. The entire set was even more expensive. Compared to a regular Emperor-grade secret treasure, this set was much better. Furthermore, because it was not Emperor-grade, it was easier for the half-step Emperor Wu to bring out its full might. This set of battle armor was extremely difficult to forge. Furthermore, it required a peak Grandmaster level refiner. The Holy Land probably did not have many of them, so Xiao Chun was really willing to pay. Ka! The clothes of the other two old men on the left and right shattered, revealing a set of king-grade battle armor as well. The images of the Vermilion Bird and the Black Tortoise appeared, roaring at the same time as the White Tiger image. Holy might connected. Their auras were startling, forcing Xiao Chun back a step. Seeing Xiao Chun take another step back, Qin Hu felt very confident, no longer feeling fear. He said in a very arrogant manner, Blue Dragon King, why don't you think about it? If we did not come prepared, how could we have fallen out with you? This peak-quality king-grade white tiger battle armor can block 80% of the attacks of a third Heaven Emperor Wu. Baiyu smiled coldly and said, that old Yin did not know how to adapt to circumstances. He deserves such an outcome. However, it will be your turn soon. The white-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor said coldly, Xiao Chun, you barged into the Sky Dome Palace's forbidden land, causing the deaths of 1,000 martial sages in the Bushin Palace. Now, we are under the orders of the 3 Vice Palace Masters to revoke your title of Blue Dragon King. Come with us to the Bushin Palace to receive your trial. Qin Hu stepped forward with a surging aura and said, if you surrender now, I will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You have no idea how strong the accumulations of Holy Land are. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you will not be able to kill me." Xiao Chun flung his hand. However, when he heard this, he started laughing. The other party's battle armor did indeed startle Xiao Chun somewhat. However, where did the other party get his confidence to be so arrogant? Is that so? Your tortoise shell is indeed very hard. However, no matter how hard it is just a tortoise. In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Chun had not used his full power at all. He had not even used his primordial energy. That was why he had suffered a slight disadvantage. From the start to the end, Xiao Chun had never feared the other party. It was impossible for Xiao Chun to surrender now. "Capture him," Qin Hu ordered coldly. Chapter 1301. The two old men on the left and right immediately moved upon hearing the voice, charging at Xiao Chun. With the protection of the battle armor, the two did not fear him. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. "Let me see how hard your tortoise shell is." Without even looking at the two, Xiao Chun stepped forward. He did not draw his saber, holding it in his right hand. Xiao Chun casually thrust forward, easily breaking the other party's attack and knocking him back. Like a magic trick, the lunar shadow saber leaped out and appeared in his left hand, sweeping out wildly. Boom! The black-haired old man, wearing the black tortoise battle armor, fell to the ground. The two old men used only half of their primordial energy. Compared to Xiao Chun, the difference in strength was like that of clouds and mud. Not giving Xiao Chun any time to rest, Qin Hu charged over with a startling aura. Loud sounds rang out, and space trembled. Xiao Chun's empty right hand clashed with Qin Hu's moves. Not only did Xiao Chun not retreat, but he even forced Qin Hu to retreat continuously, panting. After breaking 10 moves, Xiao Chun already held the upper hand. He sent Qin Hu flying with a palm strike. The seemingly complicated and dazzling movements were completed in a breath's time. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chun easily knocked back the 3. Of course, the 3 had the protection of the battle armor and could not sustain any injuries. However, the pain from the heavy blows was unavoidable. "You can't kill me? Let's see if you can kill me or not." As Xiao Chun spoke, he soared into the air and stomped heavily on Qin Hu, who was halfway to his feet, ruthlessly crushing him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded. Bai Yu and the white-haired old man, who were knocked back earlier, charged over, wanting to save Qin Hu. However, Xiao Chun did not even bother to look. He still did not draw the lunar shadow saber. He simply swung it out, using a strong saber intent and primordial energy to knock the white-haired old man back. The sharpness of the saber and the force were simply frightening. The lunar shadow saber was like magic. It flew into Xiao Chun's other hand. Holding the hilt, he chopped down heavily. Bai Yu, who was about to injure Xiao Chun, was startled. He reacted quickly and moved very quickly. He clapped his hands together and clamped down on the lunar shadow saber scabbard. The cracks on the ground spread out like a spiderweb. Bai Yu, who caught the saber, did not have time to think before the force of the saber forced him to kneel on one knee. Xiao Chun's face turned red. Even though he knelt down, it was still very strenuous. He felt like he would not be able to catch Xiao Chun's lunar shadow saber soon. Suddenly, he felt the force on the scabbard disappear. Thinking that Xiao Chun had run out of strength, Zhang Xian was overjoyed. He quickly released his grip and retreated. However, the instant he loosened his grip, an even stronger force surged into the scabbard. He could retract the force at will. When the scabbard pulled back, Bai Yu, who wanted to leave, cried out in pain and tumbled on the ground. On the other side, the white-haired old man attacked again. However, when he saw the lunar shadow saber spinning around and pressing forward, he paled in fright and quickly retreated. Xiao Chun, who had not even moved, used a few moves to beat the two old men into a sorry state. They were in great pain, but they could not rush over. As Xiao Chun dealt with the two old men with his hands, he did not relax either. He continuously stomped on Qin Hu's body. Every step he took caused a loud rumbling sound to ring out. Even if there was a restriction on the ground, it had already shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Hu's lips. He was in so much pain that his complexion turned purple. However, when Xiao Chun stomped on him, it was not only a humiliation to his face, but also an unbearable pain to his body. When the servant, who had already hidden far away, saw this scene, his mind turned chaotic. Originally, he was worried for Xiao Chun. Now, he felt some pity for these three old men. They were too pitiful. If not for this set of battle armor, they might be able to ask for a quick death. Xiao Chun, let me up. Qin Hu, who could not get up at all, pleaded to Xiao Chun in pain. He was already in a sorry state, unable to get up. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he retorted coldly. Didn't you say that you would not die even if you stood there and let me hit you? Why are you begging for mercy now? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant, to dare to frame me? Who gave you the authority to torture old Yun and imprison him? Now you are begging for mercy? Dream on. The pain drove Qin Hu crazy with despair. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. He shouted hoarsely, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need to hold back. Activate the Sky Dome Dragon Formation and kill him." The Sky Dome Dragon Formation could kill Emperor Wu, a great killing tool of the Sky Dome Palace. Back then, the Sky Dome Palace was careless when facing Yao Manlan and Feng Zi because of this formation. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the formation was, it still needed a person to operate it. Under Yao Manlan's charm arts, the Sky Dome Dragon Formation could not be activated before it died. As the saying went, this formation succeeded and failed because of it. Now that Qin Hu faced the strong Xiao Chun, he could no longer care about anything else. He prepared to use the Sky Dome Dragon Formation to kill Xiao Chun. The expressions of Bai Yu and the old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor sank. They obeyed the orders and flew out of the hall at the same time. Although Qin Hu was in pain and in a sorry state, his life was not in danger, so the two were not worried. Xiao Chun, you are dead for sure. You are dead for sure. No matter how you humiliate me now, once the Sky Dome Dragon Formation is activated, you will not survive, Qin Hu said hatefully as he looked at Xiao Chun through clenched teeth. Whether I die or not is not up to you. Xiao Chun prepared to leave this place. Once any formation was activated, being trapped inside would be problematic. The formation could not be activated forever. As long as these three old men remained in the Sky Dome Palace, Xiao Chun had plenty of ways to deal with them and force them to release old Yin. As long as old Yin was safe, Xiao Chun did not care. He could not be bothered with the people of the three holy masters' holy lands. Xiao Chun stomped down heavily, but he did not draw his sword. Instead, he kicked Qin Hu's chest, nearly knocking him unconscious from the pain. Xiao Chun casually kicked this person away. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared outside the hall. Suddenly, he discovered that something was wrong. Heavy clouds churned in the sky. The sky looked like it was going to collapse. Xiao Chun felt like he could touch the clouds if he stretched out his hand. Killing chi spread everywhere, giving off a sense of pressure like a storm was coming. The formation is activated already? Xiao Chun muttered as he landed on the roof of the hall. It looks like they planned to plot against me from the moment I entered the Sky Dome Palace. This is somewhat problematic. If I want to go out, I will need some time. That's fine. Let's see if there's anything about this Sky Dome Dragon formation. In the future, when I face similar formations, I will not have to feel uncertain. I have finally seen it for myself. Soon, Xiao Chun recovered his mental state, calming his body and mind. Kill. The word kill resounded in the sky. It was ear-splitting and struck at the mind, making one's soul tremble. A dragon roar resounded, and suddenly, a dragon head peeked out from the dark clouds in the sky. It glared and opened its jaws, launching itself at Xiao Chun. With a gentle flash, Xiao Chun dodged this attack. The dragon head retracted, and an unfathomable dragon claw swiped at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun turned around and gently pushed his scabbard forward, blocking the dragon claw. There was a loud sound, and Xiao Chun felt his arm go numb. He thought to himself, this force is very strong. It is no weaker than the third heaven emperor Wu's. The ferocious dragon in the sky was hidden in the thick clouds. The dragon's head and tail could not be seen. The attacks that it sent out were unfathomable. Furthermore, the dragon moved very quickly, entangling Xiao Chun in an instant. It looked like Xiao Chun was in danger. Old brother Qin, you can let you make a move now, right? The white-haired old man from the Holy Lord's faction, who was hidden in the dark, asked when he felt that the time was right. The purple-faced Qin, who had already rushed over long ago. He nodded and said, "He is already entangled by the sky-domed dragon soul. It is time to make a move. How stubborn. This time, I will show him the consequences of offending the three holy masters." Whoosh! Whoosh! The formations covering the entire Sky Dome Palace suddenly flickered. Thousands of beams of light soared into the sky. The spiritual energy of the world quickly gathered. Each beam of light hit a person. When the beams of light stopped, they gathered into a huge dragon on the ground. Every part of the huge dragon was connected to the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace. It looked like the entire Sky Dome Palace turned into a huge dragon that came to life. Standing on the dragon's head was the vermilion bird Holy Lord's faction, Baiyu. Baiyu looked coldly at Xiao Chun, who was entangled with the ferocious dragon in the sky. Bushin Palace disciples, heed my orders. Sky Dome Dragon Formation, 2 dragons merge. Immediately, the 2 ferocious dragons in the sky and on the ground opened their jaws at the same time and bit down. They sealed off the surroundings, cutting off Xiao Chen's path, preventing him from dodging. Since he could not dodge, he could only enter the dragon's jaws. Xiao Chen quickly made his choice. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the ferocious dragon's jaws, entering a mysterious pitch-black place. Good. He entered. Qin Hu and the white-haired old man said loudly, rejoicing at the same time. On the dragon's head, Baiyu said coldly with a solemn expression, "Heed my command. Sky Dome Dragon Source, Coiling Dragon Chop." Yes. The 1,003 Holy Masters cultivators stood on various parts of the dragon's body and answered in unison, their auras shaking the sky. Immediately, the Sky Dome dragon on the ground coiled up, assuming the posture of flying into the sky. The entire Sky Dome Palace moved with it. The ground for 500 kilometers around rumbled and trembled endlessly. As for Xiao Chun, he felt the space around him twist continuously in that dark space. He could not walk straight. He could only spin upward, running continuously. However, no matter how he ran, he felt like he was spinning at the same spot. Chop! Baiyu shouted coldly and ferociously stabbed the weapon in his hand into the dragon's mouth. Ka! 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 The 1,000 people stabbed their weapons into the huge dragon's body at the same time. Bang! In the darkness, Xiao Chun, who was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, saw many huge weapons descending from all directions, all pointing at him. Xiao Chun could not dodge at all. Immediately, he was covered in wounds. His 5 senses turned chaotic in this space, and his sense of direction became distorted. There was simply no way to dodge. Baiyu shouted coldly again, and the coiled-up Sky Dome dragon suddenly unfurled its body. The 1,000 swords were drawn at the same time, all of them dripping with blood. Immediately, blood spurted out from various parts of the huge dragon's body, scattering everywhere. It looked exceptionally horrifying. Ha ha ha! I allowed you to be arrogant, not because I feared you. This old man could have dealt with you long ago. Qin Hu showed a sinister expression as he looked at the blood in the sky, going berserk with excitement. Chapter 1302. The white-haired old man at the side found this somewhat strange. This formation was used to deal with the demons. Now it was being used on him. Furthermore, the irony was that it could not deal any damage to the demons. However, it was very tyrannical when dealing with its own people. Whoosh! A hole appeared in the dark space, and beams of light shot in, blinding Xiao Chun into squinting. Hey Xiao Chun, are you alright? Do you think I'm alright? The 1,000 swords are all stuck in my body. What should we do? Let me help you. Ao Jiao said worriedly. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "They did not injure my heart of an emperor. To me, they're just superficial wounds. There's no need to worry. I have indeed underestimated this sky dome dragon formation. I heard that this is just the simplified version. The Great Sky Dome Dragon formation can appear in the sky and on the ground at the same time. Look at the situation, and you're still in the mood to comment on this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Think of a way to break it. It's fine. One more time, and I will roughly know what's going on with this Sky Dome Dragon formation. What? You want to experience the feeling of 1,000 swords piercing your body again? When Bai Yu saw the blood drifting in the air, he revealed an expression of joy. Even if Xiao Chun had the heart of an emperor, injuring him like this 10 or so times would weaken him, forcing him to obediently accept punishment. Again, Bai Yu shouted coldly, filled with pride. The 1,000 people obeyed, and the entire Sky Dome Palace shook intensely again. The Sky Dome Dragon coiled up again. Outside the Sky Dome Palace, 3 pale-faced, demonic world blood demon cultivators walked out from the darkness, startled by the intense, mysterious phenomenon. The person in the middle looked delicate with purple patterns carved on his forehead. He was an outstanding royal talent of the blood demon bloodline. The servant on the right revealed an expression of joy as he said respectfully, "Indeed, even the heavens are helping young Master Shui. We wanted to save that Yao Manlon and waited here for a few days because we feared this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Now, they are in disarray." However, young Master Shui's complexion paled. "Even I am not confident of breaking this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Who is so capable that the Sky Dome Palace has to use this formation to suppress it?" The Sky Dome formation was expected to be problematic. However, it was not scary. What Xiao Chun feared were the unexpected changes. Hu Qi, with another loud roar, the azure dragon unfurled itself, and fresh blood sprayed into the air once more. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cultivators on every part of the dragon shouted in unison. Their roars were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The might of the azure dragon was on full display. Even the previously powerful Xiao Chun could not do anything now. He could only let them torture him again and again. "Good, good, good. Xiao Chun, I'll let you suffer as many times as you kick me." Qin, who felt extremely delighted and couldn't help but shout out loudly. When his voice entered into Xiao Chen's ears, it caused him to laugh coldly without end. After enduring 2 attacks, Xiao Chun had a rough idea of the current environment and came up with the corresponding countermeasures. However, with the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched, the spatial laws of the entire Sky Dome Palace had already changed. Xiao Chen's space had already been compressed to a point. No matter how he moved, he could not leave this point. Furthermore, no matter which direction the 1,000 sword attacked from, they would all strike Xiao Chun at this point. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Chun to run around like before. All he needed to do was guard this point. If it were a regular Emperor Wu, even if he could figure this out so quickly, he would not be able to do anything. This was because they could not dodge the attacks of the 1,000 swords within a small space. They could only be tortured to death. However, Xiao Chun was different. After comprehending the fish dragon art, he was most skilled at dodging within a small space. "Continue attacking. I want to hear him beg for mercy and pain." Qin, who instructed Bai Yu loudly with a ferocious expression. Bai Yu, who was on the Dragon Head Mountain, pointed with his sword, and the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched itself once more. Then he stabbed his sword into it. The other disciples followed his lead and did the same. However, this time, they were destined to be disappointed. 100 transformations of dragon and fish dodge. Xiao Chen's body swayed like an immortal fish swinging its tail within a small space. After images flickered, the seemingly casual swaying allowed Xiao Chun to dodge at the most dangerous moment. In one breath, the sound reverberated 1,000 times. Without exception, all the swords dodged. When the other party was about to pull out their swords, Xiao Chen's body suddenly moved. Flickering light, passing shadows, he moved 1,000 times in one breath. Kassier, Kassier. The instant the Sky Dome Dragon unfurled, The cultivators standing on every part of the dragon all drew out a broken sword. What's going on? Why did my sword break? All of them found this inconceivable, showing incredibly shocked expressions. Even Bai Yu, who was on the dragon head, did not know what was going on. The smile on Qin Hu's face froze. He felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! 1,000 broken sword shards flew out of the hole. Each shard contained a strong saber intent as they shot out from the Sky Dome Dragon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Caught off guard, the 1,000 cultivators each suffered a wound on their bodies as they fell. Blood dyed the sky red. However, this time, it was not Xiao Qin's blood that fell. The Sky Dome Dragon lost the cultivators' control. Xiao Qin clearly felt that the previously tight and flawless space had become much weaker. Clash of the Two Moons. Xiao Qin sent out 2 palm strikes, executing the 1,000-year flame and 1,000-year death at the same time. The blood moon and the bright moon clashed, erupting with a huge destructive force. Rumble! The Sky Dome Dragon, which wanted to soar into the air, crashed to the ground as if it suffered a severe injury. A large hole blasted open on the dragon's body. All sorts of bricks and tiles flew everywhere. Xiao Qin leaped out of the hole. When he got a clear look, he discovered that he had destroyed a building of the Sky Dome Palace. What a profound formation! To think that it can use all the buildings in such an ingenious manner. The sincere praise that came from Xiao Qin's mouth sounded humiliating to the cultivators below. Even such a profound formation could not trap Xiao Qin to death. In that case, they were even worse than trash. Bai Yu was still on the dragon's head. His face sank as he shouted, "All disciples, return to your positions. Sky Dome Dragon Formation, Double Dragon Tail Whip." Yes, the many injured cultivators felt dissatisfied in their hearts. However, Bai Yu's shout rekindled their fighting spirit. Thousands of pillars of light soared into the sky and leaped onto the dragon's body again. The hidden Sky Dome Dragon in the clouds in the sky was the first to charge over. Its dragon tail swept out unpredictably. The force was so great that it shook the surroundings, causing buzzing sounds. Space was like an old building, letting out a mournful cry. Xiao Qin, who had been preparing to leave and not continue fighting, looked at the dragon tails flying over from both sides. With a thought, Xiao Qin made a new plan. While he was in the dragon's stomach, he had already thought about it. This Sky Dome Dragon formation was somewhat strange. He did not know how many tricks it had. There was no need for Xiao Qin to compete with this formation alone. Even if he won, he would be at too much of a disadvantage. As long as Xiao Qin managed to leave, he could think of thousands of ways to force Qin Hu and the others to submit. There was no need for him to fight to the death here and suffer. However, when Xiao Qin saw the 2 dragon tails, he thought of an idea. Use the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. If there were 3 Sky Dome Dragons, Xiao Qin would not dare to do so. However, there were only 2. This gave him great confidence. 2 fiery lights flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. This time, Xiao Qin split his 100 strands of primordial energy in half, making the Taiji force field unprecedentedly strong. "Fight!" Xiao Qin shouted and looked around. Then, he faced the dragon tail, descending from the sky, and slowly raised his right hand. Xiao Qin's movements looked astonishingly slow. However, it was this slow movement that allowed Xiao Qin's right hand to firmly grasp the dragon tail. Then, his body moved like a fish. As he moved, thousands upon thousands of overlapping afterimages appeared. Qin Hu exclaimed in shock, "How can this be? The force of this dragon tail can fling away the 3rd heaven Emperor Wu." Yet, Xiao Qin managed to catch it. Furthermore, he is not injured at all. That's not right. He is deflecting the force. His movements look slow, but they are actually as steady as a mountain. Although the white-haired old man beside Xiao Qin could not figure out what was going on, he noticed something strange. Qin Hu smiled coldly and said, "No matter how he deflects the force, when the 2nd dragon tail sweeps over, he will definitely be injured under the pincer attack of the 2 tails." Whoosh! The afterimages merged. The calm and peaceful Xiao Chun did not make a sound as he grabbed the dragon tail and kicked ferociously. The clouds scattered and the sky shattered. Xiao Chun forcefully pulled down an old dragon from the sky. The dragon tail on the ground crashed into the old dragon that Xiao Chun pulled down. The collision of the two dragons was a horrifying scene that no one could have imagined, and just like that, it happened. The thousands of cultivators on the dragon's body on the ground were instantly blasted away. The two sky dome dragons each suffered heavy losses. Thousands of buildings on the ground collapsed, using the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. Xiao Chun revealed a smile as he looked at the old dragon in the sky, rolling on the ground in pain. Then he said in enlightenment, "I was wondering why it was so powerful. It turns out that it is a genuine, complete dragon soul. The capital required for the Sky Dome Dragon formation is really significant. Get into formation and kill him." Baiyu roared as he flipped over and got to his feet. Then he glared at the fallen Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shook his head and said indifferently, "The formation has lost most of its might. What else can you use to play with me?" Taiji burst. Xiao Chun casually waved his right hand, and the Taiji force field, which had already spread over the entire area, suddenly exploded. The originally peaceful Taiji force field that looked natural and harmonious burst forth with world-shaking destructive power. All the buildings on the ground were uprooted, turning into countless pieces. Dust spread out and smoke surged. The entire Sky Dome Palace was completely destroyed. All sorts of debris flew about in the air, covering the sky and sun. As for the cultivators charging at Xiao Chun, they were blasted into the air by Xiao Chun, scattering among the dust and wreckage that filled the air. Amid the chaotic and majestic scene, Xiao Chun walked toward Qin, who step by step. The explosion that sounded like the end of the world happened behind Xiao Chun like a violent storm. However, the white-robed Xiao Chun remained calm and peaceful, walking over elegantly in a calm and unruffled manner. The lunar shadow saber appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, Xiao Chun grabbed it and caught it. Xiao Chun happened to walk over to Qin Hu's side. Before the stunned Qin Hu could react, Xiao Chun casually kicked him into a kneeling position. Chapter 1303. The lunar shadow saber landed gently, pressing down on Qin Hu's shoulder like a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. "Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you have this peak grade battle armor protecting you. If I cannot kill you with 1,000 kicks, I will kick you 10,000 times. If 10,000 times is not enough, I will kick you 100,000 times. I do not believe that you will not die." Xiao Chun grasped the lunar shadow saber and pressed down heavily, causing Qin Hu to cry out in pain. Xiao Chun glanced around and saw another old man standing beside Qin Hu. He immediately knelt down and said, "Blue Dragon King, we had no choice but to deal with you. Please do not hold grudges against us. Please let us off this time." With the white-haired old man kneeling, the two's overbearing aura of wanting to take down Xiao Chun completely vanished. Qin Hu fell helpless. He begged, "Let us go, and we guarantee that we will not seek trouble for you in the future." Xiao Chun said, "You should rejoice that I will not seek trouble for you. Yet, you still want to seek trouble for me? I already have a grudge with the 3 holy masters long ago. Whether I let you off or not, the 3 holy masters will not let me off. Tell me, what do I have to do for us to leave?" Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was broken and they were in Xiao Chun's hands again, Qin Hu and the white-haired old man no longer had any fighting spirit. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to leave behind the battle armor you are wearing. Dream on. This is the accumulations of a holy land. Each holy land only has 10 battle armors. If we give them all to you, wouldn't that mean that you have 3 sets? Don't think that way." The two were both startled and furious. They had not expected Xiao Chun's appetite to be so huge. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He said calmly, "You are mistaken. The weak do not have a choice. Either you take the initiative to remove the battle armor, or I will personally make a move. After I kill you, I will take it for myself." How do you choose? I will give you 10 breaths of time. In the face of Xiao Chen's forcefulness, the two of them felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how to deal with it. 10 breaths of time simply did not allow for too much time to think. The two of them had conflicted expressions on their faces, and in the end, they painfully agreed to Xiao Chen's request. After putting away the 2 sets of armor, Xiao Chen found Bai Yu in the rubble and successfully obtained the vermilion bird armor. 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade secret treasures could be considered a great harvest. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to let the 3 off so easily. These 3 people had clearly come here with a premeditated plan. They were instigated by someone. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the 3 holy masters wouldn't have been so bold as to pick a fight with him so blatantly. However, just as he was about to ask, Xiao Chen sensed 3 auras approaching from off in the distance. Raising his head, he saw 3 pale-faced men dressed in blood-red clothes rushing over from the dust in the distance. Of the 3, the one in the middle gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was the most dangerous. When this person got closer and saw the purple mark on his forehead, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The demonic world's royal clan is here for the Sky Dome Heart again. Logically speaking, this was not the time to fall out with them yet. Since the sneak attack failed once, there would not be a second time. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, it must be you, right? I have heard of your great name in the demonic world. The royal blood demon in the middle looked at the surrounding rubble and continued, not bad. I have not even figured out how to break this Sky Dome Dragon formation. To think that you broke it so easily. A demonic genius of the demonic world's royal clan. Qin Hu and the other 2 were startled. The bloodline of the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world was famous for being strong. Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was gone, and their battle armor was snatched away, even protecting themselves would be a problem. Xiao Chen stepped forward and looked at this person. Why are you here? Speak directly. The other party did not take the opportunity to make a move. It was probably not because of the Sky Dome Heart, but something else. This is our clan's young Master Shui. He is not here to snatch your Sky Dome Heart. Release Miss Manlon, and we will leave. The person on young Master Shui's right said coldly with an arrogant attitude. Xiao Chen did not care about this young Master Shui or not. He said rudely, Release her? You killed 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. You want to leave so easily? Impossible. You are seeking death. Young Master Shui waved his hand to stop the 2 servants at the side. He smiled and said, Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, just state them. As long as you are willing to let them go, anything can be discussed. Earlier, when those 3 people wanted to kill you, you only stated your conditions. Didn't that make things easier for you? Xiao Chen retorted calmly. Conditions? Sure. Give me a bottle of primordial pills, and I can pretend that I did not see you and let you go. When young Master Shui heard this, he became enraged. This Xiao Chen did not care about them at all. To think that he treated them like captives. You are really reckless. Xiao Chen smiled, and his Taiji force field appeared. Then his figure flashed. Xiao Chen, who was originally as quiet as a virgin, moved as fast as a dragon soaring into the sky, bringing with him an overwhelming aura. Fast, dragons and fishes changed. A blue dragon soared into the sky, scattering the clouds. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chen hacked down at young Master Shui. Whoosh! Young Master Shui was startled. What fast speed! The 2 servants at the side stepped forward and shielded him, trying to block Xiao Chen's saber strike. Can you block it? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and swung his saber. His momentum was heavy and unfathomable. In one breath, he executed hundreds of saber moves. The 2 blood demons' faces sank. They no longer showed any contempt on their faces. They used their full power to block. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. The 2 felt their arms aching, finding it hard to block and unable to keep up with the rhythm. I'll do it. Young Master Shui narrowed his eyes and charged forward. The 2 servants heaved a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. Good timing. Xiao Chen laughed loudly. His aura flourished as he pressed forward, forcing the three to retreat. Xiao Qian's figure flickered, leaving afterimages. Even though he fought 1 against 3, he held the upper hand, forcing the three to retreat step by step. The rhythm of the battle was too fast. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Young Master Shui and the other two used their full power, not holding back at all. However, they were still suppressed. Slow. Amid the fast rhythm, Xiao Chun suddenly slowed down. Within the Taiji force field, the movements of young Master Shui and the others seemed to slow as well. The three were caught off guard. Before they could understand what was going on, Xiao Chun pressed his saber forward heavily, sending them all flying. The two weaker servants vomited blood on the spot and rolled on the ground. Young Master Shui staggered back 100 steps before he stabilized himself. As he looked at Xiao Chun, deep fear appeared in his eyes. After young Master Shui activated the royal blood demon, his strength was terrifyingly strong. He did not fear Xiao Qian's primordial energy. However, the martial Dao techniques that Xiao Chun displayed earlier were unheard of. He could not keep up with the rhythm at all. As young Master Shui expected, he was easily toyed with by Xiao Chun. The problem was not scary. What was scary was this sudden accident. What exactly is your strength? Young Master Shui asked sullenly. Xiao Chun replied indifferently. Under Emperor Wu, I am unrivaled. Unrivaled? Young Master Shui snorted coldly. You're a frog in a well. Don't think that just because you obtained some ancient martial Dao, you can boast like that. Use your secret technique. Yes. The two servants nodded. Then, the bodies of young Master Shui's group of 3 suddenly turned into bats filling the air. Thousands of bats gathered together, and young Master Shui appeared before Xiao Chun again. This time, his aura was more than twice as strong. A trace of Emperor's might spread out from his body. Xiao Chun frowned and said, Emperor's might? In the demonic world, 3 people can merge and multiply the strength of the main body. To think that there is such a secret technique. I said all the nice things, but you did not let them go, forcing me to use the forbidden technique. You asked for it. Young Master Shui shouted coldly and punched back at Xiao Chun. When he punched, a scarlet light surged into the sky. It was as if the punch had come from a sea of blood. A vast sea of blood appeared before Xiao Chun, vast and boundless. Young Master Shui rode on the waves, and thousands of layers of blood waves soared into the sky behind him. When he punched, the sea of blood instantly spread out. A vast pressure surged out along with the sea of blood. Xiao Chun looked insignificant among the huge waves. None of these royal clan demonic geniuses can be underestimated. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly. He circulated all his primordial energy and split it in half. Emperors might immediately spread out in the Taiji force field. Xiao Chun completely unleashed the aura of a king. His figure wavered as he swung his scabbard to receive this punch. Hu Qi. The force of the punch was too great. Xiao Chun's body spun along with the Taiji force field, slowly neutralizing the force. Young Master Shui's aura was overwhelming. After he punched, he launched an earth-shattering attack, raining down like a torrential storm. Xiao Chun fought fast with slow speed. He was like a small boat on the vast sea. As his figure moved, he left behind many afterimages. To the outside, the space where the two were was spinning. The scenery was like flickering light and shadows, flickering continuously. It was chaotic, and there was no way to see clearly. The impenetrable defense made the strong young Master Shui very anxious. He had no choice but to increase his speed. After another 1,000 moves, Xiao Chun clearly noticed that young Master Shui had slowed down. Clearly, he could not keep up the momentum and was trying to pull back. Fast! Xiao Chun grasped this opportunity and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. All the light within 1 kilometer vanished. The instant he drew the saber, Xiao Chun and the saber in his hand entered darkness at the same time. It was not that Xiao Chun entered darkness. Instead, his light was too strong, chasing away all the light within 1 kilometer. This saber was called Eternal Light. Young Master Shui, who had just thought of retreating, had no time to dodge. The saber struck him. The scarlet light vanished, and the bats filling the air flew around in a fluster. Bang! The bats reformed, and young Master Shui fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Young Master Shui looked at Xiao Chun, and his eyes revealed horror. Under Emperor Wu, Xiao Chun could be said to be unrivaled. These words were not exaggerated at all. Even the peak outstanding talents of the 18 royal clans of the demonic world might not be able to receive that final saber strike. That saber strike was too horrifying. It was so strong that young Master Shui could not understand it all. There were traces of a very strong saber domain in it. However, young Master Shui had seen many experts who cultivated a saber domain in the demonic world. None of them were like Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's saber domain looked right, but was actually wrong. It already surpassed the understanding of domains that ordinary people had. It was like he had entered a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1304. Let's go. The three no longer dared to linger. They executed the blood race's secret technique, blood shadow evasion, turning into a long scarlet line as they fled into the distance. Xiao Chun did not give chase. He was not in a good situation, either. Earlier, he had put in a lot of effort to break the sky dome dragon formation. He had even suffered some injuries that he had not treated. After that, he fought with the merged young Master Shui. While it looked like an easy fight, in reality, his physical body had suffered a huge blow. If the young Master Shui had been able to hold on, Xiao Chun might not have been able to withstand the Taiji force field. This battle also allowed him to have a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced coldly at Qin, Hu, and the other two. Then, he instructed, "Release old Yun, and you may leave. However, leave behind the martial sage you brought." Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that the young Master Shui, who could even release Emperor's might, lost to Xiao Chun, the three felt even more reverence for Xiao Chun. They did not dare to disobey his orders. After Xiao Chun left, the three showed bitter expressions, feeling extremely conflicted. Bai Yu sighed and said, "What should we do? The Holy Lord gave us a mission. Not only did we fail to complete it, but we even lost the battle armor." Qin, who felt a bellyful of anger, he snorted coldly and said, "What else can we do?" This old man was not willing to take this mission in the first place. Whoever can do it, right? Back then, we all knew that the Blue Dragon King was ridiculously strong. The Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to come down. No one was willing to do it, so they pushed us out. Clearly, they wanted to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Qin glanced at Xiao Chen's back and said indifferently, "We should not worry about this. When we reach the Kunlun realm, someone will naturally come and deal with him. Now, pretend to be a coward and help deal with the aftermath. Once we are done, we will quickly leave this damn place. This old man is not willing to stay here any longer." Half a day later, the aftermath was more or less cleaned up. Xiao Chen met old Yun in a simple courtyard. Many thanks to the Blue Dragon King for his righteous actions. Otherwise, who knows how long this old man would have been locked up. Old Yun thanked Xiao Chun as he knelt down. Xiao Chun quickly stood up and helped Elder Yun up. "Elder Yun, you're too kind. I wanted to thank you for giving me the map. What's more, you didn't listen to them and frame me this time. That's why you ended up like this. I should be the one thanking you." After some thought, Xiao Chun took out the last longevity fruit and said, "Take this longevity fruit as my token of appreciation." Senior Yin quickly rejected. "I have already consumed this longevity fruit once. It is not very meaningful. Blue Dragon King, keep it for yourself." Xiao Qin now understood. The longevity tree was in this Sky Dome Immortal realm. How could the other party not have consumed it before? "How about this? I'll give you a Saint Tier pill. As long as it's not a fatal injury, you'll be able to recover quickly." There were only 10 sage-grade medicinal pills among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. However, Old Yun had been kind to Xiao Chun, so there was nothing to be reluctant about giving him one. Seeing Old Yun's embarrassment, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I have a half-step golden body. This sage-grade medicinal pill is not very useful to me. Just accept it. Only then did old Yun reluctantly accept it and thank Xiao Chun. The two started chatting about the current situation. Qin Hu and Bai Yu had already left, but they did not bring the 1,000 martial sages with them. In the future, as long as they repaired the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace, they could still execute the Sky Dome Dragon formation. The Sky Dome Palace still had the ability to protect itself. However, that Yao Manlan was a source of trouble. No one could interrogate her while she was in prison. No one dared to look at her eyes. Even when she was blindfolded, her voice could still mesmerize others. She was like an enchantress. Furthermore, this time, young Master Shui came to save her. Clearly, she held a significant position in the demonic world or had a major character protecting her. They could not interrogate her or kill her. Furthermore, she could summon a strong enemy. This was a huge problem for the Sky Dome Palace. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he said, "In that case, hand her to me. I want to see which demon race in this Sky Dome realm dares to ask for her from me." Old Yun revealed a joyful expression. "That would be great. There's really no way to deal with this enchantress. She's giving me a headache." Xiao Chun left behind a message talisman. "While I'm in the Sky Dome realm, if Old Yin has any trouble, you can use the message talisman to look for me. Bring me to the prison, then." Inside the prison, Xiao Chun saw Yao Manlan, whose arms and ankles were shackled. However, her sorry state did not diminish her charm, making her look pitiful. Instead, it made one love her even more. Blue Dragon King, be careful when you go in. Several people fell for this enchantress's tricks. The one leading Xiao Chun was a woman. No man in the entire prison dared to face this woman. When Yao Manlan saw Xiao Chun arrive, she showed a somewhat excited expression. She stood up and wanted to pounce over, the swaying chains giving off dang-dang sounds. As Yao Manlan wished, Xiao Chun sent out a few strands of saber chi and broke the chains binding her. However, his figure flashed slightly. Plop! Yao Manlan, who had used too much force, fell to the ground. Yao Manlan cried out in pain and prostrated herself on the ground. She was somewhat stunned that her chains were gone. This only made her even more horrified. She took a few steps back and looked at Xiao Chun. "What are you trying to do?" Before she came to the Sky Dome realm, men were just playthings in her eyes. Even those outstanding talents of the demonic world were just more interesting playthings. However, after seeing Xiao Chun, this man became her nightmare. She had never been so afraid of a person before. At this moment, Yao Manlan's clothes were messy, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a weak woman, flustered and afraid. Interesting. If someone who did not understand what was going on saw this scene, they would think that he was bullying her. Interesting. Tell me, what do you think you want me for? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Yao Manlan continued to retreat until she reached the wall. When she had nowhere else to go, she said, "You can't touch me. Otherwise, once we leave the Sky Dome realm, no one will be able to save you." Yao Manlan really thinks that I want to touch her. Xiao Chun could not help laughing hoarsely. Due to his past experiences, Xiao Chun had a favorable impression of Eros demons. Of the demons, he was the least willing to kill Eros demons. However, this Yao Manlan had the appearance of an angel, but the heart of a snake. No one liked her. "Stand up and speak. Let me ask you, do you know of an Eros demon called Lungyu?" Xiao Chun asked. "Lungyu?" The moment Xiao Chun said that, Yao Manlan's heart trembled. Her expression changed drastically. Then, she looked at Xiao Chun and said, "I don't know her. I've never heard of her before." Eros demons had always been good at hiding themselves. However, when Yao Manlan heard Lung Yu's name, her expression changed drastically. Could this Lung Yu really be a major character? Never mind. No matter how major a character is, it has nothing to do with me. Perhaps she has already forgotten about me. Perhaps the other party had already forgotten about the past. How could he engrave it in his heart like he did? If you don't know her, then forget it. Put away that act of yours and leave this place with me. Yao Manlan did not dare to imagine what would happen if Xiao Chun said that indifferently and walked forward. Yao Manlan originally thought that with her abnormal expression, the other party would continue to question her. Who knew? She would get past it so easily. Could this fellow have something going on with Master? You just standing there and not leaving? Do you still want to put on the chains and continue staying here? Xiao Chan asked when he saw that the other party was not moving. Yao Manlon reacted and asked, "What exactly do you want to do? This place cannot hold you. I'll bring you to Qingyan Peak. I'll watch over you personally. Never mind, I'll do it myself." Seeing that the other party seemed to be somewhat foolish, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to waste time, so he restrained her. After leaving, he tossed her into the Flood Dragon war chariot and flew towards Qingyan Peak. However, what Xiao Chen did not know was that the moment he left, a figure hiding in the darkness of the Sky Dome Palace discovered him. This is troublesome. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, is personally watching over you. I have to go back and report to the Demon Monarch on you. After bringing Yao Manlon back to Qingyan Peak, Xiao Chen personally interrogated her. However, the other party refused to say anything. In the first place, Xiao Chen was not good at interrogating people. Furthermore, he was mindful of the Eros demon Lung Yu's kindness to him in the past, so he did not want to use any excessive methods on Yao Manlon. If Yao Manlon did not want to say anything, then so be it. It would be fine as long as she did not cause trouble for him. Xiao Chen arranged a wooden hut for Yao Manlon in Qingyan Peak and did not send anyone to watch over her. He only got the female disciples to send her some food regularly. He did not fear Yao Manlon running away. As long as she was 1 kilometer away from Qingyan Peak, Xiao Chen would be able to catch up in an instant. In his free time, Xiao Chen spent most of his time in the desolate back mountains, cultivating the major magic skill, Dermic World. Dermic World required a Dermic World before one could stand firm in the world. A Dermic World required one to use magic energy to condense a Dermic World in the sea of consciousness, reflecting one's heart. At the same time, one had to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, condensing one's soul in it. It was extremely complicated. In information that the Mahesvara Buddha gave me, it said that everyone's Dermic World is hidden in the depths of one's heart. It is a projection of one's heart. I wonder what my Dermic World will look like. At the summit of the desolate mountain, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and entered into bitter cultivation. When the sun rose, sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body, dyeing him golden. It felt warm and very comfortable. Xiao Chen circulated his mental energy to condense a Dermic World, slowly absorbing the radiance of the sun into his sea of consciousness. The sun set and the moon rose. The blazing golden light on Xiao Chen's body vanished, turning into tranquil and peaceful moonlight. Then he absorbed it into his sea of consciousness as well. This cycle continued for 15 days. After a total of 1 month, a miraculous scene of the sun and moon shining together appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. At the intersection of sunlight and moonlight, yin and yang merged, and a golden lotus was born. Of course, the golden lotus was not Xiao Chen's Dermic World. However, if he used the Buddhist sex method to condense a Dermic World, the Dermic World would be born from the golden lotus. If he used the Taoist sex method, the Dermic World would be born from a purple lotus. Different paths led to the same destination. The tiny golden lotus had just sprouted and urgently needed magic energy to nourish it. Xiao Chen was not stingy, slowly gathering his magic energy. He could clearly feel the joy and satisfaction of the golden lotus. Sun and moon shining together, the golden lotus sprouted. The nourishment of magic energy required care and persistence. One could not be too hasty and let the golden lotus grow wildly. Nor could it be too slow, or it would starve the golden lotus to death. Condensing a Dermic World required patience. Although it was complicated, as long as no one disturbed it, it would succeed. The golden lotus bud grew stronger and stronger as layers of lotus leaves covered it. When a flower bloomed, Xiao Chen's Dermic World would appear. From then on, it would reside in the depths of his sea of consciousness, guarding it like a deity. Days passed. Xiao Chen's magic energy was about to run out. The golden lotus radiance was already extremely resplendent. Chapter 1305. Behind it, There was a Buddhist light that was faintly discernible. Buddhist chants turned into auspicious Buddhist lights that supported the lotus. That was Mahavira Buddha's blessing for Xiao Chun. It would ensure that nothing could go wrong in the process of condensing his Dharma idol. Xiao. Suddenly, all the light in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness gathered on the golden lotus. All sorts of resplendent lights were withdrawn into the lotus. All sorts of Buddhist chants and Buddhist lights dissipated, leaving only the plain golden lotus. He's here, Xiao Chun thought in his heart, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. The golden lotus had bloomed. Soon, he would know what his dharmic incarnation looked like. 1 petal, 2 petal, 3 petal. The petals of the golden lotus slowly opened. As each petal opened, a faint golden light shot out in all directions. All sorts of afterglow danced in the air like ribbons. When the golden lotus completely bloomed, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Within the light, there was a green-robed man bathed in golden light like a deity. His appearance was dignified without being angry, and there was a frightening hostility between his brows. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing others to tremble. His appearance was somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's, but whether it was in terms of temperament or the look in his eyes, there was absolutely no way to associate him with Xiao Chun. Dharma. Is this my Dharma? What a dense killing intent. Even I can't believe it. Xiao Chun was secretly astonished. The Dharma idol was a projection of the depths of his heart. It turned out that in his heart, his evil tendencies were so strong. Something wasn't right. Logically speaking, his hostility shouldn't be so strong. Forget it. Now is not the time to be concerned about this. The Dharma had already been formed. The next step was to merge the body with the Dharma and stand between heaven and earth. After his magic power had recovered, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, got up, and quickly circulated the mental cultivation method of the Dharma idol great magic power. Xiao Chen's body shook slightly, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. With a loud bang, his body inflated like a balloon, and in the next moment, he turned into a 1,000-meter tall giant. Lunar Shadow Saber. With a thought, the Lunar Shadow Saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. It was different for what he expected. The Lunar Shadow Saber also grew larger. What was a divine ability? It was something that surpassed one's imagination and was inconceivable. This was the difference between a divine ability and a magical technique. What a human could do was called a technique, and what a human could not do was called a supernatural power. However, he did not have the time to carefully experience the great power brought about by this dharmic world, as well as that extraordinary feeling. A second later, Xiao Chen's body shrank back with a whoosh. Interesting, this is too interesting. It's completely unbelievable. After his body returned to normal, Xiao Chen's heart was still thumping nonstop. This was the feeling brought about by the great divine power. It was truly beyond imagination, inconceivable, and refreshing. Xiao Chen's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. At that moment, I felt that even if it was Emperor Wu, I would be able to kill him with a single slap. And this is just the beginning. In the future, after the first, second, and third transitions, I wonder how powerful it will be. Unfortunately, the only drawback was that it consumed too much magic power. His magic power could only last for a second. Such a short period of time was meaningless in a real battle. I have to undergo the lightning tribulation quickly and cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 8th layer. I need to expand my sea of consciousness and cultivate even more magic energy. The strength of the great divine power made Xiao Chun realize the might of magic skills and the importance of magic energy. In the past, Xiao Chun had not paid enough attention to magic energy. His law energy and primordial energy had been tempered and condensed several times. A strand of law energy could double or even triple the might of an opponent. However, Xiao Chun had never tempered or condensed his magic energy before. He had to pay more attention to this in the future. At this moment, it was already late. However, Xiao Chun could not hide the excitement in his heart. He was currently thinking about where to undergo the lightning tribulation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would definitely not do. It would cause too big of a commotion. Who knew what kind of waves it would cause? After thinking about it, there were only two suitable places. One was the deep sea, and the other was the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. As for the specifics, Xiao Chun had not made up his mind yet. There was still something important that he needed to do. He had to let that Eros demon sleep well for a while. At the very least, he could not let her wake up before he returned. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at Yao Manlan's courtyard on Qingyan Peak. When Yao Manlan, who was sighing the courtyard, saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, she was startled. Aside from interrogating her at the start, this fellow did not ask about her at all for the next 2 months. It was like he had forgotten about her. However, when Yao Manlan thought about Xiao Chen's methods, she did not dare to run. She spent her days feeling nervous and conflicted. Every day felt like a year, filled with grief. After not seeing you for 2 months, your complexion looks so much worse. Did you not eat anything? Xiao Chun asked casually. Yao Manlan retorted hatefully, "Cut the hypocrisy. What exactly do you want? Either release me or kill me. Give me a quick death. Don't torture me like this." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled. "When I leave the Sky Dome realm, I will naturally release you." Really? Wild joy welled up in Yao Manlan's heart, and she started to fantasize naively. Xiao Chun walked to the stone table and sat down. Then, he poured himself a cup of tea. "Of course, I'm serious. You're not willing to say anything when I ask you. Keeping you around will just be a disaster. Of course, I have to let you go." However, before Yao Manlan could savor the joy on her face, Xiao Chen's next sentence completely shattered it. "Of course, the prerequisite is that I cripple your cultivation and shatter your meridians." After being fooled, Yao Manlan cursed, "You demon, you scoundrel. There is no one more despicable than you in the world." Xiao Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said slowly, "You have to pay a corresponding price for what you do. You should understand this principle. Unfortunately, you do not. Compared to a certain Eros demon that I know, you are far inferior." Yao Manlan's heart skipped a beat. A certain Eros demon was her master? That was impossible. Her master was a demon monarch. Of the 18 thrones of the deep abyss demonic world, one of them belonged to her. How could she have any dealings with her? It has been more than 10 years since we last met. The past is like the clouds in the sky. Originally, I thought that it had already gone with the wind. Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still remembers this servant. The sudden voice made Yao Manlan feel both happy and shocked. She was happy that she was finally saved. She was startled that her master immediately appeared and slapped her in the face when she said that it was impossible in her heart. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw the Eros demon Lung Yu in the air, dressed in azure-colored clothes. Just like before, Lung Yu was still unique. The natural charm of an Eros demon could not be seen on her face at all. Lung Yu was just like when he first met her, as pure as a lotus flower. However, such a person was the only woman who could successfully charm him. Lung Yu had used her charm technique countless times in the deep sea, saving him from the brink of death. "Master," Yao Manlan ran over in pleasant surprise and stood beside Lung Yu. However, she still felt somewhat nervous in her heart. Her master actually personally made a trip to the Sky Dome realm for her. Xiao Chen finished his tea and stood up to look at Lung Yu. He felt that he could not see through her at all. Back then, he already felt that this Eros demon was incredibly mysterious. Now that so many years had passed and his strength had increased significantly, he still could not see through her. Lung Yu seemed very strong and also very weak, unfathomable. There was only one explanation. Back then, Lung Yu's strength had decreased significantly because she was injured. Now, not only did she recover her strength, but she even grew stronger. However, none of this mattered. The other party still had not changed. He was not the only one who remembered the past. Why did Lung Yu remember it so clearly? It was because when she charmed someone, many imaginative scenes would appear. It seemed real and fake at the same time, making it hard to tell whether it was reality or an illusion. Furthermore, This period lasted for 1 year. The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. You should know the rules. Are you going to break this rule for the sake of a disciple? Xiao Chun asked directly, not reminiscing about the past. Lung Yu smiled faintly and said, although great chaos is coming and there will always be people who break the rules, I do not dare to take this risk. It is just a clone. Sit. Xiao Chun extended his hand and invited Lung Yu to sit. Then, he poured her a cup of tea. Lung Yu picked up the teacup and thanked Xiao Chun softly. I owed you too much back then. Although you said that we were even, I know that I still owe you a lot. If you are willing to let me take Manlon away today, I, the demon monarch Lung Yu, will owe you another favor. The demon monarch Lung Yu. What great background. When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled bitterly and did not say anything. When Yao Manlon saw Xiao Chun like this, she could not help feeling angry. What kind of status did her master have? She said that she owed him another favor, yet he did not do anything. This was too much. Xiao Chun said calmly, is there a need to calculate things so clearly between us? Could it be that past experiences, in your eyes, are just one favor after another? Lung Yu's heart skipped a beat. Then, she placed the teacup to her lips. Back then, Xiao Chun was young and arrogant, showing off his sharpness without any scruples. Although he was a man of few words, he dared to draw his saber with a thought for her, saying that he would help her kill. This gave Yao Manlon a sense of security that she, a demon monarch, had never felt before. The various things of the past were buried deep in her heart, indelibly. When Yao Manlon recovered her strength and sat back on the demon monarch throne, she would occasionally think of that white-robed bladesman who was willing to stand up for her. Several times, Yao Manlon even doubted whether she was moved. However, so what if she was moved? It was impossible to be separated from a demon in the first place. Furthermore, she was a demon monarch, an aloof and powerful demon monarch. Later, Yao Manlon learned that the other party had gained great fame in the Kunlun realm, becoming the legend of the Blue Dragon King. Yao Manlon felt happy for him, but also worried. If this continued, the two of them would end up on opposite sides sooner or later. It was better to forget about that white-robed youth who dared to pull her behind him and face a strong enemy alone. Now that Yao Manlon saw the other party again and saw that he was so strong at such a young age, she knew that the two of them would become enemies sooner or later. Lung Yu recovered her expression very quickly. From the outside, no one could tell that anything was wrong. She drained the tea in one gulp, not leaving anything behind. Dong! The teacup landed on the table moderately. Enduring the pain in her heart, Lung Yu smiled and said, if it is not a favor, then what does the Blue Dragon King think it is? Or do you think that this monarch's favor is not big enough? What other requests do you have? If you need primordial pills, I can give them to you as well. All you have to do is say the word. This smile was emotionless, like falling into an ice cave, chilling one's heart. The past was like the wind, scattered long ago. The final hope in Xiao Chen's heart shattered. Perhaps it would be better for an old friend to exist in his dreams. Chapter 1306. Lung Yu remained expressionless, his expression scarily cold. He drained the tea in his hand in one gulp and said indifferently, let's go. Demon Monarch Lung Yu, remember that you owe me, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, a favor. Lung Yu could still smile when the other party was heartless. However, Xiao Chun could not smile no matter what. Is he leaving? However, Yao Manlon felt something strange. Why does the atmosphere seem somewhat off? Lung Yu's heart bled, but she still maintained a smile. She stood up and said, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun is indeed magnanimous. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. This demon monarch will remember this favor. Whoosh! As Lung Yu carried Yao Manlon, she did not seem reluctant to leave at all. She left as soon as she said so, showing no intention of turning back. The last bit of hope in Xiao Chen's heart vanished. The teacup in his hand shattered with a loud bang. The shard stabbed into his palm, and blood slowly flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Chen did not have many friends. Friends who had gone through life and death with him were even fewer. Since they were friends, he naturally did not care about the other party's identity. However, back then, when Xiao Chan said that they would meet again if fate willed it, how could he have expected that after they met again, it would be such a situation? Actually, given Xiao Chen's sharp eyes and meticulous thoughts, he should have been able to catch the change in Lung Yu's expression in that instant. However, Xiao Chen clearly understood why Lung Yu's heart fluttered. He just did not want to admit it. Although some things were hazy, they were very real, unforgettable. Far away, Lung Yu carried Yao Manlon through the void. She should have returned directly to the demonic world. However, she suddenly stopped and landed at the seaside. She could no longer keep up the pretense. She covered her face and squatted down in pain. Master, Yao Manlon felt a strange sourness in her heart. By now, she had already vaguely guessed what happened between her doting master and the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. However, how could an Eros demon fall in love? Furthermore, this was the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. Once he advanced to Martial Emperor, he would definitely clash with the demonic world. After a long time, Lung Yu stood up. There seemed to be traces of tears on her face. However, her expression had already recovered the dignity and indifference that a demon monarch should have. Feng Zi acted on his own this time, thinking that by obtaining the Sky Dome Heart, the winged demon monarch will view him in a different light. However, he didn't know that he had committed a great taboo. It would have been fine if he had gotten it, but who knew that he wouldn't have gotten it? Now, his father has already imprisoned him in the demon prison. When Yao Manlon heard this, she was startled, forgetting what she had just said. She cried out hoarsely, "Then what about the amber heart that he promised me?" Cold Rain did not say anything. A tricolored amber filled with alluring light appeared in her palm. "I got it from the demonic wind monarch. If it is yours, it will be yours." "Master, I was wrong." Yao Manlon lowered her head and said with tears in her eyes. Lung Yu whispered, "You are not wrong. You just met someone you should not have met." "Who exactly is he?" Yao Manlon plucked up her courage and asked. "He is the person this emperor wants to meet the most in this life. He is also the person this emperor wants to see the most in this life." Wanting to see the most and wanting to see the most seemed contradictory, yet not contradictory at all. Suddenly, Lung Yu's expression changed. Then, she led Yao Manlon away and hid their auras in the seawater. A strong gust of wind blew behind him as a white figure flew over on the clouds. That figure landed and stood at the seaside, looking into the distance as if searching for something. Through the icy seawater, Lung Yu clearly saw that figure's appearance. It was Xiao Chun, who had chased after them from Qingyan Peak. Drip, drip. Blood continuously dripped from Xiao Chen's right hand. The wound on his palm looked horrifying. Lung Yu felt a pang in her heart. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Chun smiling bitterly. His lips moved as if he was saying something. "I, Xiao Chun, have never misjudged a person. Was I really wrong this time?" In the seawater, Lung Yu covered her mouth. She could not hold back her tears, letting them flow freely. As he looked at the seaside, Xiao Chen's thoughts fluctuated. Then, he revealed a self-mocking smile. He already guessed the result, yet he still foolishly came over, thinking that he could see the scene he anticipated. After a long time, Xiao Chun slowly calmed down. He muttered to himself, "I'll just take it that I saw wrong. However, thank you for that 1 year. Goodbye." Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet, and his figure flashed. In a few blinks of an eye, he vanished from where he was, heading for the depths of the sea. He wanted to undergo his tribulation, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. He wanted to forget this unhappiness, to completely forget it amid the 10,000 bolts of lightning. Splash! Water splashed up, and Lung Yu and Yao Manlon leaped out of the water. Lung Yu looked into the distance, not saying anything for a long time. Her gaze seemed to be able to see very far. She could see that Xiao Chun was really rushing towards the deep sea without even looking back. Based on his hurried figure, she could see that he was resolute and decisive, not showing any reluctance to leave. "Master, he is really pretty good. Why didn't you come out?" Yao Manlon asked softly. In all fairness, in Yao Manlon's opinion, The Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun was indeed a very charming person. Lung Yu muttered, "The better he is, the more we cannot meet. Great chaos is coming. You don't know this, but in this great calamity, only one of the demonic world or the Kunlun realm can survive. No one can avoid this fate. We will eventually meet on the battlefield. What is he going to do now? Is he going to give chase to the demonic world?" Yao Manlon asked softly. Lung Yu felt worried in her heart. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. He cannot go to our demonic world's lair in the Sky Dome realm. Manlon, go back by yourself. I'll follow and take a look." Yao Manlon nodded gently. She knew that since her master made this decision, there was no way to dissuade her. Amid the strong winds, Xiao Chun stepped on the sea. There were countless desolate sea regions in the vast deep sea, too many to count. There were many places to take the tribulation. Xiao Chun did not hesitate and landed on one of the desolate islands. The island was desolate. Aside from rocks and tall mountains piled with rocks, there was nothing else. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer, Lightning Tribulation, should have happened 3 years ago. However, he delayed it until now to be safe. Now that he had a half-step golden body, condensed a heart of an emperor, and cultivated primordial energy, it would be easy for him to undergo the lightning tribulation from 3 years ago. It would be just like when he fought his opponent 3 years ago. He would be able to kill his opponent effortlessly. No matter how many lightning tribulations there were, Xiao Chun did not fear them. There was only the final heart tribulation, the heart demon tribulation. There were too many unknowns. During the previous lightning tribulation, Xiao Chun also fell to the final heart demon tribulation. He could not make it through, so he got Ao Jiao to help. "Ao Jiao, don't make a move this time. Otherwise, even if I succeed in my tribulation, the heart demon will accompany me for life," Xiao Chun said seriously. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, nodded. "I know. I am too deeply involved with you. If I make a move this time, your heart demon will be even more severe." However, worry flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. However, is this really the right time to undergo the tribulation? Of course, she did not fear the lightning tribulation. With Xiao Chen's half-step golden body, he should be able to endure the 8th layer of the lightning tribulation without any problems. However, the final heart tribulation was hard to say. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun had experienced 2 setbacks. The first was when Lu Riyue's fate was unknown and she left this abandoned land. The second was now. Xiao Chun had misjudged her, causing his heart to waver. Undergoing the tribulation now was not appropriate, simply not appropriate. Ao Jiao wanted to advise Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun had already made up his mind, so there was no point in saying anything more. Just as Ao Jiao was about to say something, she sighed and pulled back. "Let's begin." Xiao Chun crushed an essence stone in his hand. Surging in pure spiritual energy, surged towards the purple whirlpool in his dantian. Unlike before, Xiao Chun did not send the absorbed energy into his heart of an emperor. Instead, he let that whirlpool absorb the vast spiritual energy. Boom! The whirlpool, which had been suppressed for so long, did not last for long before exploding. It was so fast that it somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. It was clear that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer could no longer hold on and needed to break through. It was like a barrel of gunpowder. With just a spark, it gave off a startling explosion. As the explosion rang out in Xiao Chen's body, the boundless thunderclouds within 500 kilometers of him gathered above his head like a vast army. Lung Yu, who was hidden in the distance, felt startled. Xiao Chun was undergoing a tribulation. However, this was not the great tribulation of wind and fire, but the lightning tribulation, which made her feel slightly more at ease. Even if he is undergoing a lightning tribulation, he should not have done it now, Lung Yu said with some resentment as she bit her lip. At the same time, she blamed herself. Had she known that Xiao Chun was undergoing a tribulation, she would not have been so heartless. What if he got injured in the lightning tribulation? Whether she was willing or not, the matter had already happened. The lightning tribulation had already begun. Boom! When the first bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chun gladly endured it. Following that, a continuous barrage of lightning followed, not giving him any time to catch his breath. After 100 bolts of lightning, Xiao Chun used his primordial energy to erect a shield. Given Xiao Chun's experience, this was just an appetizer. The main course would come later. Previously, it was 3 nines. 999 bolts of completely different divine lightning struck Xiao Chun until he wished for death, tormenting him half to death. His physical body nearly turned into mud. However, this time it was fine. Xiao Chun's strength had already undergone a drastic change. It was equivalent to having Emperor Wu's strength endure the blue-robed emperor's lightning tribulation. As Xiao Chun expected, after 100 bolts of lightning, all sorts of divine lightning appeared. Some were like weapons, turning into sabers, spears, swords, staffs, and all sorts of lightning weapons, materializing all sorts of killing moves as they descended from the sky. Some turned into ferocious beasts, rearing their heads to the sky and roaring. Some gathered into all sorts of secret treasures, imitating all sorts of might, wanting to crush Xiao Chun. Some turned into mountains, looking majestic and majestic. Some stretched out endlessly, and some rose up strangely, wanting to suppress Xiao Chun. After withstanding more than 300 bolts of divine lightning, the shield shattered. Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber and started to clash with the various divine lightning. He executed everything he learned to deal with the descending divine lightning. Although this was very startling and incredibly dangerous, it was very stable. Everything was within his control. Xiao Chun still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. The number of nines passed long ago. It looks like my divine lightning this time should be 4 nines, a total of 9,999 bolts. Xiao Chun calculated in his heart. At the same time, he marveled at how powerful this purple thunder divine incantation was. If he were only as strong as the blue-robed emperor, he would definitely try to take this lightning tribulation. He would not be able to last until the heart tribulation arrived. Chapter 1307. The further he went, the more dangerous the lightning tribulations became. Xiao Chun was no longer in the mood to count how many lightning tribulations he had undergone. Amid the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, he was like a small boat full of misfortune, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Xiao Chun had used up all his trump cards. Finally, he relied on the Taiji force field to hold on and clear all the lightning tribulations. The tribulation clouds in the sky scattered, and Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. His clothes were tattered, but his physical body was still intact. It was much better than the first time. The heart tribulation should be arriving soon. Xiao Chun became exceptionally cautious. Previously, he fell to the heart tribulation. He absolutely could not fall again this time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a hole opened in the sky. An intense light poured down, dazzling Xiao Chun's eyes. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was on Qingyan Peak. Lu Riyue was beside him. She smiled warmly and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Are you still leaving this time?" The familiar face, the familiar voice, and the gentle words. Even if one knew it was fake, one would not be willing to break this rare silence. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and held Lu Riyue's hands. He said, "I'm not leaving this time." "Good, then it's settled. You're not allowed to leave this time." Lu Riyue smiled faintly and held Xiao Chun's hands tightly. She could not bear to let go no matter what. The days passed like this on Qingyan Peak. Xiao Chun accompanied Lu Riyue as they wandered around the heavenly saber pavilion, enjoying the peaceful and warm time. There were no conflicts, no pressure from the Blue Dragon King, no enemies on the path of cultivation. There was only happiness. The two would argue over trivial matters. They would be moved over trivial matters. They would cry, laugh, and even make a fuss. Even though Xiao Chun knew it was fake, he was still filled with reluctance. He wanted to leave several times. However, Lu Riyue's pitiful gaze defeated him, so he agreed to stay for 1 more month. The lightning tribulation was easy to clear, but the heart tribulation was difficult. Could Xiao Chun clear it this time? Month after month, Xiao Chun stayed in this heart demon world for 1 year. But no matter how long he stayed, he would have to leave one day. What was fake was fake. On this particular day, Xiao Chun felt like leaving. He hugged Lu Riyue and said, "Even if you're destined to leave, I should see you one last time and not watch you leave in Sui Feng's memories." Tears appeared in the corners of Lu Riyue's eyes as she pushed Xiao Chun away. She looked at him and said, "Are you leaving? Promise me. Stay with me for 1 more month, okay? Just 1 more month, just 1 more month, and I'll be satisfied." The corners of Xiao Chen's eyes were also brimming with tears. He said in a trembling voice, "All right, I promise you, but you have to close your eyes first. As long as you promise me, I will listen to everything you say." Lu Riyue immediately smiled and obediently closed her eyes. "Sorry." Holding back the tears in his eyes, Xiao Chun swung his saber and chopped off Lu Riyue's head. There are some things that even if you knew it was fake, it was still difficult to do anything about it. Whoosh! The scene before Xiao Chun changed. Ao Jiao leaped out joyfully and said, "Congratulations, you finally cleared this heart tribulation." Xiao Chun forced out a smile. His heart was still immersed in the illusion, in that peaceful and happy atmosphere. The kind of beauty was something one could not bear to part with. This was the horror of a heart demon. Even if one knew it was fake, one would still treat the fake as the truth, forever unable to walk out. Fortunately, Xiao Chun managed to walk out in the end. He wanted to feel the effects of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. Suddenly, Xiao Chun frowned. He looked up and discovered a figure hidden in the clouds. "Who is it?" Xiao Chun shouted and gave chase at lightning speed. The clouds parted, and he saw a clear figure. Xiao Chun felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Then he rejoiced. "Lung Yu, it's her. It's her. I did not see wrong. She did not go far. She has been following me." Executing the fish dragon arts movement technique, Xiao Chun flew over at lightning speed, chasing after Lung Yu. This time, Xiao Chun swore in his heart that he would not show a straight face on purpose. As a man, he should learn to understand and not act in a fit of pique. As Xiao Chun gave chase, he focused all his attention on that pretty figure in front of him. What heart demon? What Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? He had already forgotten all about it. "Lung Yu, since you can't bear to part with me, why can't you meet me now?" Xiao Chun shouted loudly when he saw the other party getting further and further away. The figure in front of Zhang Xian froze, as if something had triggered her, and her speed slowed down. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity and increased his speed. He leaped into the air and finally landed in front of Lung Yu, blocking her. Their eyes met. Xiao Chun felt many emotions. After a long time, he said calmly, "Even if you are a demon monarch with overwhelming strength, if you are willing, I, Xiao Chun, will always be your friend." Lung Yu shook her head and smiled. "It is not as simple as you think. There are too many things that you do not understand." Suddenly, Xiao Chun grabbed Lung Yu's shoulders and said sullenly, "Look at me. I'll ask you one thing. Back then, did you see only one person? I just want you to tell me. Yes or no?" Lung Yu showed a conflicted expression. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Don't force me." Xiao Chun smiled. He already knew the answer. Lung Yu had indeed been acting earlier. That smile was incredibly cruel, just to hide the struggle in her heart. She was not as heartless as Xiao Chun thought. Letting go of Lung Yu, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I won't force you. I just need to know that you have not forgotten the past. That is enough." Lung Yu smiled and said, "How can I forget that past? If I really did, I would not be so reluctant to part with you. Don't move. Let me look at that past again. After that, I'll leave, all right?" Lung Yu begged. Xiao Chun understood that Lung Yu wanted him to open his heart and search for that memory in the depths of his memories. "Sure, come in. I have never forgotten this part of the past." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and let Lung Yu place her finger on his forehead. In the real world, on a calm sea, Ao Jiao circled around Xiao Chun anxiously. 7 days had passed since the lightning tribulation, but Xiao Chun still had not woken up. Xiaochen did not know what he had experienced in the heart demon world that completely entangled him. Ao Jiao felt sorrowful in her heart. If this continued, Xiaochen's heart would definitely be swallowed up by the heart demon. He would become a heartless body, never to wake up again. However, she could not help at all. Xiaochen could only rely on himself for such matters. Only an expert whose mental energy cultivation reached the level of the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could interfere. Not to mention the fact that Emperor Forsaken would not come to help Xiaochen. Even if he did, 7 days had already passed. It might not be of any use. Up in the clouds, Lung Yu's expression turned grave. She had already cultivated her charm techniques to the point where she could infiltrate the mind. With one glance, she could tell that Xiaochen was undergoing a heart tribulation. However, 7 days had passed, and Xiaochen still had not woken up. Not good. The heart demon probably caught hold of his weakness. I have to go and take a look. Originally, Lung Yu was prepared to never face Xiaochen again. However, now that Xiaochen was in danger, she could no longer care so much. A purple mark flickered on Lung Yu's forehead. A strong wind blew, and a strong aura spread out from her body. The clouds scattered, revealing Lung Yu in azure, looking tyrannical as she hovered in midair. At this moment, the demon monarch Lung Yu did not look weak at all. Lung Yu's strong aura caused the vast and boundless sea to tremble in fear, kicking up huge waves. Ao Jiao looked up. However, before she could understand what was going on, she fainted the moment she saw Lung Yu's eyes. Lung Yu floated down and placed a finger on Xiaochen's forehead. A horrifying scene appeared before her eyes. His heart, which was beating nonstop, had already been half occupied by the black shadow. It looked as if an ugly monster was going to swallow the tender heart whole. What exactly is it that made him completely defenseless, opening up his heart? Does this fellow not know that he is undergoing a heart tribulation? The demon monarch Lung Yu exclaimed. Then, she directly entered that heart. Whoosh! The scene before Lung Yu changed. She saw a scene that caused her mind to go blank. She saw Xiaochen closing his eyes, letting her touch his forehead with her finger. The two revealed smiles on their faces. However, Xiaochen's smile was blissful and serene. Lung Yu's smile was strange and sinister. To think that Xiaochen opened up his heart for her. Damn it! Damn it to the extreme. Rage surged in Lung Yu's heart. Her expression turned cold. She had never felt so furious before. Insignificant heart demon. Who gave you the courage to touch this monarch's person? Lung Yu roared as she walked over step by step. The demon monarch's tyranny made others not dare to look her in the eye. The heart demon Lung Yu, who was in front of Xiaochen, turned her head and was startled, turning pale. Still not stopping. Do you believe that this monarch will lock you in a heart prison and let the heart flame burn you for 1,000 years, 10,000 years? The heart demon Lung Yu trembled, quickly letting go in fright. Xiaochen slowly woke up. He recalled the memories he had with Lung Yu back then. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw two Lung Yu before him. One was lying on the ground, looking very weak. The other had a cold and emotionless face and a frightening, killing chi. Her gaze revealed a strong, tyrannical aura. Xiaochen, she is a heart demon. Quickly, save me. The heart demon Lung Yu said as she sobbed. Lung Yu frowned and shouted coldly. How dare you? Lung Yu waved her long sleeves, and the heart demon Lung Yu's body immediately burned. She cried out in pain and reverted to her original form. That clump of ugly, illusory light changed continuously as she wailed in pain. Xiaochen seemed to wake up from a dream. He looked at Lung Yu, who gave off the boundless, sovereign aura. However, he felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was going on. Lung Yu walked over step by step, and her expression turned gentle. You open up your heart to the heart demon. The situation is critical. Don't ask anything now. I already occupied this heart demon's true body. If you kill me now, you can come out. Xiaochen felt like he was dreaming. You did not leave all this while. Are you watching me undergo my tribulation? Lung Yu smiled sadly. If something happens to you, I will not be able to rest easy. After saying that, Lung Yu grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and stabbed it into her heart. Boom! All the illusions vanished, and Xiao Chun returned to reality. He saw blood leaking out of a corner of Lung Yu's lips. Her finger, which was on Xiao Chen's forehead, relaxed. Chapter 1308. Xiao Chun felt a pang in his heart. He quickly stretched out his hand to grab it. However, Lung Yu's body turned into light and scattered. Lung Yu revealed a smile as she caressed Xiao Chen's face with her other hand. Don't overthink. The relationship between you and me is not something that can be explained with words like favor. Whether you're the Blue Dragon King of the Kunlun realm or me, the demon monarch in my heart, you will always be that frivolous youth who left me behind. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, Lung Yu's body turned into nothing. This clone died for the sake of saving Xiao Chun. At the same time, in a cold and magnificent palace in the deep abyss demonic world, Lung Yu wore luxurious yellow robes and had her eyes closed, exuding a cold and noble air. Many figures stood on both sides of the throne. Without exception, they were all handsome men with strong auras. There were humans, fiend race, deity race, and demon race. These were Lung Yu's heart slaves, all her slaves. When the clone died, Lung Yu, who was on the throne, opened her eyes. All the heart slaves knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Master!" Lung Yu did not even look at them. She stretched out her hand, and a beam of light materialized into a white-clad youth with a treasured saber hanging at his waist. There are thousands of handsome men in the world. The demon monarch, Lung Yu, is moved only by you. What happened in the illusion happened in reality as well. What was real and what was fake? What was real and what was fake? Even Xiao Chun could not distinguish them. No wonder the heart demon could find an opening. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and looked at his dantian. The purple electric chi whirlpool had clearly doubled in size. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and finally understood. In the illusion, when he checked the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, all sorts of things attracted his attention, preventing him from checking it. This was because even Xiao Chun did not know what the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation was like. Naturally, he could not create a heart demon in the illusion. Now that he saw the chi whirlpool formed by the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation and his sea of consciousness that had expanded by 4 or 5 times, he finally knew that he was truly standing in reality. After a while, Xiao Chun guffawed loudly. Lung Yu had indeed not changed. Xiao Chun had not misjudged her. There was an indescribable carefreeness in Xiao Chen's laughter, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. After laughing, a feeling of hunger suddenly came from every part of his body. Not only did the cyclone in his dantian feel hungry, but the nascent soul in his sea of consciousness was also crying piteously for food. Since he reached the consummation blue-robed emperor, his cultivation had stopped. After that, Xiao Chun, he had not felt this hunger in a long time. Unfortunately, this was the Sky Dome realm and not the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, it would be like a fish in the sea, comfortable and carefree. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. The progress that he had been waiting for was finally here. Xiao Chun, Qi, Xiao, and Chun, and a Yun, and in the Xiao, and in Ji, Chun. After the purple thunder divine incantation converted the spiritual energy from the essence stones, it split into 2 parts. One flowed to his sea of consciousness, increasing his magic energy. The other flowed to the blue dragon Yuanying, increasing his cultivation. In merely 1 hour, the 2 essence stones were completely drained, turning into useless rocks. His body was not satisfied yet. Xiao Chun tossed them aside and continued to take out the 2 essence stones to cultivate. Right now, he urgently needed these cultivation resources, so he did not feel any reluctance to part with them. Time passed slowly. After 3 days, the hunger in Xiao Chen's body was no longer as pressing. The magic energy flowing in his enlarged sea of consciousness already occupied half of it. Counting carefully, the magic energy was more than double that of the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer. Furthermore, it was purer. When Xiao Chun filled his sea of consciousness, his magic energy would be much stronger. However, this was not the greatest change. The greatest change was in his blue dragon Yuanying. The blue dragon martial spirit residing in his dantian felt like it had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the price was startling as well. In the past 3 days, Xiao Chun had used up double the 20,000 essence stones that he had. Xiao Chun sighed softly. If I were in the Kunlun realm, given the abundant spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm, I would have been able to save at least 5,000 essence stones. Although Xiao Chun said this, he did not regret it. There were too many uncertainties in the Kunlun realm. He might not have been able to clear his tribulation so smoothly in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun, you cleared your heart tribulation? Ao Jiao, who had been unconscious for 3 days, slowly woke up. She still felt somewhat groggy. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I did. It's been hard on you. Ao Jiao smiled embarrassedly and said, What hard on me? I'm too embarrassed to say that I actually fell asleep. Damn it. Xiao Chun understood that Ao Jiao should not have fallen asleep. Lung Yu must have made her fall asleep. Come, let's return to Qingyan Peak. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun's life became exceptionally peaceful. Aside from cultivating, he would wander around. Occasionally, he would see some of his old friends in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Taiji Dao, the Saber Domain, and a major magic skill of Dermic World slowly calmed down during these peaceful days. Sometimes, when Xiao Chun calmed down, he vaguely felt that the Emperor's bridge that connected the world to the chasm was already mostly completed. Xiao Chun stood on the bridge and looked across. The heavy fog surrounding the Emperor's door had already significantly dissipated. The great tribulation of wind and fire approached. It was fine in the Sky Dome realm. When Xiao Chun cultivated, he could even hear the sound of surging winds and blazing flames. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chun had already stopped cultivating his primordial energy and heavenly sage laws. He feared that if he made a mistake, the great tribulation of wind and fire would suddenly descend, catching him off guard. Xiao Chun focused all his attention on the cultivation of his magic energy, continuously tempering and polishing his magic energy, making it even purer. Now, he could maintain the major magic skill of Dermic World for 3 seconds. One should not underestimate these 3 seconds. 3 seconds of Dermic World was sufficient for Xiao Chun to do many things. If he used it at a crucial moment, he could instantly reverse the situation and turn the situation around. The Taiji Dao, the mysteries of stillness and movement, fast and slow, had already formally entered the introductory stage. This Taiji Dao was like a brand new door, opening a completely different world for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's cultivation of the fish dragon art slowly entered an optimal state. When he dodged, he nearly completely infused it into the Taiji Dao. The cultivation of the Saber Domain entered a completely different realm, a comprehension that had never been recorded in the Kunlun realm before. Now, Xiao Chun had cultivated 3 spots of light like the sun in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chun did not know what they were exactly. He only knew that when he touched them, they would be extremely mighty, as horrifying as the sun exploding. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed since Xiao Chun left the Kunlun realm and arrived in the Sky Dome realm. On this particular day, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and Xianyuan Zhantian traveled together to Qingyan Peak, where Xiao Chun was. Are we leaving? Xiao Chun asked. The 3 nodded. They were different from Xiao Chun. Right now, Xiao Chun could no longer raise his cultivation. He mainly focused on cultivating his mental state and cultivating his magic energy. Furthermore, they were in their golden years and needed to take risks and encounter great fortuitous encounters to raise their cultivation. They could not remain in the Sky Dome realm for long. Half a year was already a very long time. If they were in the Kunlun realm, half a year would be enough to raise their cultivation by 1 grade. Right now, the Sky Dome realm looks peaceful on the surface, but in reality, there are undercurrents. One day, it will erupt, Yu Chenxi said worriedly. At the mention of this, Xianyuan Zhantian felt worried. He nodded and said, "Indeed. My father told me that there will be a great change in the Kunlun realm. Great chaos is coming. Right now, this is just the calm before the storm." From the moment Feng Zi started snatching the Sky Dome heart, Xiao Chen had already anticipated that there would be a great change in the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chen knew even more than these three. He had learned from Yingyu that the great chaos 10,000 years ago, which caused the Tianwu Emperor and the Qing Emperor to fall at the same time, started in the Sky Dome realm. With such worry, even if they left, they would not feel at ease. Xiao Chen said, "How about this? Bring your families to my Xiao clan. I laid a formation there that can defend against Emperor Wu. Even if there is great chaos in the future, it will be a buffer, giving us time to send reinforcements." "That is good." Yu Chenxi and the other two rejoiced. On this trip to the Kunlun realm, the ones they worried about the most were their families. With Xiao Chen's words, they finally had something to worry about. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he thought of something and said, "There are a few people of my Xiao clan with pretty good talent. This time, I'll have to trouble you to bring them to the Kunlun realm. If you have time, help me take care of them. Don't worry. Just leave this small matter to us." As Xiao Chen watched the three leave excitedly, he revealed a contemplative expression on his calm face. Everything that happened in the Sky Dome Immortal realm still made him feel uneasy. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the three holy masters would not be so bold as to send people to the Sky Dome realm to seek trouble for him. Everyone says that great chaos is coming. How chaotic will it be? Xiao Chen asked as he swirled a teacup in his hand. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a fluctuation, and he immediately looked into the distance. At the limits of his vision was the ancient desolate land, the hidden dragon lake, the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave. This was strange. Back then, the formation that Xiao Chen used to seal the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave was considered powerful in the Sky Dome realm. However, it could not block an existence on the level of the blue-robed emperor. However, even after so many years, no one had touched the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave. Many people should be interested in such a person. However, no one had broken the formation that Xiao Chen left. Xiao Chen was the one who laid the formation, and the formation flags were his secret treasures. As long as there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Back then, when Xiao Chen left the formation, he did not intend to block everyone. He only wanted to be able to rush over immediately when someone touched the formation. However, no one touched it. Was it because they feared his reputation and did not dare to touch it? Xiao Chen felt that this possibility was very low. The greater reason might be because of Chu Chaoyan. This person definitely held a high position in the deep abyss demonic world. Perhaps Xiao Chen had instructed the demons not to touch it. As for the people of the Sky Dome realm, they gave him face and did not touch it. However, there was a sudden fluctuation today. Someone was touching the formation that Xiao Chen left behind. Strange. Xiao Chen stood up and casually tore space, rushing towards the ancient desolate land at lightning speed. 10,000 years ago, the ancient desolate land had been the capital of the Tianwu dynasty, the center of the entire Sky Dome realm. With the fall of the dynasty, the prosperity of the past was no more. Now, this place had turned into a stretch of endless lakes. Chapter 1309. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared in the sky above the ancient desolate land. He felt that the attacks on the formation had suddenly stopped. The formation that Xiao Chen laid was still there. This startled Xiao Chen. It was not that someone was truly trying to break the formation. They just wanted to lure him over. Who could it be? However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. Right now, he believed that no one in the Sky Dome realm was a match for him. Even major characters like the three holy masters did not dare to send people to seek trouble for him after Xiao Chen snatched away 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade battle armor. Xiao Chen only felt suspicious. Who exactly was the person who lured him over? Was he not afraid of death? Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense everywhere he looked, immediately covering the entire lake in the ancient desolate land. The cultivators on the various islands and lakes with different expressions could not escape Xiao Chen's eyes. After scanning the entire lake and withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen still could not find anyone suspicious. Just as Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, he noticed a back view. The owner of this back view sat at the edge of the ancient desolate land with a sword on his back. As he looked at the lake in the ancient desolate land, he entered a daze, his face filled with grief. Just by looking at this back view, one could sense the sorrow and vicissitudes of life in his heart. It's him. Xiao Chen slowly descended and walked over step by step. With one look, he guessed who this back view was. It was the Tianwu dynasty's descendant, Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan did not have any special aura. He looked ordinary. When the other cultivators passed by saw this appearance, they all felt confused. They all felt that they didn't know what was going on and found it hard to understand. Why was Chu Chaoyan staring at the lake in a daze for no reason? Furthermore, he even put on a sorrowful expression. Who was he showing this to? When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he suddenly thought of a saying, "Those who know me know my worries. Those who do not know me know what I seek." Those who knew the ins and outs, like Xiao Chen, naturally knew. Chu Chaoyan was just reminiscing. 10,000 years ago, this was the most bustling place in the Sky Dome realm, the center of the entire world. Carriages and people came and went, and the banners of the Tianwu dynasty filled the air. However, 10,000 years later, the city was gone, and the capital was destroyed. All that could be seen was a vast lake. As a descendant of the dynasty, he would probably feel deeply moved every time he saw it. However, outsiders did not know that those martial artists who passed by only saw a silly boy staring blankly at the lake. When he saw Chu Chaoyun, he was certain that he was the one who had led him here. As if he had eyes at the back of his head, Chu Chaoyun seemed to have sensed Xiao Chen's arrival. He suddenly got up and dashed forward. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he chased after him. As the chase continued, they arrived at the hidden dragon lake. Chu Chaoyun dove into the lake with a plop. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen evaluated his strength. Even if there was an ambush below, he would be able to escape if he executed Dermic World and even kill his opponent. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen quickly followed after Chu Chaoyun and entered the hidden dragon lake. When Xiao Chen reached the bottom of the lake and passed through the invisible barrier, he saw Chu Chaoyun hovering in the air above the Tianwu Emperor's grave. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there was no one else in the surroundings. There was no ambush that Xiao Chen feared. Xiao Chen walked over calmly and asked, "What do you want by luring me here?" "Chu Chaoyun, you can speak now, right?" Before the Tianwu Emperor's grave, Chu Chaoyun turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he revealed a smile and said, "It's nothing. I just want to see how strong you are now." Xiao Chen was now extremely calm. He asked indifferently, "In that case, are you really seeking death?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Indeed. Aside from Emperor Wu, no one is a match for you. Even the most horrifying, outstanding talents of the royal clans in the deep abyss demonic world might not be a match for you. However, when judging a person, one should not just look at what is in front of them. More importantly, one has to look at the future. I am here to see if you have any hope of clearing your tribulation." Xiao Chen said interestedly, "Many thanks for your concern. In that case, what do you think my chances are?" Chu Chaoyun replied unhurriedly, "With your strength, I feel that you have a 10% chance." Xiao Chen smiled and said, 10%? That is quite a high chance. Since ancient times, not even 1 in 10,000 people have cleared their great tribulation of wind and fire. I'm not done yet. If we consider external factors, your chances of clearing your tribulation would be 1 in 10,000. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing. "Perhaps you do not know yet, but the Thunder King's 10,000-year tribulation arrived early. Now, there is no news of him. His fate is unknown. No one knows any news of him." "What?" "You heard right. Now, there is no news of the Thunder King. Many rumors say that he is already dead. The entire Kunlun realm is in chaos." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt startled. No wonder the 3 holy masters dared to come to the lower realm and send people to attack him. It turned out that such a huge change had happened in the Kunlun realm. As the undisputed king of the Kunlun realm, the strongest expert, the Thunder King, such a huge situation actually happened to him. There was no news of him, and his fate was unknown. The Thunder King could be considered Xiao Qin's strongest backer. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Thunder King's existence was a major reason why Xiao Qun had not been crushed to death by the major characters. However, such a change was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Xiao Qun. The difficulty of advancing to Martial Emperor suddenly increased explosively. The great tribulation of wind and fire already left him in a terrible state. The moment the Thunder King left, the balance of the external factors was broken. The external factors immediately became strange. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and said, "Sorry for bringing you such bad news. However, this is good as well. It is much better than going to the Kunlun realm and suddenly finding out. At the very least, you have a buffer." Xiao Qun recovered his wits and asked coldly, "What's wrong? Should I thank you?" Chu Chaoyan waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You don't have to look at me like that. There will definitely be a battle between us, but now is not the time." These words again. Xiao Qin frowned and said, "I've heard enough of these words. What exactly is the grudge between us? Although I have always treated you as my opponent, I do not have much hatred for you. However, for so many years, you have been hiding things from me, telling me these words. What exactly do you mean? There's no rush. Our goal is the same. We have not achieved our goal yet. So how can we tell you everything? Catch this." Chu Chaoyan gently leaped up and casually broke the formation that Xiao Qun left. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed a formation flag, tossing it to Xiao Qun. A formation that a martial sage laid could not pose a problem for Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Qun was not surprised. However, he had not expected the other party to break it so casually. Xiao Qun caught the formation flag and saw that Chu Chaoyan seemed to want to destroy the Tianwu Emperor's grave. His expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. "Stop!" Chu Chaoyan gently drifted down and stood on the simple tombstone of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. He smiled gently and said, "Why stop? Actually, you must be very curious about the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave, right? Today, I will let you see what is inside." Before Xiao Qun could stop Chu Chaoyan, he saw Chu Chaoyan shatter the tombstone with one palm strike. The entire grave exploded, blasting the coffin out. The lid of the coffin opened with a huang-dang sound. When Xiao Qun, who was preparing to make a move, saw the situation in the coffin, his face filled with shock and disbelief. With a face full of shock and disbelief, he stopped what he was doing. Empty? That's right. After the heavy coffin lid opened, there was nothing in the coffin. It was completely clean, and there was nothing there. Xiao Qun suspected that he saw wrong. This place had been determined to be the grave of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor for close to 20,000 years. However, there was indeed nothing in there. The old dragon guarding this place had solemnly instructed Xiao Qun not to let anyone open it. There was nothing in there. What difference would it make if Xiao Qun did not open it? Xiao Qun narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Chaoyan. "You knew long ago that there was nothing in there." Chu Chaoyan smiled gently and said, "If there really was any inheritance, someone would have opened it long ago when the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed to save the dynasty. Those major characters would have already come to take it away. How could it be left to us, two small fries?" Xiao Qun did not dare to believe it. However, that old dragon solemnly guarded this place for who knows how many years. If there is nothing in there, why would it need to guard this place? Chu Chaoyan's lips curled up as he kicked the coffin a few times. "It is not that there is nothing. I heard that this coffin was made by the first-generation Tianwu Emperor himself. It has a pretty good commemorative value. The old dragon was foolishly loyal. What it guarded was just a symbol." Chu Chaoyan's words were filled with disrespect for this first-generation Tianwu Emperor. He did not care about the first-generation Tianwu Emperor at all, treating him like an ancestor, not showing any respect at all. Xiao Qun still found this inconceivable. This result surpassed his expectations. Unexpectedly, There was nothing in the grave of the first-generation Tianwu emperor. Xiao Qian's figure flashed and arrived at the blasted grave. The grave palace was rather intact, filled with the style of the ancient Tianwu dynasty. Xiao Qian carefully looked around. The construction of the grave palace was not complicated or spacious. The walls of the average-sized grave palace were all solid. There were no secret passages or secret rooms. There were some murals carved on the walls. When Xiao Qian touched them, he felt a sharp sword intent. Even after the destruction of the dynasty, more than 20,000 years ago, the sword intent was still sharp. If not for Xiao Qian's current strength and his cultivation of the saber, Dao, reaching an unprecedented level, it would be hard to say that he would not be injured. Aside from the sharpness, Xiao Qian could feel the casual nature of the sword intent's master in this sword intent. That was to say, these murals were casually left behind by the sword intent's master and did not hold any special meaning. Xiao Qian withdrew his hand and carefully examined the murals. Due to the passage of time, the murals were already very blurry. Most of them were covered by dust. However, based on the trajectory of the sword intent, Xiao Qian could feel that the sword intent's master carved these murals in one breath, using a sword. Xiao Qian looked around and used his sharp senses to find the starting point of the murals. After that, he stepped forward and closed his eyes. Then, he used his left hand to touch the starting point. Life Bestowal Spell. Xiao Qian formed hand seals with his right hand and extended his hand. The dust in the grave palace flickered with light. Under the control of Xiao Qian's Life Bestowal Spell, the dust gathered into a figure holding a sword. Vaguely, Xiao Qian seemed to see the scene of the sword intent's master dancing with a sword 20,000 years ago. Xiao Qian followed the starting point of the murals and walked forward step by step. His right hand continuously formed hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure formed by the dust danced with the sword, executing a sword technique. It was like this figure was reenacting the actions of the sword intent's master from 20,000 years ago, dancing with the sword. The sword light was magnificent and elegant. Chapter 13:10. His swordsmanship could not be considered very brilliant, but his carefree and casual temperament could still be felt clearly even after 20,000 years. Sword chi swept through the grave palace, causing the dust on the walls to fall off. The mural that revealed the true face of Mount Lu seemed to be influenced. The figure in the mural came to life and started dancing. Instantly, the entire grave palace was filled with sword images. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly. The scenes of distant history and reality merged together, creating a complicated scene. The stars moved in the grave palace as if time and space were reversed. On the ground, the previously calm Chu Chaoyan showed a slightly strange expression when he saw the sky full of sword images in the grave palace. Suddenly, two figures of light appeared on Chu Chaoyan's left and right, one black and one white. They held swords and moved at the same time. The sword technique materialized was no different from the one in the grave palace. In these sword images, Xiao Qian found a familiar feeling. The three sun-like lights in his sea of consciousness flickered endlessly, showing off their sharpness. They were like suns in his sea of consciousness, giving off an intense light. Xiao Qian walked slowly, step by step. As he sensed the sword Dao contained in the sword intent, he continuously perfected his saber Dao. When Xiao Qian reached the end of the mural, the figure formed by the Life Bestowal Spell smiled faintly and nodded. It seemed very satisfied with the mural that it made. Then, it sheathed its sword and soared into the sky. Chu Chaoyan raised his head and looked at the figure soaring into the sky. His expression was complicated as he muttered to himself. Since you were so strong, unparalleled since ancient times, why did you leave behind this vast dynasty and not care about it? Whoosh! The black and white figures merged into Chu Chaoyan's body. He stretched out his finger, and the figure soaring into the sky directly shattered, turning into countless specks of dust and scattering. Inside the grave palace, Xiao Qian did not know about Chu Chaoyan's expression. He was currently carefully comprehending what he gained from the mural. Xiao Chen was practically certain that the first-generation Tianwu Emperor left this mural behind. He had casually created it in one breath, forming this majestic painting. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Those sun-like motes of light in his sea of consciousness were a kind of energy that could only be comprehended through the saber domain after entering the saber Dao. Let's call it saber energy for now. It was a certain level of the saber Dao. He felt a similar sword energy in the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's sword intent. However, the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's sword energy was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a drop of water compared to an ocean. From the looks of it, Xiao Chen's choice in the saber domain was correct. As a bladesman, he should focus on the saber and supplement it with his domain. The use of the saber domain for bladesmen was to cultivate this saber energy. With a flash, Xiao Chen reappeared on the ground. He looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "Many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to understand my saber Dao so clearly." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "I didn't mean it. You don't have to thank me. I should be the one thanking you for making me realize how despicable the owner of this tomb is." Hey! Xiao Chen saw hatred in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, hatred for the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. The first-generation Tianwu Emperor left behind a fake tomb and faked his own death, no longer caring about his descendants or the dynasty he founded. No wonder Chu Chaoyun hated him. Where did the first-generation Tianwu Emperor go? Had he left this place of exile? Or perhaps he was not a person of this abandoned land at all. I just wonder where he should be. Why did Xiao Chen think this way? It was because he felt that this first-generation Tianwu Emperor was ridiculously strong, much stronger than the cultivators of the Kunlun realm's ancient era. There was also that strange heavenly flame. Xiao Chen felt that this heavenly flame might be like the heavenly snow divine flame that he obtained, a flame born from the primal chaos. However, the heavenly flame was already nourished to an extremely strong level. As for the heavenly snow divine flame that Xiao Chen obtained, it was extremely weak, like a baby crying piteously for food. Xiao Chen calmed down and said with a grave expression, "Chu Chaoyun, what is your purpose in luring me here? Can you tell me now? You told me that the Thunder King is missing and blasted open the tomb. What exactly are you trying to say?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Given your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out on your own. Think about it." Xiao Chen's face sank. He knew that Chu Chaoyun definitely had an ulterior motive for luring him here. He would not come here to reminisce for no reason. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. A light flashed in his mind, and 4 words rang out, luring the tiger away from the mountains. With a thought, Xiao Chen split his spiritual sense into 2 and spread it out frantically. Soon, the scene of the Xiao clan city and Qingyun Peak appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It was calm and peaceful, without any ripples. Everything is fine. In that case, it is for the remaining half of the Sky Dome Heart. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Chu Chaoyun. He said, "You want to obtain the Sky Dome Heart?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are indeed not stupid. However, it is useless for you to know now. The Sky Dome Palace should have been broken already. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If not for you demonstrating how to break that Sky Dome Dragon formation, the Sky Dome Palace would not have been easy to break." Whoosh! Xiao Chen could not be bothered to speak nonsense with Chu Chaoyun. His figure flashed and flew forward, preparing to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. "It is not that easy to go and help." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. His left eye released an intense white light, and his right eye turned a fearsome black. A smile separated black and white. With Chu Chaoyun's body as the boundary, one on the left and one on the right, black and white were distinct. The black light and the white light divided the entire world into 2. It was an extremely strange sight. The black and white lights formed a formless aura that tried to swallow up Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had already comprehended the will of light and the will of darkness to their limits. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and this aura forced him back. After spreading out his saber domain, The moment Xiao Chun landed, he gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he shot forward like a sharp arrow, charging with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and spread out his sword domain as well. Then, he took a step forward and charged at Xiao Chun. The two did not draw their sabers and swords, fighting speed with speed, only using their fists and palms. However, the saber intent and sword intent in their fists and palms were not weak at all. Although it was clearly just a clash of fists and feet, intense clanging rang out in the sky. The saber domain and the sword domain overlapped, piercing space and turning it into a mess. Xiao Chun did not use the Taiji Dao, only using his saber domain and his fists and feet to fight. The two knew that this was just a simple test. After 100 moves, they both pushed back 10 kilometers and faced each other from a distance. Faintly, the two of them emitted a sharp glow that soared into the sky, forming a formless saber and a formless sword. Suddenly, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Chu Chaoyun, it looks like your cultivation of the state of primal chaos is not going well. The stronger you cultivate light and darkness, the more they oppose each other, and the harder it is to merge them." A few years ago, when Xiao Chun met Chu Chaoyun, the other party could still merge light and darkness, forming a vague form of primal chaos. However, now that Chu Chaoyun grew stronger, the opposition between light and darkness intensified, making it even harder to merge them. "It is enough to stop you," Chu Chaoyan said. He did not confirm or deny Xiao Chen's guess. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, "That might not be the case." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he drew the lunar shadow saber. Then, he used his flawless saber, Dao, to form an even more ferocious aura. His body merged with the saber. His clothes and hair each gave off a sharpness. Retreat. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Chu Chaoyan did not choose to clash head-on. His body gave off a black and white light as he took 5 steps back. When he could no longer retreat, Chu Chaoyan drew his sword. Chong! Chong! When Xiao Chun drew his sword, 2 sword hums rang out. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan's body split into 2. One was clad in black robes, and the other was clad in white robes. Their appearances were the same, but their auras were different. The most important thing was that they both had a sword domain. Light sword domain and dark sword domain. Just because I did not enter the primal chaos great, Dao, does not mean that I have become weak. The two figures spoke at the same time, their voices echoing in the surroundings. Then, they suppressed Xiao Chun from the left and right. Invisibly, Xiao Chen's saber technique was suppressed. Taiji Dao. With a thought, the primordial energy in Xiao Chen's body materialized the Taiji force field as he executed the fish dragon art. Xiao Chen alternated between fast and slow. After images flashed and lightning flashed in the sky, reversing the situation. Xiao Chen was no longer in the mood to waste time with Chu Chaoyan. He still had to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. After 100 moves, Xiao Chun directly executed the Taiji explosion. Bang! The ground under Xiao Chen's feet exploded. The power of the world controlled by the Taiji force field shattered and shattered. The explosion of the Taiji force field seemed to have obliterated the laws of the Great Tao within 1 kilometer. Chu Chaoyan's black and white figures vomited blood as they flew back. After they landed, they smiled bitterly. Without primordial energy, fighting you is really at a disadvantage. Among the same generation, any outstanding talent that did not advance to Martial Emperor would be using half their strength to fight Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and said, "Go away. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting serious." After obstructing him until now, Xiao Chun was truly enraged. He still had the peak will of thunder, the 3 layers of saber energy, and the major magic skill, Dermic World. If Chu Chaoyan continued to block him, Xiao Chun would not mind using these trump cards. However, Chu Chaoyan should also have trump cards that he had not used. Defeating the other party would not be a problem. However, whether he could kill Xiao Chun was uncertain. Xiao Chun sheathed his swords and smiled at the same time, saying, "Let's go. I hope you can make it in time." Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then, he glanced at Chu Chaoyan before leaving in a flash. How much of his strength do you think he has exposed? The white-robed Chu Chaoyan asked. The black-robed Chu Chaoyan replied unhurriedly, about 40%. It seemed like Chu Chaoyan was talking to himself, but it also seemed like the two of them were conversing. The scene was incredibly strange. Two beams of light, one black and one white, merged back into Chu Chaoyan's body. Primal chaos filled his eyes as he muttered, "The great chaos of the Kunlun realm has already begun. No matter what, I hope you can clear your great tribulation of wind and fire." By the time Xiao Chun arrived at the Sky Dome Palace, the recently rebuilt Sky Dome Palace was in disarray again. Many cultivators lay on the ground, crying and groaning. However, most of them were fine. Their lives were not in danger. Amid the crowd, Xiao Chun found Old Yin. The other party's complexion was very poor, like he had aged significantly. Chapter 1311. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was probably too late, so he walked over and asked around. Indeed, a group of mysterious people snatched away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. They are not demons. No, although they were masked, I can be sure that they are not demons. They do not have the aura of a demon. Old Yin told Xiao Chun about what happened back then. A group of masked people used a method similar to what Xiao Chun did. They made the dragon soul in the sky clash with the Sky Dome dragon on the ground, breaking the Sky Dome dragon formation and snatching away the Sky Dome heart. Old Yin sighed. This world is really chaotic. I believe that this group of mysterious people will snatch away the other half of the Sky Dome heart from the demons. Xiao Chun was stunned. It looked like Chu Chaoyan's ambition was extraordinarily great. Unknowingly, Chu Chaoyan actually gained such a strong force in the Sky Dome realm. It was like he could occupy the entire Sky Dome realm at any time. Chu Chaoyan was just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for true chaos to descend. Old Yin continued, "Right now, the Bushin Palace is also very chaotic. Blue Dragon King, when you return, you have to be more careful." Xiao Chun asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Old Yin frowned and said, "There are many factions in the Bushin Palace. Everything is in chaos. I requested for reinforcements several times, but they ignored me. From the looks of it, it looks like they want to revolt and re-elect the palace master of the Bushin Palace. They simply cannot care about such a small matter. I did not receive much news while I was in the Sky Dome realm. I really don't know what happened for it to suddenly become so chaotic." Xiao Chun knew very well that the Thunder King had disappeared, his fate unknown. The three holy masters were already dissatisfied with the Thunder King. It would be strange if the situation was not chaotic. However, Xiao Chun could not tell Old Yin all this. That would only make him worry. Xiao Chun consoled. Since the Sky Dome heart is gone, there is no need to rebuild the Sky Dome Palace. Come with me to the Xiao clan. There is a small iron defense magic formation that I laid there. Its offense is not strong, but its defense is much stronger than the Sky Dome Dragon formation. Really? Thank you, Blue Dragon King, Elder Yin said with a smile. Xiao Chun sighed. Chaos was coming, and he couldn't help much. This was all he could do. He really wanted to go to the Kunlun realm to see what was going on. However, the Taiji Dao, the flawless Saber Dao, and the cultivation of Saber energy needed to be sorted out properly. He could not act rashly. 1 year. Give me 1 more year. That will be enough, Xiao Chun said in a deep voice. The fact that the Sky Dome heart had fallen into Chu Chaoyan's hands was already a fact that could not be changed. Xiao Chun did not care too much about what Chu Chaoyan was planning or how much power he had in the Sky Dome realm. He only cared about the safety of his family and friends, as well as the disciples on Blue Cloud Peak. After leaving the Sky Dome Palace, Xiao Chun arrived at the Xiao Clan City. Then, he saw Yu Qinsi and the other two, who were about to leave, in the city lord's residence. Right now, the Kunlun realm was in great chaos. However, great chaos often meant great fortuitous encounters. To the three of them, this might not be a bad thing. Xiao Chun, when do you intend to return to the Kunlun realm? When will the great tribulation of wind and fire arrive? Yu Qinsi asked out of concern. Gong Yangyu and Xianyuan Zhantian were also very concerned about this problem. Everyone knew that of the 5 years that Yu Bingyan had set for Xiao Chun, only 1.5 years remained. As the time drew closer, it was hard for Xiao Chen's good friends to not worry. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, not avoiding this question. There is still about 1 more year. I have gained something in the Kunlun realm and need to properly digest it. As for the great tribulation of wind and fire, it might come at any time. Let nature take its course. When he spoke, his body exuded a sense of tranquility, allowing others to feel his tranquility. Yu Chenxi and the other two felt slightly relieved. They knew that Xiao Chen's mentality was much better than theirs. This time, when you go to the Kunlun realm, you should have a great fortuitous encounter. Grasp it well, and it won't be hard to gain something. Remember, your lives are the most important. Xin Yuan Zhantian and the others felt suspicious. Xiao Chun seemed to know something, but he did not say it clearly. They had not left the Sky Dome realm. So how did Xiao Chun know the situation of the Kunlun realm like the back of his hand? Xiao Chun, can you explain? Xiao Chun shook his head and said, there is no need to say too much. You will understand when you get there. In that case, we will take our leave first. Right. I will leave the 3 juniors of my Xiao clan to you as well. After sending off the 3 with his eyes, Xiao Chun gave his blessings in his heart. He only hoped that his 3 friends would be able to obtain some peace in this chaotic world. Right now, Xiao Chun was like duckweed. If he was not careful, he could get scattered by the wind and waves. There was not much he could do. If he could not clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not be able to protect himself in this chaotic world. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun met with his father. Then, he started to think about how to strengthen the small iron defense magic formation around the city lord's residence. Spring passed, and autumn arrived. In this Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun traveled back and forth between the Xiao clan and Qingyun Peak. Occasionally, he would go out and enjoy the scenery. There was not much time left for Xiao Chun. However, he did not just enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he moved about frequently. Amidst the mountains and rivers, he savored the Taiji Dao and tempered his mental state. He let nature take its course and did not dwell on the details. Seven-Horn Mountain, White Water City, the deep sea. He walked the paths that he had taken in the past. Finally, he arrived at the most mysterious place of the Sky Dome realm, the ancient desolate tower. Back then, Xiao Chun had fought against the outstanding talents of the various nations in the ancient desolate tower. Only then did he gain some fame as the White Robe Bladesman. Now that he was in Desolate City again, the bewildering formation that hid the ancient desolate tower naturally did not hinder Xiao Chun. He immediately saw that mysterious ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower had existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty. After understanding the strength of the first-generation Tianwu emperor, Xiao Chun even felt that the first-generation Tianwu emperor might have personally built this ancient desolate tower for the sake of tempering the royal clan's disciples. Ao Jiao, speaking of which, why did you make me stop at the 8th floor back then and not go to the 9th floor? You should be able to tell me this secret now, right? Xiao Chun asked casually as he recalled a matter from the past. That year, Xiao Chun revealed his brilliance among the outstanding talents of the various nations. He overcame all the difficulties and killed his way to the 8th floor. Later, due to Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chun gave up on the idea of entering the 9th floor. That was a small regret. Originally, Xiao Chun had expected that Ao Jiao would not make things difficult for him now. Who knew? After Xiao Chun spoke for a long time, he did not hear a reply from Ao Jiao. He could not help feeling curious. Now, Xiao Chun's strength was overwhelming, comparable to Emperor Wu's. Even Chu Chaoyan had to give way to Xiao Chun, not daring to challenge him. To think that Ao Jiao was still worried. What exactly was in the ancient desolate tower's 9th floor for Ao Jiao to be so worried? Just as Xiao Chun was about to continue asking, Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring. She said there's a mirror in there called the 3-Life Mirror. It can show the future and the past. Those who enter the 9th floor will have another chance to choose whether to look at the past or the future. An interested expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. And then Sang Mu chose to look at the future. In the end, he saw his body shattering and his Tao falling. After that, it really came true. No matter how talented he was in the Kunlun realm, he could not change it. Xiao Qin's expression froze. When he heard Ao Jiao's sullen tone, he said, "Sorry, I should not have asked." Xiao Chun finally understood why Ao Jiao did not want him to go to the 9th floor. She was afraid that he would end up like the Thunder King Sang Mu, defeated by fate. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's fine. There is no need to hide these things from you. The choice is up to you." Xiao Qin thought to himself, "It would have been fine if I did not know about it in the past. Now that I know about the 3-life mirror on the 9th floor, I have to make a trip there." With Xiao Qin's current strength, the various restrictions of the ancient desolate tower were naturally ineffective. If he wanted to enter, he just had to forcibly tear space. However, how should he choose? Look at the past or the future? The Thunder King felt that there was nothing to see in the past, so he chose the future. In the end, he ended up dying without a complete corpse. In the end, it really came true. When Xiao Chun thought about it, it did feel somewhat horrifying. Before fate, a single person's effort was insignificant. No matter how hard he tried, he could not change it. Little Ao Jiao, wait here for a while. I'll go in and take a look. Without waiting for Ao Jiao to reply, Xiao Chun tore space and broke the various restrictions in space. Then, he silently arrived at the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Indeed, it was as Ao Jiao said. The empty 9th floor only had a mirror in the center. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The mirror was close to 2 meters tall. Its surface was as smooth as water. When Xiao Chun entered, he kicked up a strong wind, causing the mirror to ripple. "Strange. You're already as strong as a half-step Emperor Wu. That's not right. You are even stronger than a regular Emperor Wu. How are you able to enter the ancient desolate tower?" A cute girl appeared in the 3-life mirror. She stared at Xiao Chun and asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "You must be the item spirit of the 3-life mirror, right? Although I did not follow the rules and barged in, I managed to get here step by step. It's just that I gave up this opportunity back then. It's not too late to do it now, right?" The pretty girl in the mirror giggled and said, "So that's how it is. You do have the aura of someone who cleared the earlier stages. In that case, it is not too late. If not for the mark of the earlier stages, even if you managed to barge in, Little 3 would not be able to reveal anything about you." Xiao Chun walked forward and looked at the lively item spirit. He asked, "Do you remember the person who came here the last time?" The pretty girl's eyes sparkled. She smiled in a somewhat infatuated manner and said, "Of course I remember. He was a very handsome fellow, even more handsome than you. However, he did not have the air you have. If I had to choose, I would be in a difficult position. I do not know who to choose. Should I choose the handsome and sunny type or the elegant and quiet type? How difficult, how difficult. How should I choose?" In the mirror, the pretty girl completely forgot about Xiao Chen's existence. She tilted her head and rubbed her chin, appearing to be in a difficult position. Cold sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. This item spirit had been lonely for a long time. It had not spoken for thousands of years, but when it did, it would say a lot. Furthermore, it was infatuated. "He is dead. Is he really dead?" The pretty girl was somewhat stunned at first. Then, she smiled excitedly and said, "Little 3 is really incredible. It got it right again." Chapter 13:12. Xiao Chun felt helpless. There was really no way to hate this kind of girl. Furthermore, she was an item spirit. She spoke without thinking, but her heart was rather pure. "Hee hee, I knew you wouldn't blame Little 3. Then, tell me, do you choose to look at the past or the future?" Looking at the past is giving you a chance to see the various things of your previous life. Looking at the future is letting you see the joys and sorrows of this life. The little beauty smiled as she introduced. She explained in detail, revealing her chatterbox nature. "You choose the past or the future?" Little 3 smiled mischievously. "You only have one chance." Xiao Chen opened his mouth, but he still found it hard to choose. Should he look at the past or the future? What's wrong? You can't decide? Do you need little 3 to help you decide? The little beauty asked, giggling. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, I suddenly thought of something. Be it the past or the future, it cannot be changed. In that case, what is the point of looking at it or not? The past has already happened. Of course, it cannot be changed. However, although the future did not happen, it cannot be changed. The so-called fate was already decided the moment you spoke. Xiao Qin smiled and said, keep it simple. Just nod and say that I'm right. There's no need for a long explanation. The little beauty smiled bashfully and said, how is that possible? It's just that little 3 has not met a living person for too long and could not help but speak insincerely. Stop. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand to stop the other party. This little beauty's words gave him a headache. He finally witnessed the terror of a chatterbox. Little 3 covered her mouth and smiled. All right, let's stop talking. If you can't decide, let the heavens decide. Xiao Chun asked curiously, what do you mean? Toss out a prop, and you make the decision in whatever direction it is thrown. When Xiao Chun heard that, he hesitated. Let the heavens decide? Little 3 did not say anything, waiting for Xiao Chun to answer. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chun sighed softly. Since when did his courage fall to such a level? To think that the past and the future had to be decided by the heavens. Indeed, time had worn down his edge. If he had come up here back then, he would have chosen to look at the future without any hesitation. Now that he had restrained his sharpness and stood in a high position, he became fearful instead. How is it? Do you need it? Xiao Chun shook his head. No, I've made up my mind. I don't believe in fate. I only believe in myself. Show me my past. I want to see my past life. No matter what happened in the future, it was the result of his own decisions. It had nothing to do with fate. He wanted to see the past. He was also curious about how he had transmigrated. He occupied the body named Xiao Chun, devoured his soul, inherited the will of the original Xiao Chun, and lived in this world. Was the so-called previous life the previous life of that Earth's Xiao Chun or the original Xiao Chun of the Sky Dome realm? Little 3 pinched his chin and said, past lives. Very few people look at their past lives. They don't understand what's there to look at. But Big Brother White Clothes, since you've made your choice, Little 3 won't refuse. Put your hand in. Xiao Chun followed Little 3's instructions and directly extended his hand into the mirror. What a white hand. How pretty. It's very elegant and full of spiritual energy. Little 3 really likes it. So, you're called Xiao Chun. However, others call you the White Robe Blades Man. Little 3 is not wrong. The pretty little girl smiled as she held Xiao Chun's hand and opened her large, cute eyes wide. Xiao Chun said helplessly, can we begin now? Yes, let's begin. I'll bring Big Brother White Clothes to see your past life. No matter what happens, don't let go of my hand. I'm going to pull you into this 3-life mirror. Xiao, the pretty little girl pulled hard, and Xiao Chun felt like his soul was being pulled out. The world spun around him, and he felt dizzy. Xiao Chun turned his head and saw that his body still maintained the same posture as before, like a statue, not moving at all. Don't look back. What you need to do now is look forward. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked to the front. A star turned into a flame and fell from the sky. There was no way to avoid it. Surging heat waves and overwhelming ferocious might surged over. Xiao Chun paled in fright and tried to move away on the spot. However, he discovered that Little 3 was holding his hand tightly, preventing him from escaping. Before he could cry out, he closed his eyes, and the fireball passed through him and landed on the ground. The fireball smashed open a huge crater. Then it took human form. Its life essence turned into multicolored light and scattered like fireworks. Little 3 giggled endlessly. Only then did Xiao Chun react. Everything in front of him was the past. It was impossible for it to injure him. Little 3 was just scaring him on purpose. I'll settle the score with her later. Xiao Chun did not have time to care about Little 3's little tricks. He focused on the scene before him. The scene before him was like the end of the world. There was an unimaginably vast and flourishing palace in the sky. The palace fell apart and flames blazed. All sorts of tender spirit herbs were burned away. The glorious buildings turned into rubble. However, these were not the scariest things. The scariest were the stars in the sky. Only now did Xiao Chun see clearly that these stars were not real stars, but people. However, these people were too strong, unimaginably strong. Before they died, they gave off a star-like light. Stars fell from the sky. Space shattered, laws collapsed, and order ceased to exist. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Chen's mind boomed. This was the scene of the immortal epic's destruction. How could he have seen such a scene in his previous life? How incredible! Elder Brother White Robes was actually an immortal in his previous life. Little Three said with a smile as she held Xiao Chen's hand and walked through the space where the immortals fell. Xiao Chen found it strange. He asked, "You don't seem surprised. Have you seen immortals before?" Little Three puffed out her chest and said, "Hee, they're just immortals." Little Three's creator could be considered a major character in the heavenly court. That was a major character who jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, undying and able to twist time and space. In the past, there were some people who were immortals in their previous lives. However, that is not a big deal. Just looking at the things in my previous life is enough. The past is just a passing cloud. It will not be of much help to this life. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He continued to watch. He wanted to know if this was Earth's previous life or the Sky Dome realm's Xiao Chen's previous life. "Hey, I found you." Little Three's eyes lit up as she led Xiao Chen over. Space and time twisted, and the scene suddenly changed. Xiao Chen arrived in a world of black and white. 18 layers of purgatory, gates of life and death, Yellow Springs Road. Xiao Chen immediately remembered. What is this place? It looks so familiar. Isn't this the Yellow Springs Road, the 18 layers of purgatory that I went to in the past? In the Yellow Springs Road, the last group of immortals of the immortal epic gathered together with fatigued expressions and weak auras. Among the immortals, there was a person dressed in white, looking spotless. He stood at the side, listening to the discussion of the others without saying a word. Xiao Chen looked at this person. He had a vague feeling that made his heart skip a beat. Was this how I looked in my previous life? Damn it. The immortal epic collapsed, and this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva actually took advantage of the situation, occupying the entire purgatory. This bald monk is really disgusting. Now that the purgatory is in chaos, he actually took advantage of the situation to refine the sea of bitterness and absorb the power of faith. He blocked the 6 paths of reincarnation, not letting us leave. The group of immortals felt very angry. However, their strength had dropped significantly. They could not do anything to the tyrannical Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. The laws changed, and the immortal epic came to an end. This group of immortals suffered a destructive blow. Although the Buddhist cultivators were affected as well, they quickly adapted to the situation. The damage to Meru Mountain was much smaller. I'll go and have a chat with him. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the white-clad immortal, who had been silent all this while. Then he walked forward. "Sky Dome, Immortal Lord, don't be rash," the other immortals immediately exclaimed. Although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord said to go and have a chat, everyone knew that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva would not agree. There would definitely be a huge battle. Now that the immortal epic was slowly passing, they could feel their strength weakening. They simply could not fight with this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. A bolt of lightning flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, stunning him. He had clearly heard and seen that those people were calling out the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords. Was that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord of my previous life? Xiao Chen muttered in some disbelief, feeling like he was dreaming. Right now, Xiao Chen had not confirmed whether the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was his previous life or the original Xiao Chen's previous life. I have to go and take a look. Feeling that he was getting closer to the answer, Xiao Chen quickly chased after the Sky Dome Immortal Lord with Little Three. He wanted to see how the Sky Dome Immortal Lord negotiated with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. In the sea of bitterness, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body gave off layers of Buddhist light. There were 3,000 arhats around him, chanting Buddhist chants and holding Buddhist prayer beads in their hands, continuously purifying the vast number of aggrieved spirits. Hell was shattered, and countless wandering spirits turned into light and entered the Buddhist light behind the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. It was like there was a nation there. Xiao Chun felt startled. Back then, when he saw the headless body of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the might and pressure from it was already horrifying enough. However, compared to now, it was completely different. The sea of bitterness below the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the sea of bitterness 10,000 years later. When the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord arrive, he did not even open his eyes. He said indifferently, "Sky Dome Immortal Lord, I already told you immortals to leave quickly. This Bodhisattva has already made a great vow. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's gentle words were supported by Buddhist might, lingering in the surroundings for a long time. The words, "I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty," made the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist light even brighter. With one look, one could put down the butcher's knife and kneel before Buddha. Compared to the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body, the white-clad Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked pitifully insignificant as he walked on the sea of bitterness. However, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's outstanding and pure aura was very dazzling when compared to the thousands of aggrieved spirits and wild spirits around him. With one glance, one could discover his extraordinariness. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked at the aggrieved spirits in the sea of bitterness around him. Then, he looked at the 3,000 arhats beside the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and the vast Buddhist nation behind him. In the midst of great chaos, there would always be ambitious people stirring up trouble. Clearly, this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva before him was one such person. He swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. However, once he became a Buddha, he would become the new epic master. Chapter 13:13. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm. Boom! When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord threw a palm strike, his body swelled with the wind. When the palm wind landed, his body was already comparable to the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's. Immortal might spread out from his body, sweeping away all the Buddhist light in this sea of bitterness. Amidst the loud explosion, the Buddhist kingdom behind Kitagarbha Bodhisattva shattered, scattering light everywhere. The layers of Buddhist light on his body dimmed several times in an instant. In his rage, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva burned with rage. Buddhist light covered his entire body. Boom! What answered the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's second palm strike. When this palm strike landed, the 3,000 arhats all died. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva felt somewhat afraid. He saw a kind of coldness in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was a coldness that made one forget about life and death. Nothing mattered, including one's own life. Right now, he was extremely regretful. This kind of person could not be entangled at all. Even if he killed him, he would still be the one to suffer a loss. One of these two palm strikes destroyed his Buddhist kingdom, and the other destroyed his 3,000 arhats. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? It was because of these two palm strikes that the Qing Emperor had the opportunity to behead him. The so-called karma had already been planned long ago. Without these two palm strikes, none of the subsequent events would have happened. "Stop. I'll let you go," Kitagarbha said. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord withdrew his hand, and his figure shrank as he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. When the blood landed in the sea of bitterness, it immediately spread out and burned the millions of aggrieved spirits to death. Xiao Chan thought to himself that his previous life was so domineering. With just 2 palm strikes, Xiao Chan forced the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva to obediently let him pass without saying a word. Similarly, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything as he quickly returned. He came to a group of immortals and said calmly, "It's done." The last of the immortals were overjoyed and a smile appeared on their tired faces. All right, the 6 paths of reincarnation should still be intact. We can leave through the heavenly Tao. There's always a way out. There's always a chance. We've finally escaped this calamity. When the new era stabilizes, we can come back and rebuild the celestial world, restoring our glory. That's right. As long as the immortals don't die, the world will still be ours. Seeing the group of excited immortals, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord remained silent, not saying anything. But when the group of immortals arrived before the 6 paths of reincarnation, they were all dumbfounded. Without exception, the 6 paths of reincarnation had all shattered. It's over. Everything is over. The heavens are going to exterminate the immortal. Their fate energy has reached its end. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord stretched out a finger and executed a supreme magic skill. The human path in the 6 paths of reincarnation started to slowly heal. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord finished executing the magic skill, the human path of reincarnation completely recovered. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, how can you still have such strong magic energy? The reconstruction of the human Tao cycle is useless to us. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, go and rebuild the heavenly Tao cycle. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook his head and said, if you want to leave, leave now. I have not reconstructed the cycle of reincarnation. It is only temporarily restored. I do not know when it will shatter. However, the path of reincarnation is connected to space and time. There definitely won't be any immortal chi there. If we go, we'll just be waiting for death. That's right. Only the heavenly Tao cycle of reincarnation can allow us to cultivate and restore our glory. Whoosh! The Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything more. His figure flashed as he went through the cycle of reincarnation. The other immortals showed sorrowful and helpless expressions. They sighed repeatedly and shook their heads as they followed in. The scene changed. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the last group of immortals arrived in a savage world. Not only did this world not have immortal chi, but it was also filled with danger. The immortals used their remnant magic energy to defeat the natives of this savage world. Then, they started to rebuild this world. Time passed. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years, the immortals died one after another. With each death, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord would bury them, leaving behind a nameless gravestone. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord ran all over the place, refining all sorts of medicinal pills, doing his best to extend the lifespans of the other immortals. However, there was nothing that could be done. There was no immortal chi on Earth. Like they said, these immortals could only silently wait for death. Xiao Chun could feel the sorrow in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart. That heart of his had actually died long ago. Time passed slowly. The original savage world had already changed. Tall buildings, planes, and trains had appeared long ago. When Xiao Chun saw this, he understood everything. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was Xiao Chun's previous incarnation. That savage world was the Earth that he once lived on. Little San was astonished again and again. Her chatterbox nature made her chatter nonstop. Every time she saw something from Earth, she would mutter to herself for a long time. However, Xiao Chun did not hear a single word. Indeed, his arrival in this world was not a coincidence. There had never been any coincidences in this world. Everything was predestined. Clearly, the final luck of the immortal epic landed on the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, this was not a good thing. Even the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not avoid death. Before he died, he had to endure boundless loneliness. He had to watch his friends die one by one and personally build gravestones for them. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord could only watch as an epic ended in his own hands, unable to reverse the situation. No one could understand such grief. In the end, all the immortals died, leaving only the Sky Dome Immortal Lord alone in this world. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord's aura grew increasingly weaker. Occasionally, he made some calculations and looked at the starry heavens, like he was waiting for something in the final moments of his life. Xiao Chun calmed himself. He had figured out several things. He knew that the answer he had been seeking would appear soon. A saber light tore through the starry heavens. Then, an azure figure flashed and headed for Earth. This figure was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and he looked incredibly weak, like he was severely injured. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he held his breath and focused. It's here. Everything, all the answers, will be revealed soon. However, just as that azure figure raised his head and Xiao Chen saw his appearance, a gaze looked towards Xiao Chen and Little Three. A gaze looked at Xiao Chen and Little Three. It was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was like the Sky Dome Immortal Lord discovered two people sneaking around in the past. This made Xiao Chen's and Little Three's hearts tighten at the same time. Bang! Before the two could react, they saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord send out a palm strike. It was like the two suffered a heavy blow and went flying back. This startled Xiao Chen awake. When he recovered his wits, he discovered that he was already on the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Everything in the past, all the various scenes, felt like a dream. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Little Three is in so much pain. In the three-life mirror, the pretty item spirit teared up in pain as she rolled on the ground, acting like a spoiled child. Get up. Get up. Quickly tell me what's going on. Xiao Chan exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the pretty little girl in the mirror. This was simply too strange. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord attacked in the three-life mirror, he could still attack them. The palm strike from Xiao Chen's previous life forced his current self out. Furthermore, this happened at the most crucial moment when Xiao Chen was about to see the Azure-robed Bladesman. He could not see anything. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord is not dead yet? Little Three stood up and stretched her neck and arms. Then, she said doubtfully, Little Three does not know what's going on either. Elder Brother White Robes, don't worry. Let Little Three help you think about what exactly is going on. The pretty little girl rubbed her chin and frowned. Then, she paced back and forth in the mirror, muttering to herself. The past is already in the past. First of all, I can be sure that this person is already dead. In that case, that palm strike earlier is easy to explain. Some strong immortals are good at divination. It is not impossible for them to predict certain things in the future. Hee. Little Three is really smart. That must be the case. Little Three said excitedly to Xiao Chen. Elder Brother White Robes, it is like this. This Sky Dome Immortal Lord already predicted that someone would peek at this scene in the future. Hence, he made a backup plan at that time, erasing this part of the past so that no one could see it. Xiao Chen asked, feeling depressed. How can it be like this? Isn't your three-life mirror supposed to be able to see the various things of the past? Little Three narrowed her eyes and smiled embarrassedly. That is true. Actually, Little Three was created by an immortal. Several immortals had means to avoid being peeked at. The magic skills and strength of the immortals from the immortal epoch are not something you can imagine now. Just think about it. Since the three-life mirror can see the past and the future, naturally, the immortals would have means to counter it. After all, if someone saw their future and past, it would be equivalent to knowing all their karma. To immortals, that would be very dangerous. Xiao Chan said in understanding. That is to say, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not be sure who the person peeking at the past was. However, out of caution, he did not allow anyone to see it. Yes, 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 that's it. Elder Brother White Robes, you are really smart. So don't be unhappy. Little Three said with a smile after she figured it out. Xiao Chan thought to himself, if he did not guess wrong, that azure-clad Bladesman was definitely the Qing Emperor. That azure-clad Bladesman gave off saber intent. Back then, the Qing Emperor happened to kill the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, leaving behind a saber light in the Yellow Springs land. It was very likely that the Qing Emperor had gone through the cycle of reincarnation and arrived on Earth in a space-time tunnel. Through this scene of Xiao Chen's previous life, he could connect all the clues together. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor fought with the final Tianwu Emperor. Then, he fought with the 18 demon monarchs. After he returned to the Sky Dome realm, The powerhouses of the various races surrounded and attacked him. The Qing Emperor was already besieged on all sides and had nowhere to go. Left with no choice, he came to the Yellow Springs Road. After traveling through the space-time tunnel, he arrived on Earth and saw the dying Sky Dome Immortal Lord. In that case, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purchase of the Compendium of Cultivation and the so-called Immortal Pill might not have been as simple as a coincidence. As the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, it was logical for him to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he possessed the final luck of the Immortal Epic. His rise in the Kunlun realm could also be explained. Karma. Without the karma of the previous life, there would not be the current karma. What a great scheme. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chun tremble in fear. However, was it the Qing Emperor who laid this scheme, or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord himself? 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor was so strong, but led the entire Kunlun realm to attack him. All this was still a mystery. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and said, I have to become a martial emperor. Only by going to the Blue Dragon Palace can I know everything that happened back then. Chapter 13-14. Elder Brother White Robes, do you want to see the future? See if you can become a martial emperor? Little 3 suddenly asked in anticipation. Curious, Xiao Chun asked, didn't you say that the past and the future can only be seen once? Little 3 smiled and said, indeed. However, didn't Elder Brother White Robes not finish seeing the past? Naturally, Little 3 has to make it up to you. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, originally, I had some reservations about you. I did not expect you to have such thoughts. Little 3 is very kind-hearted. How about it? Do you want it? Xiao Chun shook his head and said decisively, thank you. However, I do not want to see what the future is like. I do not even need to look to know my future. I will either live a grand life or die a grand death. No matter what the result is, I will not regret it. That was right. After seeing through the past, Xiao Chun's heart became clearer and he understood himself better. He was born extraordinary. Whether he was willing or not, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun would live a grand life. He would either be eternal like the sun or like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. However, so what if he was a meteor? There were only 4 words in life. No regrets. When Little 3 heard Xiao Chun's words, her expression changed. Elder Brother White Robes, can you help me? Just take a look. What do you mean? Since Little 3 was created, it has always been in this ancient desolate tower. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, it has always been here. In the past, when Master was still around, he said that if one day I met a person whose past I could not see through and whose future I could not see through, then Little 3 could leave. The liveliness on the pretty item spirit's face vanished. Her eyes turned slightly moist as she looked at Xiao Chun in anticipation. Many years have passed, and Little 3 has been waiting. However, there has never been a person whose past I could not see through. There has never been a person whose future I could not see through. Elder Brother White Robes, please help me. Let's see your future, all right? Xiao Chun could not see through the past. As long as he could not see through the future, then he was right. Xiao Chun looked around. There might not even be a single person in the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower every few thousand years. The person who created the 3-life mirror was very cruel, locking up a little girl here for thousands or tens of thousands of years, not allowing her to go. You want to leave? Xiao Chun asked calmly. A trace of loneliness and solitude appeared on Little 3's face. I've seen so many people's past lives and pasts, but Little 3 doesn't have a past life or a future. Xiao Chun felt sorrowful. He stretched out his hand and placed it in the 3-life mirror. Then he looked at the beautiful artifact spirit and said, grab my hand. I will bring you away. Little 3 smiled happily and said, all right, I'll bring Brother White Robes to see the future. There's no need. I'll just take you away. Just as the beautiful artifact spirit was about to drag Xiao Chun in, Xiao Chun suddenly turned around and grabbed Little 3's hand, forcefully pulling. Under Little 3's astonished gaze, he forcibly pulled her out. Hua! Little Three's body passed through the water curtain-like mirror and walked out incredulously. As she looked around, her adorable face filled with shock. After a while, Little Three felt both startled and happy. Elder brother White Robes, why? Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, everyone has to live for themselves. Why is it that you have to be trapped here for countless years with just one sentence from that person? Why is it that I have to see my future just because of one sentence from that person? I don't want to see it. The beautiful artifact spirit was stunned by Xiao Chen's words. She felt somewhat conflicted and vexed. However, suddenly Little Three laughed happily. Ha ha ha, that's right. It can't be wrong. Elder brother White Robes is you. The past that I can't see through, the future that I can't see through. If you don't even let me see, how can I see through the future? The past that I can't see through, the future that I can't see through. The white-robed Xiao Chun was the person destined to bring her away from this place. This stunned Xiao Chun. How could it be like this? By doing the exact opposite, he fulfilled the requirements of the Three Life Mirror's original owner. Little Three stretched out her hand and waved, causing the Three Life Mirror to shrink into an ordinary-sized mirror. Then, she held in her hand and said, "Come, let's leave this place." Xiao Chun prepared to use the same trick again, shattering space and breaking the many restrictions to leave this place. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly. Holding Xiao Chen's hand, Little Three's figure flashed, and she easily brought him away from this place. Xiao Chun felt shocked in his heart. This instant movement technique was truly incredible. It was much more brilliant than when he tore space. Space did not break at all, and it flickered. This gave Xiao Chun the feeling of a transportation formation. Perhaps this was the true state of space. It was much stronger than the barbaric method of tearing space. However, this was not too strange, either. The Three Life Mirror could see the past and predict the future. Clearly, its creator had deep attainments in the space-time Tao. If he was able to grasp even the time Tao so clearly, there was no doubt that he would be able to grasp the space Tao. Little Three explained, this is the minor universe movement magic ability. It requires extremely high attainments in the state of space before one can practice it. It looks very incredible. However, practically all the immortals back then knew it. The difficult part is the minor universe movement. Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he somewhat understood. Ao Jiao had been waiting for a long time and felt incredibly anxious. When she saw Little Three beside Xiao Chun, she exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Chun, why did you bring this nagger out?" Little Three's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Little Ao Jiao. It's actually you. It has been a long, long time. Elder sister Little Three misses you very much." Ao Jiao showed a stern expression, ignoring Little Three. Then, she looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Have you seen the future? What is it like?" Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Don't worry. I chose the past and did not look at the future." Upon hearing this, Ao Jiao heaved a clear sigh of relief. Then, Xiao Chun explained the matter of Little Three in detail. When Xiao Chun heard that Little Three would be following them temporarily, he smiled and said, Little Three, you really are a Little Three." Little Ao Jiao, you are actually jealous. It looks like Little Three is rather charming. Little Three covered her mouth as she laughed, feeling very cocky. When Xiao Chun saw the two arguing with each other, he smiled bitterly and could not be bothered with them. He walked straight away, preparing to return to Qingyan Peak. He had already spent enough time in the Sky Dome realm. In another month, he would have only half a year left of his 5-year deadline. At that time, his peaceful days would come to an end, and he would have to go to the Kunlun realm. When Ao Jiao and Little Three saw Xiao Chun leave, they quickly followed. When they saw Ao Jiao enter the immortal spirit ring, Little Three turned into a beam of light and entered as well. For the past year, Xiao Chun had spent most of his time sightseeing, retracing the steps he had taken. The trip to the ancient desolate tower had put an end to this part of his journey, giving him one last thought. The so-called harvest could only be described with one word: peace. The 2.5 years in the Sky Dome realm were a rare period of leisure for Xiao Chun. After another month, he would go to the Kunlun realm. To Xiao Chun, peace was an extremely extravagant term. However, Xiao Chun had long understood that he had an extraordinary background. He could not truly remain peaceful. This peace was just a welcome and even greater storm, the great tribulation of wind and fire. In the great tribulation of wind and fire, one would either live with a bang or die with a bang. In the back mountain of Qinyan Peak, Xiao Chun practiced all sorts of martial techniques, digesting what he had gained in the past year. Within the Taiji force field, Xiao Chun's body alternated between fast and slow movements as he moved about. Sometimes he was like a blue dragon going out to sea, moving the clouds in all directions. Sometimes he was like an immortal fish swinging its tail, nimble and ever-changing. Suddenly, Xiao Chun drew his saber, and his saber domain spread out. Within 1 kilometer, the saber domain and the Taiji force field overlapped, forming the strange and unfathomable Taiji saber domain. The saber intent turned into a dragon and split into two, one yin and one yang. One bright and one dark, one left and one right. They formed a simple Taiji diagram of the great Tao on the ground. As Xiao Chun stood in the middle, his saber light became unfathomable. Yang energy was ferocious and tyrannical, howling with rage. Yin energy used softness to overcome hardness, formless and invisible. Executing the fish dragon step, Xiao Chun's body appeared and disappeared in the Taiji saber domain. At one moment, he was boundlessly ferocious with a flourishing aura. At another, he was as still as water, formless and invisible. Yin and Yang merged. Taiji saber domain merge. With a thought, the two dragons that formed the Taiji saber domain intertwined like snakes and merged into Xiao Chun's body. Immediately, the saber released a simple and unadorned light. Xiao Chun's eyes were as clear as water. As he grasped his saber, he thrust it forward. Xiao Chun's body slid forward. Everywhere the tip of the saber passed, space silently split in half. There was only one point at the tip of the saber. However, this one-point attack opened a door to another world. Taiji's saber domain explode. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. The peaceful and tranquil aura within 1 kilometer suddenly turned into a great flood and ferocious beast, completely unpredictable. This Taiji explosion was different from the previous few times. This time, everyone heard only one sound from the Taiji explosion, the ferocious roar of the saber. This was the eruption of the saber, the rage of the saber, the ferocity of the saber. The sound of the saber was like the wind in space, buzzing loudly. The entire world trembled. When Xiao Chun looked at the results of his 1 year of cultivation, he revealed a satisfied expression. Even though his cultivation had not increased, his accumulations had increased once more. In this peaceful and tranquil state of mind, Xiao Chun's cultivation of the Taiji Dao advanced to the next level. One did not have to torture oneself half to death in order to increase one's strength. The improvement of one's mental state often brought unexpected surprises. With my current strength, I should not have to fear a third Heaven Emperor Wu, Xiao Chun said calmly. Even if it is a third Heaven Emperor Wu, the peak, I am confident of defeating my opponent. The third heaven was a hurdle. Within the third heaven, there were only minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. Many of the old seniors did not dare to undergo their lightning tribulations and would remain in the third heaven for 1,000 years, even 2,000 years. If he ran into such an old monster, Xiao Chun could not guarantee that he would be unrivaled among the third Heaven Emperor Wu. When Xiao Chun looked up, he vaguely saw an emperor's door in the sky. This was not an illusion. Every blue-robed emperor who was about to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire would see this emperor's door. When the great tribulation of wind and fire descended, this emperor's door would appear in the real world. Steps of different colors would descend. These steps were known as the Emperor's Road. Each step was a hurdle, and each step was a tribulation. If one could clear the great tribulation of wind and fire and reached the end of the steps, they would be able to open the Emperor's door. Chapter 13:15. Xiao Chun entered the realm that all cultivators dreamed of. Since ancient times, countless heroes and outstanding talents have fallen on this Emperor's road. As he looked at the Emperor's door hidden between reality and fantasy, Xiao Chun's emotions were complicated. There was fervor, fear, and desire. However, they all turned to calm in the end. There is still half a year. The great tribulation of wind and fire is drawing closer. It is time for me to return to the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he sorted out his emotions. After a simple farewell to Lu Suifeng and the Xiao clan's relatives, he started his own journey back to the city. Xiao Chun had not returned for 2.5 years. He did not know how chaotic the entire Kunlun realm was. Was the Thunder King still missing? Was he alive or dead? What kind of waves would his Dragon's Gate experience in this great chaos? There was also the friends who came to congratulate him at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Were they doing well in this great chaos? Xiao Chun really wanted to know. Ingyu sent Xiao Chun off at the transportation formation in the Great Qi Nation's royal palace. Ingyu said somewhat worriedly, "Take care on the way." The Ying clan sent news from the Kunlun realm. Right now, the Kunlun realm is very chaotic. Several older generation people died mysteriously. Some of the blue-robed emperor even cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire. Everyone can feel that the world is changing. Xiao Chun frowned and asked, "Is it that serious?" Xiao Chun already knew that the Kunlun realm was in great chaos. However, he did not expect it to be this chaotic, far worse than he imagined. Ingyu sighed softly. "Actually, from the moment the demons made a move to snatch the Sky Dome Heart, I already guessed that there would be great chaos. However, the great chaos this time is completely different from the previous demonic calamities. It will sweep through the entire Kunlun realm. No one can avoid it." Xiao Chun said sullenly, "You take care as well." As Ingyu sent off Xiao Chun with her eyes, her heart grew increasingly sullen. With Xiao Chun's departure, the peaceful days of the Sky Dome realm would come to an end. With the arrival of great chaos, Xiao Chun, who had been at peace for 2.5 years, arrived at the center of the storm, returning to the Kunlun realm. After leaving the teleportation formation, Xiao Chun saw Mo Chun, who had been waiting for a long time already. After 2 years, Mo Chun's aura had become even denser and heavier. Xiao Chun was slightly shocked. "Mo Chun, you've reached the consummate stage of blue-robed emperor?" After walking closer to take a look, Xiao Chun discovered that Mo Chun had actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm of perfection. Just 2 years ago, the other party had only reached the level of greater mastery of the blue-robed emperor. In just 2 short years, he had actually broken through to the level of greater mastery. Of course, Xiao Chun using 1 year to break through was an exception. He had obtained a fortuitous encounter and obtained the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique, which allowed him to condense the heart of an emperor. Mo Chun smiled and said, "The Book of Heavenly Works, the further one cultivates, the more harvest there will be. However, there is still a gap between me and those blue-robed emperors who have attained great perfection in the celestial battlefield. My comprehension was mainly in the area of refining tools." Xiao Chun now understood. While Mo Chun did not seem to be fighting in the celestial battlefield, her comprehension of the Book of Heavenly Works did not rely on that in the first place. It relied on making breakthroughs in refining. With the Dragon's Gate's current resources and the Book of Heavenly Works, it would not be strange for her to break through to the level of consummation blue-robed emperor. "That's right. Why don't I see Lan Xiao Bai, Yu Chenxi, and the others?" Mo Chun sighed and said, "Right now, the Kunlun realm is too chaotic. They all went out 1 year ago, wanting to break through to the level of consummation blue-robed emperor as soon as possible." Feeling curious, Xiao Chun asked why. Mo Chun explained that group of outstanding talents from the astral battlefield all returned. Half of the peak outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's 5 major races died. When Xiao Chun heard that, he was stunned. This was somewhat horrifying. The losses were too great. Xiao Chun came from the Kunlun realm and knew the talent of those outstanding talents. If they did not die, they would most likely advance to martial emperor. It was just a matter of time. It could be within 100 years or 10 years. In other words, half of the future Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm had died. However, those who came back alive, without exception, all reached the level of consummation blue-robed emperor. Among them, the personal disciples of the various primes shone the brightest. Of these primes inheritors, Di Wuk is the most famous. The two chatted as they walked. From Mo Chun, Xiao Chun learned that Di Wuk had made great preparations. After he returned from the astral battlefield, he had already defeated several older generation Emperor Wu. The personal disciples of the other primes, like the Xingtian Emperor, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Haoyan Prime, and the Fox King, were also extraordinary, all of them ridiculously strong. The most important thing was that these people all exuded sharpness and drive. Their auras were as dazzling as the blazing sun, overshadowing many of the older generation Emperor Wu. No wonder all the young cultivators of Heavenly Star Island went out to seek fortuitous encounters. They probably all felt the pressure. As for the chaos in the Kunlun realm, it was truly a mess. Aside from the deity race, whose situation was slightly better, the other races were in chaos. There was no need to say much about the Tianwu domain's humans. The Thunder King had disappeared, and the Bushin Palace had fallen into chaos. The three holy masters wanted to take advantage of the situation and ascend to the position of Bushin Palace's palace lord. However, the old Thunder King's faction, led by the Haoyan Prime, naturally would not allow it. Now, the two factions clashed, neither giving way. They were like fire and water. Big brother Ing Zongtian had the strength of a prime. However, when facing the three holy masters and the hidden accumulations of the Holy Lands, he was at a slight disadvantage. As for the Fiend race, due to the need to determine a new Fiend King successor, all sorts of old monsters came out to kill their way out. Similarly, the Corpse race and the Ghost race could not avoid falling into chaos. The original conflicts were magnified infinitely. It was like a mysterious faction was stirring things up in the dark. After returning to his personal courtyard, Xiao Chun rubbed his head as he listened to Mo Chen's explanation. He felt somewhat confused, but Mo Chen had already done her best to simplify things. The actual situation was 100 times more complicated than that. Right now, the Kunlun realm was like a pool of muddy water. No one dared to say that they could truly see the situation clearly. Xiao Chun sat down and asked, "Was the situation in the heavenly starry ocean? Has our Dragon's Gate been affected? Also, has the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace made any moves?" And Mo Chun sighed softly. Similarly, it is extremely chaotic. In the past 2 years, the number of lands of fortuitous encounters that were discovered in the oceanic world is dazzling. All sorts of experts took advantage of the situation to rise up. Several of the older generation blue-robed emperors, who did not dare to undergo their tribulations, underwent their tribulations in batches to protect themselves, making the situation even more chaotic. Xiao Chun understood. Previously, he did not undergo his tribulations because he feared that the great tribulation of wind and fire would burn him to death. Now, he was forced by the situation. If he wanted to survive, he had to advance to martial emperor. Mo Chun thought for a while before saying, "In the past 2 years, at least several hundred blue-robed emperors died in the great tribulation of wind and fire. However, news of them clearing their tribulations kept coming in. As for the Dragon's Gate, it is strange. It has been very peaceful. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace has been even stranger. They took the initiative to pull back their faction, showing no intention of seeking trouble at all." Xiao Chun sighed softly. This was really strange. He was very clear on the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's temper. He was definitely not the kind of person with great boldness. After Xiao Chun left for 2 years, the Western Sea Dragon King actually did not seek trouble for the Dragon's Gate. There had to be something wrong with this. However, Xiao Chun ignored the Western Sea Dragon King for now. He had more important things to do. He told Chun about obtaining the heavenly snow divine flame and asked her how to refine and subdue such a primal chaos level flame. When Chun heard that, she rejoiced. Heavenly snow divine flame. To think that you actually obtained such a primal chaos level flame. This is a legendary flame. Elder brother Shao Chun, you truly live up to being someone with great fortuitous encounters. Don't worry, I know how to refine it. As a grandmaster blacksmith, and with the Book of Heavenly Works, Mo Chun could be said to be very familiar with all sorts of flames, not lacking in knowledge at all. A primal chaos level flame, like the heavenly snow divine flame, required Emperor Wu's strength to refine it. However, Shao Chun had the heart of an emperor and could refine it now. He only needed to use a secret technique to find 10,000-year-old ice and seal the heavenly snow divine flame in ice. Then he swallowed it and absorbed it into his heart of an emperor. As for nourishing such a divine flame, he needed a secret treasure similar to a Buddhist lamp. After that, he had to use ice-attributed natural treasures to refine lamp oil to nourish this flame. Mo Chun frowned and thought hard. Such a secret treasure similar to a Buddhist lamp is too hard to find. If there is no other way, I can help you refine a peak Buddhist lamp. Unfortunately, you found me too late. Otherwise, this heavenly snow divine flame would be very useful for your great tribulation of wind and fire. If only I had returned to the sky dome realm with you at that time. Mo Chun showed a serious expression, appearing extremely frustrated. When she saw Shao Chun, she smiled and said, "Why are you even more anxious than me?" Mo Chun grumbled, "How can I not be anxious? Your great tribulation of wind and fire only has half a year left. If anything happens to you..." At this point, Mo Chun quickly shut her mouth. Clearly, she realized that it was best not to say such inauspicious words. When Shao Chun heard that, he smiled softly and said, "Don't worry. I promised you that I would personally see you remove your veil. Before that, I will not die." Mo Chun nodded and said, "You definitely won't. I also promised you that I would protect you during your great tribulation of wind and fire. Oh, right, there is one more thing. You came back a good time. Elder Qin is about to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire," Mo Chun said, recalling something. Shao Chun was not that surprised. Elder Qin was very old. He had been stuck in the blue-robed emperor realm for several hundred years already. Once he reached consummation blue-robed emperor, he would have sufficient accumulations and could undergo his tribulation at any time. This is a good thing. My Dragon's Gate owes Elder Qin a debt of gratitude. I will definitely do my best to protect him. However, the timing is not very good. The Haotian sect is currently locked in a fierce battle with the 3 holy masters and cannot send anyone to help him. Mo Chun shook her head and said, "That is not the crucial point. Elder Qin has to succeed in advancing to martial emperor." "What do you mean?" "First of all, after he advances to martial emperor, the Dragon's Gate's strength will increase significantly. After that, it will be easier for Lan Xiaobai and the others to advance to martial emperor, forming a good cycle. However, if he fails, not only will the Dragon's Gate lose a senior elder, but it will also affect the luck of the Dragon's Gate. The most direct impact will be on you," Mo Chun said with a serious expression. Luck was an extremely strange thing. Elder Qin had long been tied to the Dragon's Gate, complementing each other. If he failed to advance to martial emperor, it would definitely affect the Dragon's Gate's luck. Shao Chun thought about the black tribulation clouds when the Dragon's Gate advanced to martial emperor. His heart sank as he realized the severity of the matter. Mo Chun said softly, "If we can see the problem clearly, others can as well. When Elder Qin advances to martial emperor, it will definitely affect everything." As the two discussed Elder Qin's advancement to martial emperor, the news of Shao Chun's return to the Kunlun realm quickly spread to the various powerhouses of the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 13:16. At the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang immediately received news of Shao Chun's return. "Father, I can confirm that Shao Chun is back." The The young master of Dragon Palace said excitedly and expectantly. A.O. Lang nodded casually and said, I got it. You may withdraw. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, A.O. Feng, was startled. He asked, Father, what's wrong? Didn't we endure for 2 years for this opportunity? Could it be that Hao Ian Prime beat you until you lost all your temper? That fellow made me kneel and told you to scram from Heavenly Star Island. What a great humiliation. A.O. Lang glared at Xiao Chun and shouted angrily, How dare you? Brat, what do you know? Every time, you're the one who fails to accomplish anything but spoils everything. Scram. Angry at A.O. Feng for not putting up a fight, A.O. Lang sent A.O. Feng flying with a palm strike. After that, he still felt worried. He said to one of his trusted subordinates, Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him cause trouble during this period. Yes. A powerful Emperor Wu walked out from the darkness and quietly followed A.O. Feng. Once he discovered that A.O. Feng was acting on his own, he would immediately stop him. After a while, a letter appeared in his hand. He said with a grave expression, This treasure master is indeed mysterious. To think that he already knew that Xiao Chan was returning 2 days ago. At that time, Xiao Chen was still in the Sky Dome realm. Unexpectedly, he still had a faction in the Sky Dome realm. However, there was one more piece of news from the treasure master that puzzled Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun ordered Xiao Chun to use the blood-clad guards to prevent the Dragon's Gate's Elder Qin from advancing to Martial Emperor. Furthermore, he strictly ordered Xiao Chun not to attack Xiao Chun. Remember, don't attack Xiao Chun. The time isn't right. This operation is only to deal with Elder Qin, not Xiao Chun. A.O. Lang put away the letter and said coldly, If you don't want to make a move, then so be it. I already endured for 2 years. I don't care about a moment longer. Then, he walked toward a mysterious island controlled by the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Many formations and all sorts of horrifying restrictions surrounded the island. Even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to break through here. There's nothing strange happening with the first formation. There's nothing strange happening in the second formation. The 99th spell formation hasn't moved. As A.O. Lang walked, the people controlling the formations continuously appeared and reported to him. This was not a long journey, but A.O. Lang traveled for 1 hour before he landed on the island. This showed how many restrictions and formations there were. Greetings, Dragon King. Seeing A.O. Lang arrive, the 300 red-clad cultivators flew over from all over the island and knelt on the ground, speaking in unison. The martial artist's red clothes glowed with a blood-like brilliance. After wearing this red clothes, the martial artist's aura became extremely strange, giving off a very evil feeling. These were the blood robe guards. The blood robe guards were extremely strange. As long as one wore them, not only would their strength increase greatly, but their cultivation speed would also increase explosively. The treasure master had given the scarlet clothes to Xiao Chun. Furthermore, the treasure master had told Xiao Chun the method to make them. Xiao Chun was originally interested in the scarlet clothes, but after seeing the side effects, he no longer dared to touch them. As long as they wore the bloodstained clothes, it meant that they were walking on the path of death, and their lifespan would not exceed 5 years. Normally, no one would be willing to wear such an evil item. However, the West Sea Dragon Palace had been passed down for many years, so there would always be some kamikaze warriors willing to die. 2 years ago, these cultivators were only martial sages. Some of them were even weaker. However, after 2 years, their strength had increased at a horrifying rate. Unexpectedly, they all reached the level of First Heaven Emperor Wu. Some of the more talented ones even reached the level of Third Heaven Emperor Wu. However, the upper limit of these scarlet clothes seemed to be the Third Heaven Emperor Wu. No matter how much they cultivated after that, they would not be able to advance to Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, this was already sufficient. Who could imagine that he, A.O. Lang, already had 300 Emperor Wu level kamikaze warriors? Looking at these blood robe guards, A.O. Lang felt very ambitious. Now, even if he faced a huge faction like Zodiac Hall, he would not fear it. 4 blood-robe guards should be enough to deal with an insignificant Elder Qin. To be safe, I should increase the number to 10. Even though Xiao Chun had guessed that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was unusual, he would not have imagined that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace hid such a horrifying faction. At this moment, Xiao Chun was refining the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. He followed the method that Immerse taught him and successfully absorbed the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame into his heart of an emperor. The heart of an emperor was a void. Aside from the whirlpool formed by the 100 strands of primordial energy and the lightning triggered by the whirlpool, there was nothing else. After the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame entered, a cold aura immediately spread throughout the entire void. Whoosh! Frost covered Xiao Chun's entire body. Xiao Chun could not help shivering. How cold! 1 hour later, Xiao Chun's body slowly adapted to this extreme cold. However, frost infiltrated his black hair, turning it as white as snow. Unexpectedly, subduing the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame has such side effects. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly as he looked at his white hair in the mirror. Suddenly, the scene in the mirror changed, and little 3 appeared. She giggled and said, "This is normal. In the past, during the Immortal epic, many immortals subdued primal chaos level flames. Some of them even had their skin turn red. Elder Brother White Robes, this is already considered good. After you completely grasp it, it will slowly recover. However, there are benefits to this as well. Try it, and you will know." As the item spirit of the 3-life mirror, Little 3 was very knowledgeable and experienced. Xiao Chun followed Little 3's instructions and sensed it. He discovered that the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame in his heart of an emperor seemed to have merged with his body. Releasing the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame was like his innate skill, extremely easy. With a thought, he could send out patches of snow-white flames with a gentle palm strike. He could control these flames to descend quietly like snowflakes or form a snowstorm that swept out ferociously. After testing the might of the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame in the desolate mountain, Xiao Chun felt extremely satisfied. This was just the initial stage, but the might of the flame was already sufficient to injure an ordinary Emperor Wu. A primal chaos-level flame truly lived up to being a legendary flame. If Immerse refined the Buddhist lamp and slowly nourished the flame, raising its quality and quantity, it would reach a horrifying level. 3 days later, Immerse sent someone to inform Xiao Chun, telling him to go to Elder Qin's residence. Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire is about to begin. Xiao Chun muttered. Time was really tight. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, his figure flashed, and he arrived at the peak where Elder Qin cultivated. Little friend Xiao Chun, it has been 2 years since we last met. Why are you not coming to visit this old man? The one who spoke was Lan Xiaofeng, who had also rushed over. Xiao Chun smiled apologetically. Sorry. This junior just refined a primal chaos level flame and was trying it out in the past few days. A primal chaos level flame. When Lan Xiaofeng heard that, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off. I say, little fellow, why did your hair turn white? Huh, you are really lucky. I'm so jealous that it makes me go crazy. A primal chaos level flame is a flame that only appears in legends. Even those primes of the Kunlun realm probably do not have one. Xiao Chun remained very calm. He smiled and said, "It is not that exaggerated. At least, it is not that horrifying yet." Huh, little fellow, your mental state is already stronger than mine. You are here to protect old Qin, right? Lan Xiaofeng said. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Senior Lan, what do you think? What are the chances of Elder Qin clearing his great tribulation of wind and fire?" Lan Xiaofeng's face sank slightly. He sighed softly. "It is not very optimistic. The great tribulation of wind and fire is very difficult to clear in the first place. Furthermore, Elder Qin's luck is tied to the Dragon's Gate. If someone makes a move in secret, it will be even more difficult to say. Once the Thunder King leaves, the world will instantly fall into chaos. As a living legend, The Thunder King was the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, fully deserving of his title. The reason why the Kunlun realm did not fall into chaos despite the various races fighting for hegemony was the Thunder King's prestige. With him around, the strong deity race would never dare to openly claim hegemony. With him around, the demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world would not dare to play any tricks in the Sky Dome realm. With him around, some of the major characters would appear to mediate between grudges. Everyone would give the Thunder King some face. However, the moment the Thunder King left, the Kunlun realm fell into utter chaos. The fragile order immediately broke. The reason for this was actually very simple. After the fall of the Qing Emperor, the Kunlun realm did not have a true king that everyone trusted. Without a strong king, there was no way to set rules. Without rules, there would be no chaos. Although the Thunder King was strong, he could only maintain order on the surface. After all, he was not as strong as the Qing Emperor. The wooden door to a simple wooden hut at the summit opened, and Elder Qin and Mo Chun walked out together. When Mo Chun saw the white-haired Xiao Chun, she found it strange. She asked, "Big brother Xiao Chun, what's going on with your hair?" Xiao Chun smiled casually and replied, "Some side effect from refining the heavenly snow divine flame. That's not a problem. Let's discuss Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire." Worry appeared in Elder Qin's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "This time, I really have to trouble the few of you. Elder Qin is too polite. We are all family, so there's no need to say so much," Xiao Chun said with a nod. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Old Qin, most blue-robed emperors will go through this. Let's go in and talk." The four entered the hut together and discussed Elder Qin's tribulation. Lan Xiaofeng had the final say in this matter. Xiao Chun did not say anything, only listening. Xiao Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire was coming soon. He could learn about it at the same time. Lan Xiaofeng took a sip of tea and said, "In the past, when things were peaceful, one could choose any place to undergo the tribulation. If we spoil the blue-robed emperor's tribulation, we will definitely suffer the revenge of one of the factions. Right now, the world is in a mess. We have to plan properly before choosing a place to undergo the tribulation." Mo Chun continued, "First of all, we can eliminate Heaven Dragon City as the place to undergo the tribulation. Right now, Heaven Dragon City is filled with crooks and honest folk. The waters are too deep. However, during the tribulation, when a mysterious phenomenon appears, it will definitely startle the surroundings. It will not be possible to hide it. That's right. However, we have to choose a more remote place. At the very least, if someone tries to cause trouble, they will need some time to rush over." After Mo Chun said that, she took out a stack of information and handed it to everyone. "This is what I collected in the past 2 years. It is the information of those who succeeded in their tribulations. Although it is not very complete, it should be useful as a reference." Lan Xiaofeng teased, "Little girl Mo Chun, you probably collected this for someone. I'm guessing that Elder Qin is just passing by." Chapter 13:17. When Mo Chun heard that, she blushed slightly and said, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Elder Qin smiled and said, "Old Lan, stop being so jealous. You're already so old, yet you are still not being serious." Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. Of course, the someone Lan Xiaofeng was referring to was himself. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun could only feign ignorance. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward. Speaking of which, the information that Mo Chun gathered was indeed very useful. Soon, Xiao Chun forgot about what happened earlier, immersing himself in the information. Without exception, all the people who underwent their tribulations in the past 2 years were ambushed. Along the way, it was hard for cultivators to avoid forming grudges with others or opposing factions. They were not willing to see their opponents grow stronger, so they would definitely send people to interfere. Being ambushed was normal. It was just that the strength of the attack was different. To think that there are so many blue-robed emperors who succeeded in their tribulations. It looks like the laws of the world have changed in the past 2 years. Historically, This is a sign of chaotic times descending. Lan Xiaofeng sighed and shook his head as he put down the information. In this age of peace and tranquility, there would definitely not be so many blue-robed emperors who cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire. Only chaos would create fluctuations and fortuitous encounters. This is the information of those who failed, Imo-chan said softly as she took out another pile of information. The information on those who failed was clearly several times more than those who succeeded. When Elder Qin looked through the information, his expression turned grave. There were many successes, but there were even more failures. Xiao Qin looked very carefully. Slowly, he discovered something wrong. He frowned slightly and said, "Why do I feel that no matter how well hidden these people who cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire are, they will be discovered within 1 hour and sniped?" The three's expressions changed slightly. They had not noticed this detail earlier. Now, it looked like everyone, regardless of whether they succeeded in clearing their tribulations or not, they would all be discovered within 1 hour. Xiao Qin did not say much. However, when he did, he immediately hit the nail on the head. Lan Xiaofeng said sullenly, "If it is not a coincidence, then there must be a horrifying faction behind this. At the very least, their intelligence network is the best in the world." The location of the Tribulation Transcendence was a secret. For example, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, only the 4 people present knew where it was. Yet, that mysterious power was able to capture it within an hour. Just the thought of it made one shudder in fear. Imo-chan said, "In that case, it looks like there is no need to care where I choose to undergo my tribulation. I'll just choose a small island in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island." Lan Xiaofeng said, "Since it is unavoidable, there is no need to worry about this." When is Elder Qin preparing to undergo his tribulation? Elder Qin pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's do it today. Whether I succeed or not, I'll accept it. As a martial artist, I have to take this step." Imo-chan quickly took out the sea chart and circled it with her finger. This one, that was a desolate island outside of Heavenly Star Island. It was very small and did not have many resources. Normally, it would not attract much attention. After deciding on the location, everyone began to discuss who would come snipe them. First of all, the West Ocean Dragon Palace would have a lot of them, even though it had been quiet for the past 2 years. However, it was still a problem for the Dragon's Gate. If it was not eliminated, it would never be at peace. Next would be the Holy Lands that came to cause trouble during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. The 5 Poison Sect, the Zodiac Hall, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the ancient noble clans. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "These holy lands are too far away. There is no need to worry too much. The one we are truly worried about is the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That fellow has been low profile and mysterious for the past 2 years. Furthermore, he is very close to the Dragon's Gate, so we need to be wary of him." During the discussion, Xiao Chun spoke very little. His opinions were even fewer, nearly none at all. This attracted Imo-chan's attention. "Big brother Xiao Chun, what's wrong? Do you have a different opinion?" Xiao Chun put down the teacup in his hand. "I just feel somewhat regretful about how difficult it is to advance to Martial Emperor. I feel like I've let Elder Qin down. Thinking about how Elder Qin followed me to Heavenly Star Island, he helped me a lot along the way. In the end, he ended up creating trouble for you." Elder Qin quickly said, "What are you saying? Little friend Xiao Chun is too polite. If not for the resources of your Heavenly Star Island, I would not have advanced to Martial Emperor so quickly." Xiao Chun swirled the teacup in his hand. He did not reply or say anything. He only said indifferently in his heart, "No matter who it is, as long as they come to cause trouble, no matter where they are, I will take revenge ruthlessly." That was right. This was an oath. Even during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Xiao Chun did not make an oath. The reason was none other than that those were targeted at him. He did not care. However, this time, his benefactor was implicated. This already touched Xiao Chun's bottom line. When one touched the reverse scale of a dragon, one would die. Although Xiao Chun did not say anything, The other three could feel the silent rage in Xiao Chen's heart. The atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Lan Xiaofeng said, "Old Qin, let's go." "Oh, right, little Asimo Chun, there's no need for you to go. Just stay in Heaven Dragon City. I'm afraid that some people will take the opportunity to cause trouble while I'm not here. Don't worry, just go. Nothing will happen to Heaven Dragon City. Take care." Xiao Chen's group of three left. After a while, they arrived at the designated island. Lan Xiaofeng pulled Xiao Chun and walked 1 kilometer away from Elder Qin. Then, he explained, "Everything within 1 kilometer will be affected. We just have to stand guard outside." Elder Qin took a deep breath and looked to the sky. There was an emperor's door there. The fog scattered, filled with boundless temptation. Once one advanced to martial emperor, one's lifespan would immediately increase to 2,000 years. Suddenly, a strong wind surged out from Elder Qin, kicking up sand and rocks. The wind was like a sharp blade, and the dust was like a sword, incredibly sharp. "It's starting," Lan Xiaofeng muttered. "They will arrive in 1 hour. Let's see if that mysterious faction is really that horrifying." Xiao Chen squinted and looked at the storm. He saw Elder Qin's aura rising infinitely. It was like a mountain flood that had been suppressed and accumulated for a long time suddenly erupted, showing signs of breaking through the sky. Mysterious phenomena appeared high in the sky. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and dark clouds covered the sky. The surrounding seawater trembled endlessly. Even the small island was trembling nonstop. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. This was the first step of the tribulation. He had to unleash his full strength and trigger a mysterious phenomenon, making the Emperor's door descend from the sky. Amid the strong wind and lightning, Elder Qin thought of his experiences in the past few centuries on the path of cultivation. He roared ferociously, releasing all the anger that he had suppressed for hundreds of years. There was no need for fear, no need for fear. At this moment, he only needed to vent to his heart's content, letting the heavens hear his rage. With a shout, Elder Qin's might temporarily surpassed the might of the world. The world suddenly turned quiet. Everything seemed to come to a standstill, an extremely wondrous sight. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he could see that every speck of dust floating in the air was fixed in place. Boom! However, after a moment of silence, a furious roar came from the sky, sounding like it was dissatisfied with Elder Qin. The ancient door descended from the sky and hovered in the air before landing heavily. The world trembled. In that instant, when the Emperor's door descended, it brought with it a heavenly might. This made Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaofeng feel like they could not resist it, like they had suffered a heavy blow. It was extremely horrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many jade-white steps descended from the Emperor's door, giving off a heavenly mandate. The jade-white steps continued to descend. After reaching 1,000 steps, they stopped. Xiao Chun was entranced by this sight, but he could not understand it. He could not understand what this meant. He asked, "Senior Lan, what is the meaning of the colors and the number of steps on the Emperor's Road?" Lan Xiaofeng explained, "There are many ways. The colors of the Emperor's Road are white, blue, purple, and gold. The denser the color, the stronger the great tribulation of wind and fire. According to legend, during the most glorious period of the martial epoch, there were 7 colored steps or even 9 colored steps. When the Emperor's Road descended, colorful clouds flew and auspicious signs filled the sky. It was a miracle of the world. However, it has not appeared for a very long time already. I have only seen a golden one. That was when Emperor Forsaken underwent his great tribulation of wind and fire. The golden light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Indeed, that fellow did not disappoint everyone, surpassing the 9 heavens and reaching prime. There is also a kind of black Emperor's Road that is unique to demons and evil cultivators when they undergo their tribulations. Xiao Chun now understood. This color represented a person's accumulations and accumulations. The darker the color, the stronger the great tribulation of wind and fire. In the future, one's accomplishments would also be higher. Of course, that was assuming one could finish walking the Emperor's Road. A colorful Emperor's Road had only appeared in legends. Now, a golden Emperor's Road appeared. This was already a heaven-defying matter. Most of the Emperor's roads were white and blue, with relatively little purple. As for the number of steps, it was also a manifestation of one's accumulations. The stronger one was, the more steps they would have. Xiao Chen wondered what color his Emperor's Road would have when he underwent his tribulation and how many steps there would be. 1,000 steps in a jade-white color. It looks like old Qin's accumulations are still lacking. I believe that the outstanding talents of your generation will have at least a purple Emperor's Road when they undergo their tribulations. There will be at least 3,000 steps. However, this is good for old Qin. At the very least, the intensity will not be too high, and it will be easier to clear the great tribulation of wind and fire. As the two spoke, intense determination flashed in Elder Qin's eyes. Then, he leaped into the air, wanting to step onto that Emperor's Road. Whoosh! However, just as Elder Qin was about to land, a huge fireball fell from the sky. The blazing fireball seemed to give off an intense light, so piercing that it hurt one's eyes. This sudden turn of events caught Xiao Chen off guard. He squinted and felt a piercing pain. However, Lan Xiaofeng had been prepared long ago. He circulated his primordial energy to protect his eyes, so he was fine. This is a rank 3 solar true flame. It is not particularly powerful, roughly equal to a strike from Emperor Wu of the First Heaven. Elder Qin should be able to break it. Xiao Chen understood. No wonder it felt familiar. It turned out to be the solar true flame. However, Xiao Chen's solar true flame was far from being able to rival Emperor Wu's with a casual strike. It was still far from that. Everywhere the fireball passed, it left behind a long flame tail in the air. That flame tail was like a snake, filled with spirituality as it swayed about continuously. When facing this fireball formed by the solar true flame, Elder Qin did not dare to be careless. He executed his martial technique, Meteor Palm. Xiao Chen moved like a meteor tearing through the starry heavens. When he threw a palm strike, it was like a meteor exploding, striking the fireball. Boom! The fireball shattered, turning into golden motes of light scattering everywhere. Chapter 13:18. As he descended, countless sharp wind blades suddenly flew out of the steps. Elder Qin took out a long sword and quickly brandished it. At the tip of the sword, a fiery light appeared, like a meteor streaking across the sky. This was the meteor sword art that Elder Qin practiced. Clang, clang, clang. After 100 moves, all the wind blades were blocked. Elder Qin was unharmed. He steadily stood on the steps of the Road of Emperor. Lan Xiaofeng said softly, "Good." There are many blue-robed emperors who fell at the first stage before even stepping on their Emperor's Road. Elder Qin, to be able to pass the first round unscathed, it seems like your foundation is very solid. However, this was only the beginning. There were 1,000 steps, and each step was a hurdle, and each step was a tribulation. First there was wind, then there was fire. 300 types of wind, 300 types of fire. Finally, wind and fire came together. The wind borrowed the power of the fire, and the fire borrowed the power of the wind, burning the heaven and earth cleanly. The first step, cold wind manifestation. Just how cold was it? Even the formless wind had turned into sharp ice arrows under the freezing temperature. It was evident. 900 ice arrows fell like raindrops. With just one step, Elder Qin's saint body had suffered 100 wounds of different sizes. Seeing this, Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. How did the wind blow here? It was so cold that it turned into ice arrows. The second step, fierce wind whip. The whistling wind condensed into long whips, lashing the air with crackling sounds, making one tremble in fear. Xiao Chen's movements were a little slow, and Elder Qin received a vicious slap on his face. The wound was horrifying, making one's hair stand on end, even though Xiao Chen's mental fortitude was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, his body was still trembling slightly. Furthermore, he had only taken 2 steps. Furthermore, this was only the relatively ordinary great tribulation of wind and fire. Lan Xiaofeng did not find this strange. His expression remained calm as he analyzed calmly. That's right. Although there are many wounds on Elder Qin, they are not fatal. Passing the wind tribulation shouldn't be a problem. Every step he took was a calamity. Elder Qin was covered in wounds. He gritted his teeth and walked silently. That kind of perseverance caused those who saw it to be moved and unable to bear it. Xiao Chan now finally knew why so many people didn't dare to transcend this wind and fire tribulation. It was too difficult, too miserable. You must get through it, Xiao Chan murmured in his heart, silently encouraging Elder Qin. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaofeng exchanged glances at the same time. The two of them both sensed that someone was currently flying over. Elder Qin hadn't even taken 10 steps before he arrived. Let me, Xiao Chan said faintly before his figure disappeared. In the sky, 6 thunderbolts fell. As the lightning illuminated the sky and earth, a blurry white figure could be seen in that instant. It seemed as though he had struck out with his palm towards the void. His movements were so fast that people could only see after images. They couldn't be sure. Uchi. The instant the lightning vanished, 6 figures appeared at the same time. Their complexions were slightly pale, clearly horrified. They had been forced out of the void by someone's powerful palm force while they were traveling through it. Blue Dragon King, please don't misunderstand. We only sensed some abnormalities in the spiritual energy fluctuations and came to take a look. We did not know that the Dragon's Gate's Elder Qin was undergoing his tribulation. One of the gray-clad old men looked at the white-haired, white-clad Xiao Chun and explained. Xiao Chun sized up the 6. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, I won't say anything unnecessary. No matter which faction you come from, leave now. I, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, owe you a favor. The 6 people who rushed over were slightly stunned, wondering if they heard wrong. The Blue Dragon King showed off his sharpness. During the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Emperor Wu had faced off against the Western Sea Dragon King against the 13 greater heavenly cultivators. However, when facing 6 minor heavenly cultivators, Emperor Wu was so polite, easily taking a step back and leaving them a favor. This was simply unbelievable. The 6 reacted and quickly said, Blue Dragon King, you are too polite. This is just a small matter. This is not much of a favor. We'll just leave. Let's congratulate the Dragon's Gate's elder in advance for clearing his tribulation. The 6 had only rushed over from Heaven Dragon City to see what was going on. They came out of curiosity and had no other purpose. Since Xiao Chun was so polite, naturally, they would give him some face, doing him a favor at little cost. Xiao Chun said sincerely, many thanks. They came quickly and left quickly as well. The 6 left in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Everything revolved around Elder Qin's tribulation. If he could avoid making a move, he would. That would be for the best. After that, a few more people came from Heaven Dragon City. However, Xiao Chun persuaded them to leave with kind words. Right now, Heaven Dragon City was already the center of the Western Sea. Normally, many Emperor Wus gathered there. It was not strange for them to rush over at this time. Fortunately, the Blue Dragon King's name still held some prestige. Many Emperor Wus gave him some face. Suddenly, Xiao Chun discovered 10 red-clad cultivators with strange auras on the surface of the sea. A bad feeling welled up in Xiao Chun's heart. Then, his figure flashed, and he landed in front of the 10. Stop! The Dragon's Gate's elder in front is undergoing his tribulation. Please leave. The clothes of the 10 red-clad people were like blood. There were no decorations or patterns on them. They looked like they were dyed in blood. Xiao Chun felt extremely uncomfortable looking at them. His spiritual sense was very sharp. He could even vaguely sense a sinister resentment from these red-clad people. It was extremely strange. What was even stranger was that Xiao Chun could not make out the cultivation of these red-clad people, either. This was an extremely strange thing. With Xiao Chun's current eyesight, even a prime would be able to sense it. Could these 10 people be even stronger than primes? That was impossible. Xiao Chun could not even sense a heart of an emperor from them. The leader of the blood-clad guards looked like a middle-aged man. He had a pale complexion and an eye-catching black mark on his forehead. This person completely ignored Xiao Chen's words as he led the others to the small island. Soon, they were less than 100 meters from Xiao Chen. This was already an extremely dangerous distance. A murderous intent surged in Xiao Chen's heart. He said indifferently, "I'll say it again. The Dragon's Gate's elder is undergoing his tribulation. Do not approach this place." The middle-aged man revealed a cruel smile. "Others treat you as the Blue Dragon King and give you some face. However, in my eyes, you are nothing. If you move aside now, I will not seek trouble for you. If you do not, you will bear the consequences." Although the middle-aged man said that, he did not give Xiao Chen a chance to reply at all. After the middle-aged man said the last two words, he charged at Xiao Chen, not caring about the morality of a cultivator at all. When the middle-aged man threw a palm strike, there was no earth-shaking aura or horrifying emperor's might. It was just an ordinary palm strike with only a hazy scarlet light and a dense resentment spreading out in all directions. Xiao Chen had long been on guard. With his rich combat experience, he would not fluster over such a small trick. Xiao Chen circulated all the law energy in his body. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he sent out a palm strike, accompanied by ear-splitting thunder. Boom! The two palms clashed, and Xiao Chen's body flew back like a cannonball. As for the middle-aged man, he did not move at all. Such a result was completely unexpected. Xiao Chen spun around a few times before he managed to dissipate the force of the other party's palm strike. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He had clearly suffered a great loss. The middle-aged man withdrew his palm and stood upright. Then he said gently, "The Blue Dragon King is only SOSO. I did not even use half of my strength." Xiao Chen analyzed calmly. That earlier palm strike did not have the support of primordial energy. However, its offensive power reached the level of a second heaven Emperor Wu. The other party had not used half of his strength yet. In other words, this person possessed the peak strength of a third heaven Emperor Wu. Whoosh! The middle-aged man turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived in an instant. Then, he launched a lightning-quick attack at Xiao Chen, who had just landed. A scarlet sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. As he swung it, scarlet light shot out in all directions. The rumbling of water did not stop. That was a sea of blood surging in the air. Its aura was startling, pushing Xiao Chen back step by step. However, there was still no Emperor's might. The destructive power of a peak third heaven martial emperor was the real deal, no exaggeration at all. Xiao Chen could not help feeling even more astonished. Where did this group of people come from? They did not have Emperor's might or a heart of an emperor, but their destructive power was on par with Emperor Wu's. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. The other party's attacks were too ferocious. Without using his primordial energy, Xiao Chen was not a match for them at all. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen crossed his arms in defense and got kicked away again. As he retreated, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with one hand and gently pushed off. He spun 3 times in the air before standing firm again. The ways of the world have changed long ago. Don't think that just because people call you the Blue Dragon King a few times, you can truly be called a king. The middle-aged man kicked Xiao Chen away with a strong aura. Half of his strength was enough to force Xiao Chen into such a sorry state. This filled the middle-aged man with confidence. He instructed, "Split into 5 to deal with Lan Chaofeng, for to disrupt that old fogey's tribulation. Leave this brat to me." Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and smiled faintly. "Who gave you such strong confidence to deal with me alone? Let me tell you this. None of you can get past me." The middle-aged man thought that victory was already in his grasp when he could force Xiao Chen into such a sorry state without even using half his strength. However, from the start to the end, Xiao Chen did not use his primordial energy at all. He did not even take out the lunar shadow saber. Half of Xiao Chen's strength was not even half of his. He was far from using it. The primordial energy split into 2 and chased each other endlessly. The Taiji force field instantly formed. The blood-clad soldiers, who wanted to get past Xiao Chen, suddenly got pulled back by a suction force. Within 1 kilometer, they were all trapped in Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. Even if they wanted to get out, there was no way. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man in front. In the end, it is hard for you to use unorthodox methods to reach the upper echelons. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. I'll show you what Emperor Wu's true combat prowess is. Quick! The blue dragon goes to sea. Clouds move in all directions. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly moved as fast as lightning. He was like a blue dragon leaping out of the sea, displaying a startling aura. The middle-aged man felt shocked. Before he could react, Xiao Chen had already pressed forward. The middle-aged man had no choice but to make a move to block this palm strike. The middle-aged man used his full power to throw a palm strike. In terms of aura, it was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. Its destructive power was even more startling. However, this palm strike only had the form and aura, but no might. The middle-aged man had not undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire. He did not have the heart of an emperor or the emperor's might. No matter how strong the destructive power of this palm strike was, in a true clash, the middle-aged man would only be at a disadvantage. Chapter 13:19. The middle-aged man cried out in pain as he flew back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! Xiao Chen moved his body gently. The air was like water, and he was like a fish swimming in the water, sticking close to the other party. He sent out 10 moves in a row, forcing the other party to retreat without being able to defend himself. After seeing Xiao Chen's true strength, the middle-aged man roared in shock. There is no need to care about me. Attack that old fogey undergoing his tribulation with all your might. The lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's right hand. Then he asked indifferently, "Do you think there is a chance?" Slow. Everything in the Taiji force field seemed to slow down. Xiao Chen blocked 10 alone, moving slowly. He did not even need to draw his saber to hold back the other party, suppressing the 10 people. After figuring out the strength of this group of scarlet-clad people, Xiao Chen felt more confident. He did not even merge his saber domain into the Taiji force field. He only used the Taiji force field together with the fish dragon art to suppress the other party with the strange changes of speed and slowness. The world spun around. The surrounding scenery seemed like fleeting light and shadows. Lan Xiaofeng, who was watching from afar, felt slightly stunned. He could not understand. What martial technique is this? On the surface, it looks like it is just the state of fast and the state of slow. However, why does it feel so harmonious? His movements are also so calm. Originally, Lan Xiaofeng was prepared to help. However, after seeing this, he abandoned that thought. Explode. Just as Lan Xiaofeng felt that Xiao Chen's movements were calm and peaceful, vaguely merging with the world, Lan Xiaofeng suddenly sheathed his saber. As his white hair fluttered, the Taiji force field suddenly exploded. Strong winds blew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Wind blew everywhere, and dust filled the sky. This part of the world seemed to have been blown up to the point where there were no rules. 10 odd figures fell out of the dust, all in sorry states, severely injured and weak. Their spirits were dispirited, and their eyes appeared dispirited. However, their scarlet clothes still looked bright, glistening with a scarlet light. Xiao Chen moved 1 kilometer with each step. Then he slowly walked out of the dust, wind, and rain. His white clothes and white hair made him look as graceful as before, untainted by dust, looking peaceful and peaceful. The middle-aged man received the most attention and was the most heavily injured. He smiled and said, "No wonder Master told us not to get lucky before we came. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, you are indeed outstanding. Speak. Who sent you here? How can you have such strange powers? Tell me honestly, and I'll spare your life." Xiao Chen gently lowered the scabbard of the lunar shadow saber and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead. This group of people had mysterious origins and strange strength. If he had not comprehended the Taiji Dao, it would have been very troublesome to deal with them. More importantly, Xiao Chen wanted to figure out why this group of people who clearly had not undergone a tribulation, did not have a heart of an emperor or a primordial energy, could have the offensive prowess of Emperor Wu. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed crazily. Xiao Chun, what are you so proud of? Do you think you've won? You actually used death to threaten me. Huh. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. We are a group of dead people in the first place. No matter the result of this battle, you will always be the one to suffer. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to change the result. This old fogey will definitely die today. The 10 people's bodies swelled up continuously. The scarlet light of their clothes slowly seeped in, quickly dimming the color of their clothes. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. Without exception, these 10 people were all death-sworn warriors. They were going to self-detonate. As long as one of them succeeded in self-detonating, they could destroy this island and affect Elder Qin, who was on the Emperor's road, causing him to fail his tribulation. In the distance, Lan Xiaofeng was startled as well. Such a turn of events was completely unexpected. Even if Lan Xiaofeng made a move now, he would not be able to stop everyone from self-detonating. If he miscalculated, he would lose everything. Xiao Chun glanced at Elder Qin, who was on the Emperor's road, out of the corner of his eye. Elder Qin had only managed to take 200-odd steps. The bone-chilling wind had already torn his clothes to shreds. The strong wind was merciless. The armor under his clothes was also damaged. His body was covered in wounds, a sorry sight to behold. The most shocking thing were the 2 scars on Xiao Chen's face, which looked like he had been whipped. However, even so, Xiao Chun had not given up. Even so, Elder Qin did not give up. He walked forward step by step with a hopeful gaze. Elder Qin, who was immersed in his great tribulation of wind and fire, could not afford to be distracted at all. He did not notice that there were still 10 strange cultivators preparing to self-detonate. Hope, Xiao Chun felt a pang in his heart. Elder Qin had followed him all the way to this vast heavenly starry ocean. From the Dragon's Gate's initial establishment, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, all the way until the Dragon's Gate's official establishment. Elder Qin had made great contributions and never asked for anything. However, in this great tribulation of wind and fire, could it be that I cannot even give him a trace of hope? Major magic skill, Dermic World. As long as Xiao Chun executed the Dermic World magic skill, he could instantly trample this group of bastards to death. However, for a long time, Xiao Chun needed at least 3 seconds to prepare to execute Dermic World. However, in the current situation, the 10 madmen would self-detonate in the next second. Xiao Chun would not have 3 seconds to prepare. No, absolutely not. No matter what, I, Xiao Chun, will leave this trace of hope for you. Rage? Madness? In that case, I will give you the strength to trample on all the injustices in this world. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, the Dermic world hidden in the deepest depths felt Xiao Chen's baleful aura and suddenly opened its eyes. Instantly, Xiao Chen's mind became incredibly clear. There were no obstructions in executing Dermic world, making it incredibly smooth. As Xiao Chen's white hair fluttered, his eyes looked exceptionally scary. Just as the 10 blood-clad guards' bodies swelled to their limits and were about to self-detonate, Xiao Chen's body suddenly swelled up, reaching 3 kilometers tall. At the same time, Xiao Chen's strong aura also increased. His aura was like a surging wave. Lan Xiaofeng, who was rushing over, got careless and got pushed back by this wave. When Xiao Chen's body reached 3 kilometers tall, Xiao Chun felt an unprecedented strength. He glared at the group of madmen below and ruthlessly stomped down. Amid rumbling sounds, Xiao Chun used absolute strength to crush the 10 blood-clad guards into a pool of blood as he stomped on them. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, intense pain racked Xiao Chen's entire body, and he shrank back to his original size. Boundless blood seeped out of his skin as he fell from the sky. No major magic skill could be executed in one go. This was especially so for a heaven-defying major magic skill like Dermic World. Not a single step could be skipped. Xiao Chun forcefully shortened the 3-second execution time to 1 second. The repercussions that followed were unavoidable. Just as Xiao Chan was about to fall to the ground, a gentle wind slowly arrived and supported him. It was Lan Xiaofeng. Lan Xiaofeng reacted very quickly. The instant Xiao Chun turned back, he threw a palm strike. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground. Without saying a word, he quickly swallowed a sage medicinal pill to suppress the injuries in his body. "Brat, are you all right? Don't move. Let me take a look." Lan Xiaofeng rushed over and said, "Why did you put in so much effort? You made it look like you underwent a tribulation. What else do you want me to say to you? Don't end up dying while Elder Qin is still alive." Although Lan Xiaofeng said that Xiao Chun was very powerful, he kept checking on Xiao Qin's injuries with a tense expression. This warmed Xiao Qin's heart. He smiled bitterly. This Senior Lan is always like this. After a while, Lan Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief. "Brat, consider yourself lucky. It is just the rebound of a martial technique. Fortunately, it is not too strong." Actually, Xiao Qin also knew that the backlash was somewhat strong. However, it was not to the point where it would be fatal. However, seeing Lan Xiaofeng's anxious appearance, Xiao Chan could only let Lan Xiaofeng personally check on Xiao Chan before he could relax. "Thank you, Senior Lan." Lan Xiaofeng snorted coldly with a serious expression. "Even if your life is not in danger, you should not put in so much effort. You might end up attracting your great tribulation of wind and fire ahead of time. At that time, even God would not be able to save you." The great tribulation of wind and fire came ahead of time, catching people off guard. Xiao Chun understood this principle and did not dare to rebut. Xiao Chun looked around and pointed to the front. "Look, Elder Qin is about to undergo the final tribulation of wind." Lan Xiaofeng quickly turned his head and saw 3 tornadoes surging over. The strong winds made Elder Qin's body sway slightly. The power of these winds was startlingly strong. Each tornado was 1 kilometer tall. As they charged over, they kicked up dark clouds in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, rumbling endlessly. Gritting his teeth, Elder Qin forcefully charged over. His body instantly disappeared into the 3 tornadoes. The hearts of Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaofeng tightened at the same time as they stared at the tornadoes. This was especially so for Lan Xiaofeng. He had undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire before and knew how powerful the final wind tribulation was. Many people had died at this stage. After 1 breath, Elder Qin did not appear. 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths, and there was still no sign of Elder Qin. The two's expressions turned somewhat unsightly. Even though Xiao Chun had not undergone the great tribulation of wind and fire, he knew that the situation was not good. A ferocious roar rang out. Elder Qin's figure pierced through the storm and landed somewhat unsteadily. Fire. The moment Elder Qin landed, an overwhelming fire spread out on the platform, burning Elder Qin's body. Lan Xiaofeng relaxed for now. He smiled and said, "Old Qin is at least 60% confident of clearing this great tribulation of wind and fire." Xiao Chen asked, "What do you mean?" Lan Xiaofeng said, "Old Qin has 2 trump cards. I originally thought that he would use one of them for the final wind tribulation. Who knew? It would be useless. He forcefully endured it. This will bring him great benefits later on." The raging fire burned ceaselessly. Every step was filled with flames of different attributes. However, this path of fire did not have any tricks. The person undergoing the tribulation had to walk it all the way. It would be fine if one could walk it. However, if one could not, one would be burned to death on it, not even leaving a corpse behind. Even one's soul would scatter. Lan Xiaofeng sighed and said, "The pain that this fire tribulation brings is even more direct than the wind tribulation, 10 times more painful. It mostly tests the willpower of the person undergoing the tribulation." Several people collapsed on their Emperor's Road, not because they could not endure this fire tribulation, but because of the pain. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt astonished. The Emperor's Road was difficult. While it was a trial that heaven gave to cultivators, it was also an opportunity. After clearing this Emperor's Road, one's lifespan would increase to 2,000 years. What gift could be better than this? However, Old Qin is still fine. His flames are only rank 3. The fire tribulation that I underwent back then was simply fatal. Not only were the flames rank 7, but there were also fire demons in them. With every step I took, I would suffer the attacks of fire demons. Chapter 1320. Thinking of the past, Lan Xiaofeng sighed. Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity, "Senior, what was the color of this emperor's road back then?" Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Even if I tell you, you definitely won't believe me." "What color?" "The Golden Emperor's road has 3,000 steps. With every step, it was like carrying a mountain. Even gravity changed." Xiao Chan did not dare believe it. Emperor Forsaken, who also had a Golden Emperor's road, had reached prime. How come Lan Xiaofeng was not even a sovereign martial emperor? This was incredible. Lan Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, "I know you do not believe me. I brought this on myself. I killed too many people and am covered in sin. The 9 heavens lightning tribulation is so strong that it makes one despair. Let me give you a reminder. The heavenly Tao is fair. Don't commit too many sins. There will be a time for revenge." This startled Xiao Chun. He asked, "What is sin?" Sin was something that could be seen during the Immortal epoch. Now, it is somewhat vague. However, it definitely exists. Killing ordinary people, slaughtering the weak, cultivating evil cultivation techniques. All of these will result in sin. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "You don't have to worry too much about this. Normally, only those evil cultivators and assassins like me would be covered in sin. Killing those heinous criminals and those who attacked you will not result in any sin." As they spoke, Elder Qin cleared the fire tribulation. The Emperor's door was only 300 steps away from him. He could clearly see every tiny pattern on the door. However, the latter 300 steps would be even more horrifying. That was the true test. Lan Xiaofeng thought to himself, "Old Qin, Xiao Chen already helped you obtain this hope. Whether you can clear it or not will depend on your luck." In the tallest pavilion of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, Ao Lang looked into the distance, focusing on the island where Elder Qin underwent his tribulation. This place was tens of thousands of kilometers away from that island. Even though he was a sovereign martial emperor, he could not see that far. However, once the blood-clad guard succeeded, the explosion would affect the road of emperor. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, Xiao Chan would be able to clearly see the mysterious phenomena triggered by the failure of the tribulation. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, but the expected explosion did not appear, which made him a little annoyed. Why isn't it exploding yet? After a while, he seemed to be a little restless, wondering if something unexpected had happened. However, after thinking about it, Lan Xiaofeng felt that it was impossible. 10 Emperor Wu self-detonated. Even if Lan Xiaofeng was present, he would not be able to stop all of them. Furthermore, as long as one person succeeded in self-detonating, it would affect Elder Qin's tribulation. If a few more succeeded, even Lan Xiaofeng and Xiao Chan would be injured. If one was lucky, they might even draw out Xiao Chen's great tribulation of wind and fire in advance. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of footsteps came from below. A man hurriedly walked out of the stairs and knelt down. "Dragon King, all 10 life tablets on the blood-clothed island are broken." "What?" Ao Lang roared angrily, glaring angrily. This frightened the kneeling person into trembling, not daring to raise his head. The blood-clad guards were Ao Lang's trump card. He treated every one of them as a treasure. Death-sworn warriors were something that had to be nurtured from a young age. Without several decades, one death meant one less. Now, Ao Lang was told that all 10 life tablets were broken. That was to say, the 10 people who went to disrupt Elder Qin's tribulation were all dead. However, this was not the crucial point. These 10 people were just sending themselves to death in the first place. The crucial point was that Ao Lang did not see any mysterious phenomena at all. That was to say, Elder Qin was still undergoing his tribulation. Ao Lang's losses were all for nothing. Ao Lang's heart bled. This was simply unacceptable. The blood-clad guards were so strong and did not fear death, much stronger than a regular Emperor Wu. Looking around, which Emperor Wu would dare to casually self-detonate? Damn it. What's going on? A.O. Lang's eyes flickered. After he calmed down, he continuously analyzed the situation. However, he could not figure out what was going on. Why did the foolproof plan fail? Reporting, Your Highness the Dragon King, the divine daughter Tianyu Shi and the two holy scions are here to seek an audience. Another person came with a message. A.O. Lang waved his hand impatiently and said, I will not meet them. I already said long ago that the deity race absolutely will not be allowed to build a temple on the islands that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace controls. After the Thunder King disappeared, the deity race's faction expanded rapidly. Traces of the deity race could be seen everywhere in the Kunlun realm. There were also many factions in the heavenly starry ocean that felt pressured or wanted to gain benefits. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace allowed the deity race to build temples and statues of deities in their own factions to receive the power of faith. However, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. Furthermore, the divine dragon palaces of the four seas could take care of each other. They did not fear the deity race's pressure in the heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, A.O. Lang had the blood-clad guards. Hence, he was even more confident, never agreeing to the deity race's requests. Wait a moment. Suddenly, A.O. Lang thought of something. Are you saying that the holy scions you mentioned are the two from the Bushin Palace? That's right. The white tiger holy scion Xiahou Ju and the black tortoise holy scion Feng Wuji are both there. However, the divine son Di Wuk is not there. Only the divine daughter Tianyu, she is there. A.O. Lang revealed a strange smile on his face. Interesting. The three holy masters have not been able to deal with Ying Zongtian. It looks like they're getting anxious, actually working together with the deity race's people. Isn't this just inviting a wolf into the house? I'll go take a look and see what these juniors are up to. Everyone knew that before the Thunder King disappeared, he had handed the Bushin Palace's inheritance medallion to the Haoyan sect master, Ying Zongtian. The three holy masters could not accept this. Hence, the secret struggle between the two sides turned into an open struggle. However, although the three holy masters held the upper hand, they could not take down the Haoyan sect, resulting in a stalemate. Inside the hall, the divine daughter Tianyu, Shi, and the sons of the three holy masters sipped tea as they waited leisurely. Xiahou Ju asked, Will this A.O. Lang agree to us? Although the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace has declined in the past few years, it is still an old faction with deep accumulations. Feng Wuji also felt suspicious. He said, Furthermore, I heard that he has been rejecting your deity race in the past. The divine daughter Tianyu, she had white hair and an extraordinary air. She smiled faintly and said, That was then, and this is now. Furthermore, there are the two of you here. Given his astute character, he will definitely be able to understand the deeper meaning of this. Ha ha ha. The divine daughter has arrived from afar. This A.O. did not go out to welcome you. Forgive me, forgive me. A.O. Lang walked over amid loud laughter and sat down in the middle. The loss of 10 blood-clad guards did not show any suspicion on his face. Greetings, Western Sea Dragon King. Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji said with cupped fist salutes. No matter what, A.O. Lang was the senior of these people. A.O. Lang smiled and said, I have also heard of the two holy scions' names. After you returned from the astral battlefield, I heard that even some of the Emperor Wu's were no match for you too. A.O. Lang's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell the difference between Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji and the holy scions of the heavenly starry ocean. Their auras were denser and heavier. Most importantly, they had a sharpness and a ruthlessness to them. With one glance, it was clear that they had experienced killing for a long time. Compared to the holy scions of the heavenly starry ocean, they were much stronger. Compared to his most valued son, A.O. Feng, there was no need to compare. The more A.O. Lang compared, the sadder he felt. Why did A.O. Lang give birth to a trash son? Not only was he useless, he even caused trouble for himself. You are too polite. Hearing A.O. Lang's flattery, Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji both appeared very calm. The many years of experiential training in the astral battlefield had already worn away the ostentatiousness of the two. Tianyu Shi put down his teacup and said indifferently, "Time is tight. I cannot speak much with Senior Ao, so I'll get straight to the point. I have no other purpose in coming here this time. I just want the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace to join the deity Dao Union. Senior Ao probably knows that the great chaos now is just the surface. The true great calamity is far from here. When the great calamity arrives, aside from working together to fight the enemy, there is no other way." Ao Lang felt somewhat confused. He understood what Tianyu Shi said. The great chaos now was indeed just the surface. However, what kind of organization was the deity Dao Union? He had never heard of it before. Tianyu Shi explained, "The deity Dao Union has just been established. It is normal for Senior Ao not to understand. I'll give a simple explanation. The deity Dao Union has Emperor Forsaken as its alliance chief. The heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the three holy masters are the vice alliance chiefs. It unifies more than 70% of the 9 ranks of the great families in the Kunlun continent." When Ao Lang heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder this Tianyu Shi did not show any intention of bowing when he saw him. Even the 2 holy lords were just being polite. Compared to this colossal deity Dao Union, his Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was pitifully small, unable to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, he still had the Treasure Master and the blood-clad guards behind him. In the end, he still had some trump cards. By the way, the most mysterious Treasure Master of the Heavenly Starry Ocean has already agreed to join the deity Dao Union. Emperor Forsaken personally negotiated this. However, the Treasure Master did not ask for any position. Boom! It was like a bolt of lightning struck Ao Lang's mind. The hand that he held the teacup trembled slightly, and the teacup fell to the table. This final piece of news was too shocking to Ao Lang. Even the Treasure Master, whom he considered the most mysterious and unfathomable, actually joined the deity Dao Union. Tianyu Shi smiled and asked, "Senior Ao, what's wrong?" Ao Lang reacted and said, "It's fine, it's fine. Can I think about it for a while?" Tianyu Shi rejected, "No way. We do not have time to waste here. It is fine if Senior Ao is not willing. The deity Dao Union never forces anyone. Goodbye." Xiao Ju and Feng Wuji stood up at the same time, not saying anything more. Such a situation made Ao Lang somewhat anxious. Originally, he was prepared to ask Tianyu Shi for a price and then bargain with him. Who could have imagined that Tianyu Shi would leave directly? "Divine Daughter, there is no need to leave in such a rush. Our Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is rather scenic. Stay here for a few more days. I will discuss this with my brothers, and we'll have an answer soon. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas have always been a community. I simply cannot make a decision alone." Ao Lang's figure flashed, and he arrived before the group with a pleading smile. Tianyu Shi smiled and said, "Heavenly Star Island's scenery is pretty good. However, we really have important matters to attend to. Dragon King, take your time to think about it. However, after you think about it, the situation in the Western Sea might change." Ao Lang's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked in understanding, "Are the few of you here because of the Dragon's Gate's Elder's tribulation?" Tianyu Shi smiled faintly and said, "That's right. This is a small gift that Emperor Forsaken gave to the 3 holy masters after they agreed to join the deity Dao Union. The Dragon's Gate's Blue Dragon King has been arrogant for too long. It is time to suppress him. Not everyone can successfully clear their tribulation." Chapter 13:21. When Ao Lang heard that, his face sank. Then, he made up his mind. "I agree to join the deity Dao Union. If the deity race wants to build a temple here and spread the faith of the deity race, I will not stop them." On the nameless island, Lan Chaofeng watched anxiously as Elder Qin underwent his tribulation. At the same time, he did not relax, keeping his guard up at all times. At this crucial moment, if someone came to cause trouble, everything would be for naught. Xiao Chen walked over and checked the corpses of the 10 blood-clad guards. More accurately, They were just a pile of mush. The blood-clad guards were prepared to self-detonate. Their bodies were already rotting from the inside out. Furthermore, Xiao Chun kicked them from the outside. Under the pincer attack, they turned into mush covered in blood. Xiao Chun felt very curious about these blood-clad guards. However, there was no way to check the corpses. Only some tattered clothes remained. These clothes were dripping with blood and filled with a sinister aura. Xiao Chun flicked out a strand of energy and tore the tattered clothes into the air. When he looked carefully, he heard a faint resentment. As the cloth floated, it looked like a snake wriggling gently. Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and a strand of solar true flame came from his fingertip, burning the cloth. Thousands of miserable shrieks came from the cloth. Black smoke spread out. That was dense death chi, the most common in the demonic world. Xiao Chun showed a slightly startled expression. It looked like these blood-clad guards had some connection to the demonic world. Xiao Chun could see several humanoid figures twisting and struggling in the black death chi. They were indistinct. As the solar true flame burned them, they slowly dissipated. Whoosh! Suddenly, the death chi struggled free of the restraints of the flame and ferociously charged at Xiao Chun. "You are seeking death." He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The death chi was immediately scattered in all directions. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and frowned. It is really resilient. It looks like these blood-clad guards are quite skilled. After saying that, he flicked out 6 strands of saber chi. Only then did the scattered death chi disappear. As Xiao Chun watched the death chi disappear, he entered deep thought. Although death chi was somewhat strange, there were people in the Kunlun continent who used it as well. The ghost race and the corpse race both cultivated death chi. However, most of their death chi came from dead people. They would not kill the innocent. Of course, some evil cultivators were excluded. The scarlet robes before Xiao Chun had definitely killed many innocent people for no reason, resulting in an extremely strong resentment. As a result, the solar true flame could not completely extinguish them. Sinful. Xiao Chun shook his head, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. He wondered how many innocent lives had been sacrificed to forge this blood-red robe. In truth, he did not know that the method to create blood robes was far crueler than he imagined. A normal grudge would not have such great tenacity. They had to use children, infants, pregnant women, and other carriers. Not only did they have to kill them, but they had to be tortured to death. Whoosh! Xiao Chun returned to Lan Xiaofeng's side. On the Emperor's Road, a halo of flowing water appeared around Elder Qin as he climbed the final step with much difficulty. That was Elder Qin's final trump card, a Peak King grade secret treasure that he had specially prepared for his tribulation. He even asked Imo Chun to strengthen it. Lan Xiaofeng asked casually, "Did you notice anything?" Xiao Chun replied sullenly, "Not much. I only feel that it has something to do with the methods of the demonic world. However, many of the demonic world's secret techniques are circulated in the Kunlun realm as well, so it's hard to say." Lan Xiaofeng sighed softly. "That is not strange. Right now, many of the unremarkable factions of the heavenly starry ocean suddenly soared. They all possess some demonic treasures similar to this scarlet robe. How can the deep abyss demonic world's shadow be missing in this chaotic world?" Whoosh! Beams of resplendent light suddenly shone from behind them. The golden light seemed to be solid, dyeing the world in a golden color. Many afterimages of golden light appeared before Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaofeng. The two turned around and saw that the source of the light was a golden warship bathed in divine light. Sagely songs resounded around the warship, praising the deity sovereign continuously. The people of the deity race. They came all the way here. It looks like they do not come with good intentions. Lan Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, and a heavy, murderous intent flashed in them. Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded, and a group of figures descended. The divine daughter Tianyu Shi, the 12 keepers guarding the divine sun and divine daughter, the white tiger holy son Xiao Ho Ju, and the black tortoise holy son Feng Wuji. Aside from these people, there was another person in the sky. This person appeared to be a middle-aged man with white hair and wearing golden robes. The light on this person's body flickered, and golden halos flickered behind him. There was a total of 7 halos. This was a 7th heaven deity race, sovereign martial emperor. With such a large lineup, Xiao Chun and Lan Xiaofeng did not dare to be careless. The two flew forward and blocked the other party from getting any closer. Xiao Chun swept his gaze across the people in front and discovered that this group of people's auras were exceptionally calm. Amid the seriousness, there was also a sharp and somber air. The experiential training in the astral battlefield must have allowed these survivors to mature. Xiao Chun, Xiao Hoju said through gritted teeth when he saw the white-haired Xiao Chun. He could no longer suppress the hatred in his eyes. A divine halberd flew over and blocked the berserk Xiao Hoju. Then Tian Yushi said calmly, "Calm down. Don't forget what the deity sovereign said. Right now, his luck is flourishing. The entire heavenly Tao is taking care of him. This is not the time to kill him." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xia's sharpness has not diminished. You are still as impulsive as before. However, the 3 holy masters always move as one. Why do I not see the holy daughter, Nuan Muyun?" Xiao Chun had a good impression of this holy daughter. Back then, when he first came to the Kunlun realm, he had received some benefits from her. Furthermore, given Xiao Chun's judgment, this Nuan Muyun would not be as difficult to deal with as the other holy science. If she were here, perhaps he could negotiate with her. "She is dead." Xiao Hoju looked at Xiao Chun and said coldly, "She died in the astral battlefield. She died because of you. This debt is on you." Xiao Chun was indeed somewhat surprised. It was said that more than half of the outstanding talents who went to the astral battlefield died. However, he had not expected a holy daughter to fall. Furthermore, it was a holy daughter that he had interacted with before. Xiao Chun was a little disappointed and emotional. However, no matter what, it was not his turn to bear this debt. Xiao Chun replied indifferently, "Xiao Hoju, I have never feared an enemy in my life. If you want to kill me, please find another reason. If you want to take revenge, please look for the devil dweller who killed her." Xiao Hoju said somewhat angrily, "You bastard! How can this have nothing to do with you? If not for you putting too much pressure on us during the king conferral ceremony, I would not have done so. Do I need to go to the Star Wars battlefield? If Miyun wasn't worried about us, why would she accompany us? Tell me, does this have anything to do with you?" Xiao Chun was startled when he heard this and didn't know how to refute it. "Don't worry, I've already killed that demon myself. The next one will be you, the main culprit." Xiao Hoju looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Then, he glanced at Elder Qin, who was walking on his emperor's road with much difficulty. He smiled coldly and said, "It is really difficult for him to walk. You want him to advance to martial emperor, right? Let me tell you this, it is impossible. Today, I will make you watch him burn to death on his emperor's road. I will plant a heart demon in you. I will break the luck of your dragon's gate." Xiao Chun raged in his heart. He shouted coldly, "How dare you? Even if it is as you said, that I am responsible for Nuan Muyun's death, you could just come at me. Xiao Chun, don't even think of harming the innocent. Don't touch my bottom line." "Tian Yu," she said indifferently, "I'm afraid that we will really touch it this time." "Attack," Xiao Chun said casually. Then, that 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor's figure flashed as he charged at Lan Xiaofeng. The 12 keepers spread out in a straight line, wanting to surround Xiao Chun and hold him back. Tian Yushi led Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji into the sky, flying towards the emperor's road. Everything happened in an instant. Emperor Forsaken had calculated the strength of the Dragon's Gate. For the sake of suppressing Xiao Chen's side, he did not even hesitate to send a sovereign martial emperor. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. An intense explosion rang out in the sky. Tian Yushi and the others turned their heads to look and saw their warship shattering into golden dust. Then, it turned into an extremely gorgeous light scattering in all directions. Sonic booms rang out as an arrow flew over. It carried a might that could destroy the world. It left a long black mark in space, destroying all life force. Everything above that black mark was blasted into nothingness by the power of the arrow. Retreat. Horror flashed in the eyes of the deity race, sovereign martial emperor locked on by the arrow, as he quickly retreated. The expressions of Tianyu Shi and the others changed drastically. They frantically retreated, their footsteps hurried and flustered. Although Tianyu Shi and the others did their best to scatter, the shock waves still struck them. The perfect formation immediately fell apart. The shock waves from the explosion of the arrow knocked them all into the air. When the deity race, sovereign martial emperors landed, they stumbled back another 100 meters. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips, and their complexions paled. Just the shock waves alone reduced this group of outstanding talents, who had just returned from experiential training in the astral battlefield, to such a miserable state. If they had been struck head-on, the result would have been easy to imagine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tearing sounds rang out incessantly as hundreds and thousands of arrows flew over from the sky. Although the might of this arrow was much weaker than the earlier one, it was faster and covered a wider area. One person and one bow forced this group of outstanding talents into a sorry state, forcing them to retreat. The deity race, 7th Heaven Emperor Wu frowned and fixed his gaze on the person holding the bow. Then, his figure flashed, wanting to charge over. Emperor Wu was very clear that this person was an outstanding archer. Given sufficient distance, she could suppress the group of people below. Right now, the more problematic thing was that she already held the initiative, grasping the rhythm. Only by getting close and disrupting her rhythm could Emperor Wu regain the initiative. Your opponent is me. Lan Xiaofeng moved like a shadow, suddenly appearing on the left of this deity race, sovereign martial emperor. He smiled faintly and stabbed the dagger in his hand. The dagger was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It pierced through in an instant, startling that deity race, sovereign martial emperor, who broke out in a cold sweat. The two fought an intense battle in the air, preventing the deity race, sovereign martial emperor, from delaying the archer. Chapter 1322. Xiao Chan turned his head back and saw an exquisite figure leaping on an azure profound bird tens of kilometers away. That figure danced in the air as arrows flew out from his hands in a fluid and smooth manner. Ahead, Tianyu Shi and the others were forced to retreat step by step. Soon, they retreated to the surface of the sea. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao, first senior sister, is here. Seeing Xiao Chen smile, Shui Lingling, who was on the profound bird, nodded gently. Seeing Xiao Chun approach step by step, Tianyu Shi and the others could not do anything. The white tiger Holy Sun, Xiao Hoju, gritted his teeth in anger. Shui Lingling, don't give me a chance to get close. Xiao Hoju replied with an even faster, more ruthless arrow. Xiao Hoju stretched out a finger and shattered it. After that, he quickly retreated. Rumble. Waves roared on the surface of the sea, and pillars of water shot up into the sky. The group was forced further and further away. By the time Shui Lingling landed beside Xiao Chun, they had already retreated several hundred kilometers. First senior sister, why are you here? Xiao Chun asked joyfully. If not for Shui Lingling, Xiao Chun would not know what to do. That guardian of the deity race knew the combined attack technique. Furthermore, she had been training in the starry heavens, nurturing her sharpness. If they really fought, Xiao Chan would not be afraid. However, he would be unable to avoid being delayed for some time. In this period of time, Tian Yoshi, Xia Hojue, and Xiao Chan would be able to do many things, such as spoiling Elder Qin's tribulation. The moment first senior sister arrived, the situation instantly reversed. Xiao Chun now held the initiative. Shui Lingling revealed a gentle smile. Master, call me over. He knew that Emperor Forsaken and the three holy masters would definitely make a move when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation. So, he got me to rush over with the Emperor, Yi Shooting Sun Bao. Xiao Chan asked doubtfully, doesn't this Bao not have an artifact spirit? Shui Lingling played with the Bao in her hand with a smile and said happily, Master has finished forging it for me. Now, it has 70 to 80% of the power of a transcendent divine weapon. However, I can only shoot 3 arrows out of the profound skill that comes with the divine bow, the shooting sun arrow. Xiaoqian smiled and said, "That's enough. The enemy's momentum is in chaos, and the initiative is in our hands." As the huge waves surged, Tian Yoshi led the 12 keepers, Xia Hojue and Feng Wuji out of the waves and landed on the small island once more. However, this time, his imposing manner was completely gone. He did not have the initiative and calmness from before, and his figure was slightly disheveled. Tian Yushi, Xiao Ju, and Feng Wuji were still fine, uninjured. However, the 12 watchers were in a miserable state, riddled with arrow wounds and covered in blood. When Xue Lingling saw Xiao Ju, she showed a stern expression and scolded, "Xiao Ju, is there anyone as shameless as you? Back then, during the king conferral ceremony, you forced my junior brother, Xiao Chun, several times. Now, you are blaming Xiao Chun for it. Also, Nguyen Muyun clearly died to save you. You are useless, so why are you blaming my junior brother?" Xiao Ju said coldly, "There is no need for you to care about my matters. You won't be able to remain smug for long. The Haoyan sect will suffer a calamity soon. Just wait and see." Xue Lingling glared at Xiao Chun and said, "You really think too highly of yourself. To think that you are so smug after becoming the deity race's lackey. Xiao Ju, Feng Wuji, have you forgotten the days when we fought together in the profound domain against Ewok?" Feng Wuji and Xiao Ju were stunned at the same time. They had not expected Xue Lingling to bring up the past. Once upon a time, Xue Lingling and Juanxi and the others were known as the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Feng Wuji and Juanxi were the sons of the 3 holy masters above the 7 giants. At that time, they were aloof and aloof. When Feng Wuji and Xiao Ju recalled the past, they were rendered speechless. Even Xiao Ju was somewhat stunned. When Tian Yushi saw the situation, he thought to himself, "Oh no, this woman is too incredible." Even Xiao Ju is somewhat shaken by her words. Xue Lingling, that was then, and this is now. Now, the deity Dao Union is already established. Furthermore, the divine son Di Wuk comprehended the deity race's ancient canon. Soon, he will rise to the heavens in one step. Only the deity Dao Union is the trend. Tian Yu, she said calmly. Even if you rely on the power of the divine bow to force us back today, it will not change anything. Xue Lingling glanced at Tian Yu, and smiled faintly. Don't try to reason with me. I know that Di Wuk is a man, hiding and not daring to show himself. Letting a woman like you take the lead is the sign of a coward. Even if he rises to the heavens in one step, this will be a stain on his reputation. Furthermore, you are only SOSO. You said that I relied on the power of the divine weapon. If you are capable, get your man to give you one. However, he cannot give it to me. You can only be jealous and watch as I destroy your worship. You can't do anything about it. Xiao Qian's final sentence was filled with mockery. However, every word she said was the truth. Tian Yushi's breathing turned ragged. He felt incredibly frustrated. His chest heaved up and down, and he lost control of his emotions. Xue Lingling did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. She snorted coldly and said, "You? What you? Am I wrong? If you're capable, then call Di Wuk out now. If you're capable, get Di Wuk to give you a weapon on the divine weapon ranking. If not, then scram. Relying on numbers to bully us, an elder undergoing his tribulation. What kind of capability is that?" Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji blushed slightly at Xiao Chen's words, feeling incredibly embarrassed. However, the 12 injured keepers could not stand their divine daughter being bullied like that. They stepped forward and soared into the air. "Don't be rude to the divine daughter." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "With me around, don't be rude to my senior sister." Stepping forward, Xiao Chun drew his saber from its scabbard. This was the first time he drew his saber on the island. The instant he drew his saber, he spread out his saber domain. In his sea of consciousness, 3 spots of dazzling saber energy, as bright as the sun were instantly detonated by Xiao Chun. Whoosh! Immediately, the light on Xiao Chen's body became extremely intense, causing the surrounding 1 kilometer to lose color. When the light appeared once more, the already injured 12 watchers were sent flying, vomiting blood as they retreated one by one. Saber Energy was one of Xiao Chen's 3 great trump cards. For the sake of instantly knocking back the 12 keepers and intimidating them, Xiao Chun had no choice but to use it in advance. The expressions of Tian Yushi and the others changed. Suddenly, they felt that being so close to Xiao Chun was somewhat dangerous, so they all moved back. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then, he looked at Tian Yushi and said, "Senior Lan possesses a strength that even sovereign martial emperors fear. He will not fall so quickly. Tian Yushi, you no longer have a chance. Go back." Shifting his gaze, Xiao Chun looked at Xiahou Ju and said softly, "Xiahou Ju, you were once aloof, known as an outstanding talent. Even if you stand on the deity race's side now, I ask you not to dirty the word outstanding talent and forget the glory of the past. Even if you think that Nguyen Muyun's death is related to me, I will accept it. If you have any problems, just come at me. Don't attack the people around me." As Xiahou Ju looked at the carefree Xiao Chun, who exuded the air of a king, he felt defeated for some reason. He said sullenly, "Let's go. Divine Daughter, there is no need to use your trump card. The 3 holy masters thank you for your help this time." Feng Wuji and Xiahou Ju turned and left together. Before they left, they gave Xiao Chun a deep look. Tian Yushi stared at Shui Lingling and said, "In the future, when the deity Dao Union sends its troops to the Haotian sect, let's see if you will behave like you did today." Today's matter would be unforgettable for Xiao Chun. She was the bona fide divine daughter. When had she ever been scolded by another woman? After the group of people went far away, Xiao Chun looked at Shui Lingling and smiled. "First senior sister, I discovered that you were somewhat different today. What do you mean by, if you were jealous, get your man to give you a transcendent divine weapon?" Shui Lingling's earlier aura vanished. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry about that. I was careless and took advantage of you." Xiao Chun felt embarrassed in his heart. Indeed, first senior sister is first senior sister. He still remembered how she chased a certain someone for several days and nights in the savage battlefield. After that, he completely lost his temper. The intense fluctuations in the sky stopped, and the deity race Emperor Wu left. Lan Xiaofeng put away his dagger and landed beside Xiao Chun. On the Emperor's road, before the halo of flowing water around Elder Qin shattered, he finally cleared the last step of the 1,000 steps. He cleared it. Shui Lingling exclaimed with joy. When Xiao Chun saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was as Lan Xiaofeng said. As long as he endured the external pressure, Elder Qin had a high chance of clearing his great tribulation of wind and fire. After all, Xiao Chen's great tribulation of wind and fire was just the most ordinary one. Elder Qin's accumulations were not bad, either. Even so, by the time he reached the Emperor's door, Elder Qin was already so weak that he only had half a breath left. His aura wavered, looking like he would collapse at any moment. 1,000 steps. Each step was a hurdle, and each step was a tribulation. Along the way, Xiao Chen's heart ached at several of the scenes he saw, feeling moved. However, now that the bitterness was over, Xiao Chun got what he wanted, and his lifespan increased to 2,000 years. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Elder Qin's hand was about to touch the Emperor's door, flaming clouds suddenly filled the sky. Layers of blazing flames covered the sky and the sun. The unending flaming clouds were like waves, undulating. It was like a sea of fire reflected in the sky. Suspicion appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He felt that something was wrong. "Senior Lan, what is that?" Lan Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically in extreme shock. "That's impossible. This is a fire dragon tribulation. It is extremely rare. Normally, only outstanding talents or Golden Emperor's Road occasionally appear." Right after Lan Xiaofeng spoke, the flaming clouds quickly gathered together. Soon, the silhouette of a huge dragon appeared in the sky. It reared its head back and roared ferociously, causing the entire sky to tremble. This Xiao Chun felt somewhat helpless. He could only rely on himself for his great tribulation of wind and fire. Others could not help him. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao and die. Such a result made the expression of Shui Lingling, who rushed over from afar, sink. She watched all this in disbelief. Far away, on the sea, Xiao Ju and the others, who had already traveled far, were stunned when they saw the fire dragon appear. After a while, Xiao Ju rejoiced. It's a fire dragon tribulation. It looks like the heavens want to break the dragon's gate's luck. A fire dragon tribulation rarely appears on the Emperor's Road. Even when outstanding talents undergo their tribulations, it is very difficult to see one. To think that Elder Qin ran into one. Chapter 1323. Tianyu she analyzed calmly. It must be caused by the dragon's gate's luck being too strong. Elder Qin is already tied to the dragon's gate. The dragon's gate is like a huge true dragon. If Xiao Chun is the dragon's head, then Elder Qin is the dragon's claw. Or perhaps it is the other parts. This is a tribulation for the dragon's gate. If it were another outstanding talent undergoing a tribulation, perhaps it would be a good thing. However, since it is Elder Qin's turn, he will die for sure. That was right. If an outstanding talent survived the fire dragon tribulation and advanced to martial emperor, their emperor's body would possess the energy of a fire dragon, and their strength would multiply. However, Elder Qin was not an outstanding talent at all. He was just an ordinary blue-robed emperor. This fire dragon tribulation was not something he could endure. On the small island, Xiao Chun revealed an extremely dissatisfied expression. After working so hard for so long, in the end, he still could not give Elder Qin hope. Heartache, guilt, and various other emotions filled Lan Xiaofeng's heart, making him feel strangely angry. Lan Xiaofeng shook his head and sighed softly, all sorts of feelings welling up in him. At the end of the Emperor's Road, Elder Qin, who had thought that the bitterness was over, smiled bitterly and revealed an expression of despair. The fire dragon formed by the cloud sea instantly took form. It opened its huge maw and roared ferociously. Then, it dived down as if it wanted to swallow up Elder Qin, who was holding the Emperor's door. Freeze! Just at this critical moment, the three-life mirror in the Immortal Spirit Ring shone its light on that incredibly huge fire dragon. Time seemed to have stopped. The fire dragon's head, which had been descending at lightning speed, became incomparably slow. In this strange atmosphere, Elder Qin could not understand what was going on. However, after a while, he reacted and used the last bit of his strength to push the Emperor's door with much difficulty. The Emperor's Road had drained Xiao Qin's energy long ago. He was mentally fatigued, and his entire body felt weak. Originally, he only needed to raise his hand to push the Emperor's door. Now, it was incredibly difficult to do. It was not much faster than the descending fire dragon head, a heart-wrenching sight. Amid this strange scene, Elder Qin finally pushed open the Emperor's door just as the fire dragon head was about to swallow him up. Boom! Boundless multicolored light gushed out from the Emperor's door. The surging primordial energy formed a tricolored auspicious sign that covered the entire sea region, filling the sky. A golden light engulfed Elder Qin, and his body dissolved in the golden light. The moment the Emperor's door opened, the terrifying fire dragon immediately vanished, turning into fiery red flowers that scattered in all directions. Seeing Elder Qin's body dissolve in the golden light, Xiao Chun and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Qin's body was being reconstructed. He used the power of the heavenly Tao to forge the golden emperor body for Elder Qin. In midair, the three-life mirrors swayed and fell continuously. Xiao Chun strode forward and leaped into the air, grabbing hold of the swaying three lives mirror. In the mirror, little three smiled weakly and said, "Hee, I finally let this old man become a martial emperor." Elder brother White Robes stopped frowning. I'm so tired. Little three, I want to sleep." As little three spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. Finally, it vanished, and the mirror turned black. This startled Xiao Chun, and he paled. "Little three, wake up, wake up." Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said, "Don't wake her up. Let her have a good sleep." This nagger really overestimated herself. To think that she changed the trajectory of time by herself. Xiao Qin asked in a fluster, "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Ao Jiao explained, "The three-life mirror is a space-time immortal equipment in the first place. It is used to assist immortals in executing space-time magic skills. After all, even immortals have difficulty grasping the time Tao. With the three-life mirror, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort when executing the time Tao. You know now, right? She is a support-type immortal equipment, but she used this identity to change the trajectory of time by herself." Xiao Qin now understood. Simply put, little three was offside. She forcefully used strength that exceeded her own and suffered a backlash. "She will be fine, right?" Ao Jiao sighed and said, "She won't die, but she will suffer. If she messes around like this again, even a deity might not be able to save her." When Xiao Qin heard that, he relaxed slightly. Then, he carefully put away the three-life mirror, not knowing what to say. This little three nagged a lot. However, at the crucial moment, she could still be so understanding of the greater good. However, Xiao Qin still had some doubts. Making a move to stop the great tribulation of wind and fire would result in the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Both parties would suffer a tribulation. Why were little three and Elder Qin fine? Xiao Qin, was that your secret treasure earlier that changed the trajectory of time? Lan Xiaofeng asked with a grave expression. The time Tao was something that even primes could not comprehend. Xiao Qin felt somewhat put on the spot, not knowing what to say. When Lan Xiaofeng saw the situation, he said, "I understand. This matter is probably not easy to explain." "Thank you, Senior, for understanding." Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "What is there to understand?" This old man was just curious and asked casually. "Right now, I do not even understand the state of space. Being fortunate enough to see the state of time, it is hard for me to not lose my composure." Shui Lingling said, "Look, the reconstruction of Elder Qin's golden body is complete." Amid the auspicious signs filling the sky, the golden light suddenly shrank and gathered into a clump of light, continuously combining. Between the heavens and the earth, countless spiritual chi from all directions converged towards the glowing figure. Instantly, the place where the golden light gathered became the center of the world, covering up all the other lights. Xiao Qin smiled faintly, feeling happy for Elder Qin. He also anticipated such a day for himself. Xiao Qin watched as the auspicious signs filled the sky, dancing in the air. Amid the golden light, Elder Qin reconstructed his golden body. Xiao Hoju, who was wildly rejoicing earlier, revealed a horrified expression. Even now, he could not understand this dramatic scene. The moment the fire dragon descended, the trajectory of time changed, forcibly stopped by the three-life mirror's item spirit. However, in reality, time did not change. As a result, Xiao Hoju and the others, who were 50 kilometers away, only saw a blurry scene. They only saw the fire dragon roaring as it arrived. Following that, the Emperor's door opened, and countless strands of primordial energy surged out. Then, the fire dragon scattered. Tian Yushi frowned and said, "This matter is somewhat strange. When we return, we have to report it to Emperor Forsaken." Feng Wuji also felt suspicious. He said, "A sure death situation was broken just like that. It is indeed strange. If Xiao Qin could use the same method to deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire, then we might only be able to watch as Xiao Qin advanced to martial emperor." Xiao Hoju shook his head and said, "That's impossible. There is absolutely no chance of using such an incredible heaven-defying method a second time. If Xiao Qin dared to do that, his great tribulation of wind and fire would definitely change, becoming even more horrifying." In reality, it was as Feng Wuji said. What he said was not wrong. However, even if it could be used, it could not be used anymore. If the three-life mirror forcefully reversed time, it would not be able to endure it and collapse on its own. The losses outweighed the gains. In the future, if Shao Chun comprehended the time Dao on his own, with the 3 life mirrors' assistance, he would be like a tiger with wings, like a god helping him. Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded, and the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang rushed over. With an angry expression, he said, Tian Yushi, didn't you say that you would definitely stop Elder Qin from undergoing his tribulation? Why did you not do it? How dare you speak to the divine daughter like that? The deity race martial emperor said with a cold expression as he stepped forward. His emperor's might containing a divine nature spread out, putting heavy pressure on Ao Lang. Ao Lang could not help feeling startled. This deity race martial emperor before him probably relied on himself to climb to martial emperor and not the power of faith. There were 2 types of Emperor Wu in the deity race. One relied on the power of faith to advance to martial emperor, with their own strength as a supplement. This type was the most numerous. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. 80 to 90% of them were this type. The other type was scarier. They relied on their own strength to advance to martial emperor, with the power of faith as a supplement. They were relatively few in number. However, they were the mainstays of the deity race and were extremely strong. Sorry, I was somewhat rude. Divine Daughter, please forgive me. Ao Lang felt dissatisfied, but he still lowered his head and apologized. This woman before him could be considered the most respected woman in the entire Kunlun realm. Even if she was not as strong as him, he could not offend her casually. Tian Yushi was in a bad mood because of Shui Lingling. Now that he was angry, he did not give Ao Lang any face. He snorted coldly and said, Do I need to account to you? What qualifications do you have to question me? Ao Lang, from the start to the end, I never agreed to stop Elder Qin from undergoing his tribulation. When Xiao Hoju saw the situation, he tried to smooth things over. He said, Senior Ao, this is a long story. I will explain it to you later. I was the one who told the Divine Daughter to give up. She has a divine talisman that Emperor Forsaken refined, which can instantly kill a minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, but she did not use it. When Ao Lang saw the situation, he asked in shock why. Feng Wuji smiled and said, Senior Ao, it is probably not limited to how strong Shao Chun is now. If we really used it, none of us would be able to leave. Some of us would definitely fall here. The deity race Greater Heavenly Martial Emperor said coldly, Ao Lang, I guessed right. You should have some trump cards. If you rely on your trump cards, it is impossible to wash away the humiliation of that day. Your only choice is to submit to my deity Dao Union. Don't have any other thoughts. Ao Lang nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Before a huge faction like the deity Dao Union, Ao Lang was like an ant. Even if he was not satisfied, he could only pretend to be a grandson for now. Tian Yu, she continued, half a month from now, a deity palace will be established in the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. At that time, we will erect a deity statue for Senior Ao. Senior Ao's strength will definitely soar again. The moment Shao Chun said that, Ao Lang immediately rejoiced in his heart. The deity race's power of faith was a famous weapon in the Kunlun realm. If Ao Lang could construct a deity statue for Ao Lang, he would not have to risk his life to undergo his tribulation and would be able to raise his strength by 20%. However, Ao Lang was astute. After thinking about it, he concluded that there would not be such a good deal. Tian Yu, she would definitely make a request. Indeed, Tian Yu, she said. However, before that, I hope Senior Ao can lead the way and convince the other 3 Dragon Kings to join my deity Dao Union. Ao Lang quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Then, he smiled and said, That's not a problem. With me asking, the other 3 elder brothers will definitely not reject. When Tian Yushi and the other 2 heard that, they revealed smiles on their faces. Although they did not succeed in stopping Elder Qin from advancing to Martial Emperor and disrupting the Dragon's Gate's luck in the heavenly starry ocean, they managed to open a path for the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas. However, this opened up the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas, allowing the deity Tao Union to successfully expand its influence into the heavenly starry ocean.